take the stuff and get out of here. A small cloth bag landed on the ground in front of Gu Yundong, its opening revealing a few shriveled potatoes inside. Leaning against a large rock, Gu Yundong's face was pale, and she felt weak all over. She looked up to see a woman with a harsh expression staring back at her. She finally understood her situation. She had traveled from a zombie-infested world to the Great Jin Kingdom, inhabiting the body of a 13-year-old peasant girl with the same name. She had parents and younger siblings. In the 17th year of Hongqing, the Yongning prefecture suffered from drought, leaving the fields barren and the people struggling to survive. Many were fleeing to nearby states in search of a better life. Her family had been on the road for over half a month, escaping the disaster. The woman who had thrown her the potatoes was her great-grandmother, Zhao. Nearby stood her uncles and their families, all coldly watching as her family of 4 was cast out from the group of refugees. Gu Yundong had no strength left, a result of prolonged hunger, and her head was still spinning. She couldn't even sit up straight. She shifted her gaze away from Zhao and scanned the indifferent faces of her uncles before finally resting her eyes on her grandfather, who sat on a rock. Zhao was her great-grandmother, but he was her real grandfather. Feeling her clear gaze on him, the old man shifted uncomfortably, cleared his throat, and after a moment, sighed softly. Yundong, don't blame us. Everyone is struggling, and our food is running low. You don't have any strong workers in your family, and your mother is not able to help much. This world is too chaotic. We can barely take care of ourselves, let alone you. You'll have to fend for yourselves. This bag of potatoes should last you a couple of days. After that, it's up to you to find a way to survive. Whether you live or not is in the hands of fate. Gu Yundong let out a cold laugh to herself. After surviving for 2 years in a harsh world, she had seen the darker side of human nature. Her grandfather's attempt to excuse his actions by blaming fate was pitiful. If she had the strength, she wouldn't let him ramble on with his empty words. She felt disdain. A small figure beside her stubbornly wiped his eyes and said with a slight choke in his voice, "We have strong men. My dad is missing because he went to distract the bandits. He will come back. You all. Gu Yundong knew he was the original owner's younger brother, Gu Yunshu, who was only 5 years old, but looked more like 3 or 4. The original owner's father was named Gu Dejiang. 2 days ago, they encountered a group of bandits. Gu Dejiang and his uncle, Gu Dehi, acted as bait to draw the bandits' attention and give everyone a chance to escape. Later, Gu Dehi returned, but Gu Dejiang was nowhere to be found. Most people believed that Gu Dejiang was likely dead, harmed by the bandits. Little Gu Yunshu refused to believe this. He thought his father was still alive and would definitely come back. The old man didn't want to say much. He waved his hand and said, "All right, that's enough. Take care of yourselves." He paused, reluctant to leave his grandson, and asked Gu Yunshu, "You can still come with us. Why don't you come along?" Zhao Shi, standing nearby, was unhappy. "What do you mean bring him? We don't even have enough food for ourselves. If he comes, he'll have to find his own food." Before she could finish, Gu Yunshu had already grabbed Gu Yundong's hand tightly, his lips pressed together. "I want to stay with my sister." Gu Yundong instinctively tried to pull her hand away. She wasn't used to physical contact, especially in a world like this where being cautious of others was almost second nature. But she didn't have much strength, and the little boy held onto her hand tightly, as if afraid of being separated. Because of this, Gu Yundong could clearly feel his small, thin, slightly trembling hand. She bit her lip and ultimately said nothing. The old man was irritated by Gu Yunshu's reaction and stood up angrily. "Do as you wish." After saying this, he turned and left with Zhao Shi and the others. Standing to the side, their mother, Yang Shi, looked confused. She was carrying a basket on her back with a 3-year-old girl inside, who was sleeping soundly and didn't wake up despite the commotion. Seeing the old man and his group leave, Yang Shi felt lost and took a few steps after them. When she turned back and saw Gu Yundong and Gu Yunshu still standing there, she hurried back and squatted beside them, asking in confusion, "Dong Dong." let's go. Yang sure wasn't very sharp, but she recognized people. She still hadn't realized that her family of four had been abandoned by the Gu family and was just puzzled about why they didn't wait for them. Gu Yundong was still recovering her strength. Speaking was difficult for her, and she had no patience to explain. Instead, Gu Yunshu quietly comforted Yang, saying, "Mother, big sister is tired. Let's wait a little longer before we leave." The big sister had fainted before, and this gave their grandparents an excuse to abandon their family. Gu Yunshu was worried. With their father gone, his big sister sick, their mother confused, and his little sister too weak to help, he was now the only boy in the family. Although he was only 5 years old, he felt he had to take care of his family. He straightened his small frame and looked at Gu Yundong, who had closed her eyes to rest. At that moment, Gu Yundong felt happy. She had survived a year in a harsh world, living day by day. Although this place was also chaotic, at least there were no zombies or mutated plants and animals. Once the disaster passed, her life would gradually improve, and the future here was full of hope. As for the original family, they had given her a chance at rebirth. As long as they didn't cause her trouble, Gu Yundong would repay them and wouldn't abandon them. Just then, she heard hurried footsteps approaching. She lifted her head slightly and saw her second uncle, Gu De, returning. Gu Yundong had no fondness for this second uncle. He had returned alone after leading away bandits with Gu Dajiang, making her suspicious about Gu Dajiang's disappearance. Gu De rushed to Gu Yundong's side, squatted down, and without a word, grabbed her sleeve. "What are you doing?" Gu Yundong managed to pull her hand back with some effort. "Since you're about to die anyway, don't waste the money your father left you." "I'll take it to honor your grandparents," Gu De said, picking up a nearby stone and throwing it at her head. Gu Yundong barely had time to exclaim before she fainted. "Big sister." Gu Yunshu screamed and rushed to frantically hit Gu De. Yang also reacted, putting down her basket and coming to scratch at him. Gu De was momentarily pushed back by the two, but then impatiently grabbed Gu Yunshu, holding him by the neck. He shouted at Yang, who was about to jump at him, "Stop. If you come any closer, I'll choke your son." Yang froze, hesitating to move forward. She looked at her son and then at her unconscious daughter, suddenly kneeling before Gu De. "Uncle, please let Asha go. He's in pain." Gu Yunsu's face was purple from being choked, and his eyes were very red, with tears welling up but refusing to fall. He struggled wildly, shouting, "Mother, get up, don't kneel. He's not human, he's a beast. He hit my sister and is trying to kill us. I won't let him off even in death." Gu De ignored his insults. Without Yang's interference, he walked back to Gu Yundong and roughly pulled her sleeve. He knew his older brother had secretly given this niece some silver for protection, and he had seen Gu Yundong sew the silver into her sleeve. That's why he returned to take it. In this world, their family wouldn't survive long. Instead of letting the silver be buried with them, it was better for him to take it. Feeling justified, Gu De opened the sleeve and found a couple of pieces of silver. His older brother was clever to hide so much money. After taking the silver, Gu De tossed Gu Yunsu aside. Yang quickly stepped in to catch him, preventing his head from hitting the stone. "Ashu, mother is here. It doesn't hurt." Gu Yunsu almost couldn't catch his breath, but finally started to gasp for air after gaining his freedom. Gu De stood up, glanced at them, and smiled proudly. "Don't blame me. It was your grandparents who decided to drive you away. I'm just a junior, and can only listen to them." With a snicker, he strode toward the direction of the old man Gu and the others. Old man Gu saw his second son leave and frowned slightly when he returned. "What were you doing?" Gu De didn't hide it. "That girl had silver hidden on her, so I took it for our parents." Old man Gu paused. "They have so little food, why did you?" "Why not?" Before he could finish, Zhao couldn't hold back her anger. "I said the eldest isn't honest. He has silver but doesn't share it with us, secretly giving it to his wife and daughter. What an ungrateful thing. We raised him with so much effort, and he turned out to be such a white-eyed wolf. He should have been punished long ago. What's wrong with the second son taking the silver?" They won't use it anyway. Better it goes to us than to someone else. Old man Gu opened his mouth, and after a long sigh, he said, "It's also their bad luck." He seemed to agree with Zhao's words. Gu Dea felt justified as he tucked away the silver. "Mother, I'll keep this silver for you. I'm young and strong, so it won't be easy to lose." Zhao glanced at him, but said nothing. In this world, she was unwilling to upset her son over a small amount of money. If she angered him and he abandoned her, she wouldn't be able to survive. She thought the money wasn't much, so she let him be. When Gu Yundong woke up again, she was on Yang's back, hearing her heavy breathing as she walked. Yang was very thin, and Gu Yundong could feel her bony shoulders shaking, as if they could break at any moment. Dong, are you awake?" Yang turned her head slightly, her face filled with joy. Gu Yundong then noticed that Yang had a basket on her front, and a little girl inside was still sleeping soundly, unaware of what was happening. Gu Yunshu also heard the noise and quickly looked up. "Sister, you're awake? Just hold on a bit longer. We'll be there soon." "Where are we going?" Gu Yundong asked hoarsely. The path they were on was narrow, and there weren't many people around. It was getting dark, and they needed to find a place to stay for the night. "We're going back to the village we visited last night to rest for the night. It's closer," Gu Yunshu replied, wiping his face and trying to smile. This decision was his, and he felt uneasy about it. After all, compared to the unknown ahead, he could only return to a familiar place. His sister needed rest, and he was worried. Gu Yundong then noticed a mark on his neck, which, combined with his large head, was quite alarming. Her expression darkened slightly. "Where is Gu Dea? He took your silver and ran away." Gu Yunshu finally couldn't hold back his tears, his smile fading. "I'm useless. I didn't protect you or keep the silver safe."
"I'm sorry."
Gu Yundong wanted to tell him not to cry. After a year in the apocalypse, she understood that tears were useless. The silver was gone, and crying wouldn't help. They could earn it back later, so it wasn't a big deal. But she quickly realized that this wasn't the apocalypse and Gu Yunshu wasn't a stranger. He was her brother. However, she wasn't good at comforting people. Luckily, Yang's voice soon came. "Ashu, don't cry. It's your second uncle's fault. We won't pay him any attention anymore. Mom loves you." Gu Yunshu felt comforted by her words. He sniffed hard and said, "I'm not crying. I'm the only man here, so I won't cry." Speaking, she hugged the potato sack and puffed out her small chest. Gu Yundong. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the village where they would stay. The village was quiet, almost deserted. People had either died or fled, all searching for a place to survive. Gu Yunshu originally wanted to go to the house they visited yesterday, but Gu Yundong stopped him. In the end, they chose a house a bit away from the village center, small but secluded and quiet, with only 2 other families nearby. Once inside, Yang carefully set Gu Yundong down. Gu Yundong's strength was slowly returning, but she still felt a bit dizzy from the blow to her head. Gu Yunshu carefully placed the potatoes in front of her and said, "Sister, you rest first. I'll go find some firewood." He was very considerate, trying to smile at Gu Yundong to keep her from worrying. After saying that, he turned to find the woodshed. Gu Yundong watched his small frame, worried that his head might get hurt at any moment. Before long, he returned with 2 bundles of thin firewood and called out to Yang, "Mom, please help me close the window."
"Sure."
Yang was holding a bamboo jar to feed Gu Yunkai water, and the little girl was swallowing unconsciously, finally showing some response. Once the windows were tightly shut, Gu Yunshu began to roast the potatoes. Gu Yundong watched as he pulled out 2 small potatoes from the sack, carefully stringing them together and placing them on the firewood to rotate. When they were almost done, he handed one to her. He carefully peeled the other one and offered it to Gu Yunkai. Then he extinguished the fire. Gu Yundong looked at the small potato in her hand and then at Gu Yunshu and Yang, who clearly had no intention of eating. "What about you two?"
"Sister, you eat."
"I'm not hungry." Though he said this, his eyes couldn't help but drift toward the potato before he quickly looked down. Yang was more straightforward. She swallowed hard. "I'm hungry." Gu Yunshu's little face turned bright red. He tugged gently and quietly comforted Yang. Mom, we don't have much food left. Let's not eat today, okay? I'll go out later to see if I can find something else. With only about 10 small potatoes, they needed to save them for his injured sister and their weak little sister first. Gu Yunshu felt a bit sad, and there was a hint of despair in her eyes. If they couldn't find food soon, they might really starve. They still had a long way to go. Yang was confused but listened. She licked her lips and stared at the potato, nodding slightly. Then, let's not eat it. Gu Yundong thought. It was hard to believe she could still eat. Besides, she hadn't planned to eat it anyway. The potato had already sprouted and could be poisonous. Gu Yundong reached out and took the potato from Gu Yunka's hands. Let's not eat this for now. I'll go find something else outside. She had regained some strength. Although she still felt weak, she could walk now. Gu Yundong slowly stood up, and Gu Yunshu was startled, quickly standing up too and blocking her way. No. Big sister, your health isn't good. I can go. You stay here, Gu Yundong said as she went around him. Big sister. Stay. Gu Yundong's voice became firmer. She didn't have much patience, especially with her empty stomach, making her feel a bit irritable. Gu Yunshu was taken aback. He had never seen this side of his big sister. Her gaze was somewhat cold and stubborn, and he unconsciously lowered his hands, nodding obediently as he watched her walk out. Once outside, Gu Yundong let out a small sigh. In her past life, she was an orphan and had always had bad luck. The people she met, whether it was the orphanage director, caregivers, or teachers, treated her indifferently or even poorly. So, when she suddenly had a few relatives who genuinely cared for her, she felt a bit lost. Now, she was somewhat relieved to be separated from the Gu family. Besides her younger siblings and the simple-minded Yang, there was no one else around, and no one suspected that she had changed. Gu Yundong slowly walked to a corner of the house, looking around quietly. Then she slightly closed her eyes, took a breath, and in the next moment, a small bag of rice suddenly appeared in her hand. She smiled, her eyes brightening a little. Indeed, her space had come with her. The supplies from that space had also arrived. She had obtained this space when the apocalypse first began, and it was about the size of an acre. Time inside was frozen, and anything placed inside remained unchanged when taken out. After acquiring this space, Gu Yundong began to collect supplies. After all, no one knows when the end of the world will be over. If you want to survive, you need to have some supplies. Now she has plenty of things in her space, like rice, flour, and bottled water. With these supplies, what is there to fear on the road to escape? When Gu De hit her on the head with a stone, she instinctively reached for a dagger in her space to fight back, realizing her supplies were still there. However, she hesitated for a moment, and in that brief time, Gu De knocked her down. She will definitely seek revenge when she has the chance. Gu Yundong took out some water and alcohol from her space to clean the wound on her head. Luckily, Gu De's strength wasn't too great. She fainted mainly due to hunger, and her injury wasn't serious. Then she crouched down and took out a small cloth bag she had brought along, quietly pouring rice into it. After thinking for a moment, she also added 2 bags of pickled vegetables into a bamboo tube. Finally, she sighed and walked back into the house. As soon as Gu Yundong entered the yard, she heard a puzzled voice from inside the room. Mom, it seems like my sister is different now. She used to cry all the time and was really afraid of pain, but now she seems so strong. Gu Yundong thought, really? What does that even mean? But she did realize that her personality was quite different from before, so she needed to come up with a reasonable excuse to explain. Before she could think of one, Gu Yunshu's voice came again. It must be because Grandma and Grandpa drove us away, which upset my sister. Dad isn't here, so she feels like she has to protect us. It's really hard for her. Mom, is there a way for me to grow up quickly and become strong? That way, my sister wouldn't have to pretend to be so tough. I feel so useless right now. Yang tilted her head, not quite understanding. I'm grown up now, look how tall I am. Gu Yundong felt mixed emotions. This little one, though young, was quite thoughtful. But from the sound of his voice, She could tell that his throat wasn't too damaged. It seemed that although Gu had left noticeable marks on his neck, he hadn't actually hurt him. Gu Yundong lifted the items in her hands, and her footsteps became heavier, causing the voices inside to stop immediately. She pushed the door open and saw Gu Yunshu with his hands outstretched, blocking Yang and Gu Yunk, his little face tense and alert. Seeing her, he immediately felt relieved and smiled widely. "Sister, you're back." His gaze shifted to the items in her hands, and his big eyes lit up. "Did you find something to eat?" "Yes." Gu Yundong placed the cloth bag on the ground. "I'm going to check if there's any water in the kitchen." She turned and left again. There was definitely no water here. She was just pretending. She found a jar in the kitchen, filled it with bottled water from her space, and returned to the room. Inside, Gu Yunshu's eyes were wide with disbelief as he looked at the bag of white rice, his voice stuttering. "Sister, where did you find this? So much, and so white." He had never seen such large, white rice grains before. They looked almost transparent, better than the most expensive rice in town. Gu Yunshu couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling like he was dreaming. "I found it under the bed in one of the neighboring family's rooms," Gu Yundong said. Gu Yunshu paused for a moment, then suddenly understood. "I get it. That family must have secretly hidden food like Aunt Air did, and forgot to take it when they fled." He nodded vigorously. Before they planned to leave the village, Aunt Air had secretly pulled out 2 big bags of sweet potato slices from under her bed to hide and take with her. She had saved them for herself over the years. Unexpectedly, Grandma saw her and scolded Aunt Air for being ungrateful, and the whole Gu family knew about it. Now, hearing that this white rice was found under a bed, Gu Yunshu quickly found a reasonable explanation. Gu Yundong felt she didn't need to make excuses. He always found words for her. So she nodded it should be. She then turned to close the door and rekindled the previous fire. Adding water to the pot, Gu Yundong planned to cook some porridge. The whole family was very hungry, their stomachs empty, and they could only eat soft food. As she poured, Gu Yunshu immediately felt sorry. "Sister, less. I'm not that hungry. I can eat less. Aren't you trying to grow up quickly? If you don't eat more, how will you grow?" Gu Yunshu hesitated, feeling conflicted. He wanted to grow up fast, but they didn't have much food. If he ate too much now, what would happen later? Caught in a dilemma, Gu Yundong had already skillfully started cooking the porridge. It wasn't until the warm porridge filled her belly that Gu Yundong let out a satisfied sigh. This body is too weak. Although she didn't eat well during the apocalypse, she had space early on and collected quite a bit of supplies. Even though her meals aren't as free as before the apocalypse, they are still much better than most people's, and eating until she is about 70% full is not a problem. But here, even before the escape, the porridge was barely enough to fill the stomach, with hardly any rice grains. After the escape, they only had 1 meal a day, and being able to eat until 20% full was a rare event. "Big sister, this is so good, so fragrant." Gu Yunshu drank very slowly. He had never tasted such delicious porridge before. It was sweet and fragrant, truly a delight. His expression was so enchanted, with his cheeks puffed up, that he seemed reluctant to swallow. Yang eagerly took a couple of sips herself, and then carefully fed Gu Yunk. The little girl had little strength, but after drinking the porridge, her eyes brightened a bit, and her smile showed a hint of spirit. "It's delicious." In that moment, Gu Yundong felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. This feeling was unfamiliar, and she couldn't help but clutch her chest. The family of 4 rarely enjoyed a hearty dinner, and they all felt incredibly happy, lying on the ground with their hands on their bellies, not wanting to move. Gu Yundong's stomach was no longer burning with hunger, and she had regained some strength. Finally, she started to think about the journey ahead. Now they had enough food. Her space was stocked well enough to last them until they reached the relatively prosperous city. However, without transportation, their journey would definitely be slow. Other than that, things were manageable, but her biggest worry was encountering bandits or desperate refugees. This was the greatest danger on their journey. Especially since their family didn't have an adult male, They would appear vulnerable to others and could easily become targets for those with ill intentions. It seemed they couldn't take the main roads anymore, at least not towards crowded areas. When they left home, Gu Dajiang had told her about the routes and directions to a few nearby cities, so she had some idea. Speaking of Gu Dajiang, she wondered if he was alive or dead, and where he might be now. Gu Yunshu was also thinking about his father, especially after having a good meal. He missed him even more. He couldn't help but wipe his eyes with his little hand, tilting his head up, trying hard not to let his tears fall. When Gu Yundong turned around, she saw his head drooping as if it might fall off, which startled her. She quickly cleared her throat and said, "It's getting late. Let's rest early." She helped the three of them lie down on the bed and took out thin blankets from the backpack to cover them. This is what they brought from home. Yang kept it in the backpack she always carried, which contained not only the little girl Gu Yunka, but also a thin blanket, 2 sets of clothes, and a bamboo tube for water. Nothing else. Gu Yunshu lay down and realized her sister hadn't come up, so she quickly sat up and asked, "Sister, aren't you going to sleep?" "I slept a lot during the day, and now I can't." "You all go ahead and sleep."
Oh.
Gu Yunshu nodded and comfortably lay back down. After eating and drinking enough, they fell asleep quickly. Before long, the three of them were breathing steadily. Gu Yundong sat down nearby. She hadn't planned to sleep at all. In the apocalypse, when staying outside at night, one person must keep watch, or they would know when danger might strike. She had gotten used to this routine, and it was the same here. Thankfully, she was awake that night. Half an hour after Yang and the others fell asleep, she heard faint noises outside. Gu Yundong suddenly opened her eyes and walked into the yard. The yard wall wasn't very high, and there was a jar in the corner with a wooden board on top. Gu Yundong carefully stepped up, peeking over the wall. In the moonlight, she saw 2 tall men standing outside. One of them lowered his voice and said, "Be quiet. Don't wake them up." The other man rubbed his leg and replied, "How was I supposed to know there was a rock here? I just tripped." Gu Yundong narrowed her eyes slightly. That rock was placed by her earlier. Besides that rock, there was also a wooden bar across the door. Luckily, she had set those up, otherwise, she wouldn't have heard the noise so quickly. What were these 2 sneaky men up to? As she pondered, the 2 men turned slightly, revealing their faces. Gu Yundong's expression changed suddenly. She had inherited the original owner's memories. In those memories, she had seen those faces just that morning. At that time, before parting ways with the Gu family, Gu Dai accidentally bumped into one of them. Their fierce gazes were like wolves spotting prey, sending chills down her spine. Gu Dai kept apologizing, and after kicking him hard, the 2 men left. But before leaving, Gu Yundong clearly saw their malicious intent in their eyes. So, what were they doing here now? "All right, be careful and don't be clumsy," one of the men said quietly again. I know. Let's hurry." "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Gu Yundong let out a breath and carefully walked inside with the crossbow. After taking just 2 steps, she heard stumbling footsteps from within the room. Gu Yundong suddenly stopped, aiming her crossbow at the door. Soon, a man staggered out of the room, one hand covering his arm, blood seeping through his fingers. His face was filled with panic. When he reached the yard and tried to call for his companion, he turned around and saw that his friend was already lying on the ground, lifeless. Gu Yundong was surprised, her crossbow ready to fire. Before she could aim, another man walked out from the room. He was dressed in combat gear, his face serious, holding a sword with blood dripping from the tip. He immediately spotted Gu Yundong and, seeing the man on the ground, nodded to her, saying, "Thank you." Gu Yundong thought, so there were people in this house? And he seems to be quite skilled. The man turned back to face the intruder who had tried to attack them. The intruder knelt in despair, pleading, "Hero, spare me. I was foolish and didn't recognize the danger. I deserve to die. I'm just so hungry and desperate in this world." Before he could finish, the man suddenly raised his sword and pierced the intruder's neck. The intruder let out a brief scream before collapsing to the ground, silent. With 2 dangerous men dead, Gu Yundong did not dare to relax. Facing the man, she began to assess the situation. Just then, a small figure ran out from the house, looking about 5 or 6 years old. Uncle Gao, Brother Bai is awake. You should go inside. A soft voice called out as the small figure ran straight to the man's leg, looking up at him. Gao Feng quickly covered the child's eyes, preventing him from seeing the bodies on the ground. His previously cold demeanor changed instantly, his voice gentle as if he had transformed. Uncle Gao knows. You go inside first, and keep your sister from coming out. Tell Brother Bai I have some things to handle, and I'll be right there. Okay. The little boy nodded obediently, and Gao Feng turned him around, sending him back inside. He didn't even notice Gu Yundong standing in the yard. Gu Yundong's expression was one of shock. She realized she had made a mistake. The two troublemakers were not targeting her family of 4, but rather the 4 people in the yard who also had 2 small children. Yes, they had previously mentioned the cute little kids, while their own siblings were thin and frail, not at all matching the description of being cute and chubby. Gu Yundong quickly found her place. She put away her crossbow and said seriously to Gao Feng, "No need to thank me. I just happened to overhear their conversation and realized these 2 are not good people. It's outrageous that they would target 2 small children. Anyone with a conscience would not stand by, so I followed them hoping to help you." Gao Feng nodded slightly, unsure if he believed her, but he glanced at the crossbow in her hand. When he saw her hide it away, he politely looked away and said, "You have a good heart. These 2 truly deserve punishment. Since they are gone, shall we split what they had?" Gu Yundong had no qualms about taking things from the dead, especially in these times. Gao Feng looked displeased. "I don't need anything. You can take it all." Gu Yundong was just asking out of curiosity. It was clear he wasn't short on money. Once he agreed, she crouched down to search the 2 for money. Gao Feng turned back to the house, and Gu Yundong paused briefly before continuing to check their belongings. They had quite a bit: 5 taels of silver, a jade pendant, 2 daggers, and 3 small bags of sleeping powder, among other tools. Gu Yundong took the silver and the jade pendant, but left the daggers. After thinking for a moment, she decided to take the bags of sleeping powder as well. Just as she was about to leave, Gao Feng came out again, carrying a cloth bag. "Thank you for your help today. Here's some steamed buns and pancakes. Please accept them." Gu Yundong was surprised and looked at him. As she took the bag, she said, "This is too much. Honestly, even if I hadn't come, your skills would have been more than enough to handle them." Gao Feng's lips twitched. If your movements while taking the items weren't so smooth, that statement would be more convincing. "Please close the yard gate when you leave."
Sure.
Gu Yundong took her things and turned to leave. She didn't ask how he would handle the 2 bodies, nor did they exchange names. They were just 2 strangers meeting on the road during a time of hardship, and they likely wouldn't meet again. Gu Yundong returned to her small courtyard, holding a cold, steamed bun. She planned to heat it up tomorrow, which could serve as an extra meal for a few people. The 3 people on the Kong were still asleep, curled up together. Gu Yundong frowned. The temperature difference between day and night was significant now. It was very hot during the day, but at night, the temperature dropped suddenly by more than 10 degrees. They only had a thin blanket, which was too short to cover Yang's feet. Even with all their clothes piled on top, they were still very cold. No wonder they were shivering in their sleep. She instinctively thought of getting a thick blanket from her space, but remembered there were people next door, so she decided to be cautious. Instead, she gathered some firewood and lit a fire. Although this family had run out of food, there was a pile of dry wood by the wall, which was convenient for her. Once the fire was lit, the temperature in the room quickly rose. The 3 people who had been huddled together on the Kong finally felt more comfortable, their brows relaxing as they slept more soundly. Gu Yundong sat nearby, listening carefully. She didn't expect that just half an hour later, she heard some noise outside. She quickly stood up and stepped out of the house, standing on a jar to look outside. She saw a horse-drawn cart approaching, with Gao Feng from the next yard carrying a young boy into the cart. Noticing her gaze, Gao Feng looked up and nodded at her. "Sorry to disturb you, miss. Are you leaving?" "Yes, Gao Feng replied, then climbed into the cart. With a flick of the reins, the cart rolled away into the moonlight. Gu Yundong stayed on the jar until she could no longer see them. She returned inside, sat for a quarter of an hour, and then walked to the edge of the Kong to gently lift the little girl, Gu Yunkai, who was sleeping in the middle. The little girl felt fragile, as if she might break with just a little pressure. Gu Yundong was careful, holding her gently. Little sister, wake up." She moved a bit away from the Kong and gently shook her to wake her up. The little girl blinked, looking at her with a dazed expression. "Elder sister? Here, open your mouth and drink this."
Oh.
Gu Yunkai didn't ask any questions or even look closely at what was being offered. Trustingly, she opened her mouth and gulped it down. After a few sips, she paused in surprise. "It's sweet? If you like it, drink more." Gu Yundong held a bowl of milk she had taken from her space and warmed it over the fire before feeding it to Gu Yunk. The little girl was very weak. Even though she was already 3 years old, she could hardly walk steadily and spent most of the day sleeping. Gu Yunk was different from Gu Yinshu, who, being a boy, held a special place in the old man's heart and naturally ate more than Gu Yunk. Therefore, among the 4 of them, he was the healthiest. Gu Yundong had no experience caring for young children, but since she had milk in her space, it was the best thing she could think of to help provide nutrition. After drinking most of the bowl of milk, Gu Yunk couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp. Delicious. Gu Yundong put down the bowl and, seeing her squinting her little eyes in enjoyment, felt her heart soften. She spoke in a gentler tone, "Keep sleeping." She placed the little one in the middle, tucked in the blanket, and returned to sit by the fire. The little girl was still not fully awake, but soon fell back asleep. The whole room was quiet, and Gu Yundong couldn't help but look up at the wooden beams above her, suddenly enjoying the peaceful environment. It was so quiet, there were no more zombie sounds, and she didn't have to be on edge all the time. She even had family nearby, something she never dared to dream of in her previous life. It felt like a dream.
Dong dong.
Suddenly, she heard Yang's voice waking up. "You're awake?" Gu Yundong snapped back to reality, realizing that quite some time had passed. "It's time to get up." It was already early morning, around 4 o'clock, and the sun hadn't risen yet. However, Yang had developed a routine. Back home, she would wake up early to cook, feed the pigs, and clean the yard. Even during their escape, although her mind wasn't sharp and no one had her keep watch, her wake-up time didn't change much, even when they had to travel at night. Gu Yundong stood up to stretch her arms and legs, then handed a bag to her. "Here, this is for you." Yang looked into the bag, and her eyes lit up. "Buns?" "Sure." Gu Yundong glanced at the 2 sleeping children. Yang immediately covered her mouth and shook her head vigorously, looking quite adorable. Gu Yundong twitched her lips and said, "You eat something to fill your stomach first. The rest can be roasted over the fire for when they wake up. I'm going to sleep for a while. If you hear any sounds outside or if someone comes, you must wake me up, okay?" Yang was already awake, and she felt comfortable leaving her to watch over things. She needed to take the chance to sleep for a few hours, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to handle it. "Understood." Yang replied seriously, and Gu Yundong then lay down to sleep. After an unknown amount of time, she woke up feeling hot. As she squinted her eyes, she heard Gu Yunka's sweet little voice nearby. "Really, the sweet drink I had last night was so delicious." Gu Yundong didn't expect her to remember. She had been half asleep at the time and thought the girl wouldn't recall anything. She needed to come up with an excuse to distract the little girl. Before she could say anything, the girl sweetly asked, "Brother, what delicious food did you dream about last night?" "I didn't dream of anything, little sister. But if you dream of that sweet drink again tonight, can you share some with me? I want to visit your dream." Gu Yunshu said seriously, holding her little hand and sincerely asking. Gu Yunka nodded eagerly. "Okay, we can drink together." Yang wiped her mouth and said, "I want some too." "Yes, let's include Mom and Big Sister." It was really delicious. The little girl's eyes sparkled with joy. Perhaps it was because they had eaten well recently. She seemed much more energetic than yesterday. "It would be even better if I dreamed of meat." Gu Yindong thought, "You really have a big imagination." She rubbed her forehead and sat up. Hearing the movement, Gu Yunshu immediately came over. "Big sister, you're awake? What time is it?" "It's already the hour of the snake." Gu Yundong was surprised. It was past 9 o'clock. No wonder she felt hot even under a thin blanket. "Big sister, how did we end up with buns?" He had just eaten one, and it was so fragrant. "They were sent over by the people next door last night as a thank you for helping them a bit," Gu Yundong said, wiping her face. She told them to pack up. They needed to leave. It was a bit hot at this time, but there was no choice. She didn't feel comfortable leaving anyone else to keep watch, so she had to do it herself. Once Yang woke up, she could sleep, which meant they had less time to travel. Gu Yundong found a small backpack in the yard and put the bag of rice and steamed buns inside, covering it with a blanket. She actually stored it in a safe place to take out later when needed. This way, Yang's burden would be lighter. She continued to carry Gu Yunkai in the backpack. Gu Yunsu was still young and his bones were not fully developed, so it wasn't suitable for him to walk long distances. In a few days, when she regained her strength, she could carry her little sister, while Yang could carry her little brother for a while. The family of four set off again. Perhaps because they had food in their stomachs, their faces no longer showed the exhaustion from the previous day. Especially Gu Yunsu, who had looked hopeless yesterday, seemed much better now. They walked slowly, taking many breaks, and felt safe with food in hand. Gu Yundong chose to walk in less populated areas, as they were easy targets. Even so, those they encountered looked at them with greed. Gu Yundong held a dagger, intentionally smeared with blood. Anyone who dared to come close would see her fierce smile, which scared off many large men. There were some who were not afraid, but Gu Yundong showed no mercy. After a few days, they had not been robbed. Sometimes they slept outdoors, and during these times, Gu Yundong was especially cautious. After a few nights, Gu Yunsu noticed that his older sister stayed up to keep watch and didn't sleep. He felt both heartbroken and upset, insisting on taking turns with her. Gu Yundong firmly and coldly refused. She couldn't trust such a young child to keep watch. A child's sleepiness is hard to control, and even a short nap could lead to deep sleep. She would rather leave later and travel slower than take that risk. Life is precious. After a month of ups and downs, they finally arrived at Qing'an Prefecture. Qing'an Prefecture, finally a chance to rest. Gu Yundong looked up at the tall city gate, brushing her messy hair out of her face. She looked quite disheveled, dirty and unkempt. If one didn't look closely, it would be hard to tell if she was a boy or a girl. However, this helped her hide her face, which looked very different from others who were thin and pale. "Big sister, will Dad be inside?" Gu Yunsu asked quietly, holding her hand. Gu Yundong was getting more used to their touches now. She no longer felt like their soft little hands would break when they held them. At this moment, she calmly looked at the city wall and said, "Maybe. Dad must be inside." "I know," Gu Yunshu said, tightening his small hand with determination. "He promised us he wouldn't break his word." Gu Yundong looked down at his big head. Although the food had improved a bit this month, they couldn't afford to gain too much weight in a world where everyone was thin. Plus, the little guy was always worried they would run out of food, so he ate very little and still looked like he had a big head and a small body. Seeing his tightly pressed lips, Gu Yundong couldn't bring herself to dampen his spirits. Speaking of which, her father, Gu Dajiang, was truly a visionary. From the day they began fleeing, he had drawn a map of possible routes and explained them to the children. Whether it was her, the 3-year-old Gu Yunka, or even the completely confused Yang, he would repeatedly remind them, hoping that if they remembered even a little, it might come in handy. Many families were separated on the escape route, and you never knew when someone might end up alone. At that time, they would all meet again in Anqing Prefecture. His prediction came true, but the one who ended up alone was himself. Gu Yundong thought that Gu Dajiang was likely in serious trouble, but the other three held on to great hope, believing their capable father, husband, would surely be safe. Gu Yundong felt that holding onto a glimmer of hope was good. Unfortunately, communication and transportation were inconvenient now, making family reunions difficult. Let's go ask how to enter the city. The city gate was tightly shut, but there were many people outside, coming in groups. Some had even set up tents or thatched huts to stay in. However, looking around, everyone appeared pale and weak. Gu Yundong held her little brother's hand, and Yang carried Gu Yunka behind them. The four of them took a few steps forward and finally stopped in front of an elderly man who looked kind and had a bit of age. The old man's hands trembled as he sat on the ground, sighing repeatedly while looking at the city gate. "Sir, may I ask when the city gate will open and how we can enter the city?" The old man turned to look at her, then glanced at the people beside her. His cloudy eyes showed a hint of surprise, but he shook his head and sighed. "What city are you trying to enter? The city gate doesn't let anyone in. The kind people in the city stopped giving out porridge a few days ago, and the gate hasn't opened since. Want to get in?" He waved his hand. "Forget it. Just forget it." Gu Yundong frowned slightly. "Thank you." She straightened up and looked at the crowd, feeling that her hope of entering the city was slim. "Sister, sister." Suddenly, Gu Yunshu tugged at her sleeve and pointed in one direction. "Look over there. Who is that?" Following his finger, Gu Yundong saw a few familiar faces. After thinking for a moment, she recognized them. Gu Xiaoga's family. Old Gu had 4 sons and 2 daughters. Her father, Gu Dajiang, and Aunt Gu were born to the first wife, while the second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, and Gu Xiaoga were from the second wife, Zhao. Aunt Gu married into a neighboring village. Before the famine, Gu Dajiang had gone to find them, hoping they would leave together. However, Aunt Gu couldn't bear to leave her married daughter and planned to stay with her daughter and son-in-law. Gu Xiaoga married into a town where her husband's family was well off. They had a small shop in town and owned a donkey cart. With such conditions, she was even less willing to travel with her family, who could only walk. What if they needed the donkey cart on the way? What if they ran out of food and had to rely on them? Wouldn't that be a big loss for her? As for the fourth uncle, he was only 18 this year and not yet married. He was not favored by Zhao because he was born large and almost caused complications during birth, especially since she already had 2 sons. Instead, Gu Dajiang and Aunt Gu had always taken care of him, so he actually had a better relationship with them. After Gu Dajiang went missing during the famine, the fourth uncle took on the responsibility of caring for their family, which made Zhao dislike him even more. To avoid him causing trouble, Zhao and the others deliberately sent the fourth uncle away, seizing the chance to drive them off. So, only the second uncle and third uncle's family were present back then, and they didn't know what would happen when the fourth uncle returned. However, Gu Yundong couldn't think too much about it. She had to take care of Yang and her siblings, so she couldn't spare much energy for other thoughts. She hadn't expected to run into Gu Xiaogu at the city gate, but she didn't see the rest of the Gu family. Gu Xiaogu, whose given name is Gu Chiyue, felt the intense gaze and turned her head to look at them. Just one glance made her frown. She quickly looked around, perhaps not seeing the old man Gu and his group, and soon turned her head again, pretending not to recognize them. Gu Yundong scoffed softly. She didn't want to acknowledge her either. Instead, she thought about how to enter the city. However, while she wished for a peaceful separation, the other party had different intentions. Soon, a little girl approached, standing in front of them with her head held high, and said, "My mom said you should leave quickly and not embarrass yourselves here. With the way you look, there's no way you can get into the city." This little girl was Gu Chiyue's daughter, 7 years old. Living in town, she felt superior, especially in front of their family. Every time she visited the Gu family, she looked at them with disdain. She glanced at Gu Yundong and said, "But if you beg me, I might consider taking you with me. You would have to be my maid, serving me tea and water, and taking care of me. In return, I could give you half a coarse bun every day." The last part was clearly her own addition. She had long wanted a maid to follow her around. She had heard of people selling their children on the road, and they spoke so sweetly, saying they would be treated well. But her parents said it wasn't worth it to buy one now. They would buy her a maid when they reached the city. Now they were about to enter the city, and here was a ready-made opportunity. Gu Yundong looked at her smug expression and quietly took out the knife she had hidden in her sleeve. Come on, say what you just said again. I didn't quite hear you. Gu Yundong waved the knife, smiling at the little girl in front of her. The girl looked at the knife in terror, her face turning pale. She couldn't help but swallow hard. What do you want? I don't want anything. Don't be nervous. Just repeat what you said. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Before she could finish, the girl stepped back in fear, lost her balance, and fell down with a thud. Gu Yundong took a step closer, the knife glinting like a menacing creature. The little girl screamed, burst into tears, and scrambled to her feet, calling for her mother as she ran away, crying and stumbling. Gu Yundong shook her head. Her courage is like a mouse's. How could she have the nerve to ask me to be her maid? Big sister, what should we do? Gu Yunshu asked anxiously. What do you mean, what should we do? Fu Longji said it was our aunt who sent her to deliver the message. Our aunt is an elder. Gu Yundong raised an eyebrow and patted his small shoulder, saying seriously, do you think she sees you as a nephew? Every time we see her, she either scolds us or mocks us. She doesn't even treat our father as her brother, so what kind of elder is she? Didn't our father teach us to repay kindness with kindness and to repay resentment with justice? We should treat her the way she treats us. Yunshu, remember, we don't start trouble, but if someone bullies us, we can't just stand there and take it. Do you understand? Gu Yunshu nodded, somewhat confused, but after thinking for a moment, he understood. Our aunt doesn't act like an elder, and Fu Longji doesn't act like a younger relative to our parents. I know what to do now. Gu Yundong nodded in satisfaction, and then he clenched his small fist and said, next time she comes, I'll spit at her. Gu Yundong twitched her mouth and cleared her throat. Well, spitting is too rude. We can handle things in a more polite way. Gu Yunshu blinked. How can we be polite? Just then, Gu Qiuyu came over with Fu Longji, looking furious. Before they got close, she started shouting, Gu Yundong, you ungrateful thing. How dare you bully my Longji while your grandparents are away? I'll teach you some manners today so you don't embarrass the Gu family in the future. As Gu Qiuyu spoke, she swung her hand to slap Gu Yundong. However, halfway through, her hand stopped as she saw the dagger blocking her path. She shivered, unable to continue. Gu Yundong, do you know whose blood this is? Gu Yundong raised the dagger. The blood on this was bright red yesterday, but today it has darkened. The smell isn't too strong, but I think anyone with good eyesight can see it up close, right? What do you want to do? I don't want to do anything. I just find it amazing how many self-righteous fools there are in this world. I encountered 2 yesterday who not only tried to steal my things, but also wanted to sell my siblings. I took out the dagger and pointed it at someone's neck, and then... Gu Qiuyu screamed, looking at Gu Yundong as if she didn't recognize her. She took a breath. You are crazy. I am your aunt. In this world, even a biological son is worth less than half a bag of grain. What is an aunt worth? Gu Yundong said coldly, stepping closer to her. The dagger was getting closer too. Gu Qiuyu felt she could smell the blood on it and quickly stepped back several paces, tightening her grip on her daughter's hand, her heart racing. This is the city gate. Everyone is watching. If you commit a crime, you won't escape. I tell you, as long as you apologize to Longji and make amends, if she forgives you, we can forget about today. Gu Yundong looked around and saw quite a few people watching them, but their expressions were numb, just staring at the commotion. She thought Gu Qiuyu was too naive. Do you want to try? Or ask Fu Longji if she dares to let me apologize. When Fu Longji met her cold gaze, she immediately shook her head vigorously. Gu Qiuyu was furious and wanted to slap Gu Yundong hard. But she didn't dare. Gu Yundong's eyes were too frightening. In the end, she couldn't help but shout, I won't argue with you. You don't respect your elders, so I won't care about you anymore. When you want to enter the city, don't come to me for help. Crazy girl, you are just like your mother. Longji, let's go. They left in a hurry, stumbling as they went back. It wasn't until they had walked far away that Gu Qiuyu started to curse. You little brat, just wait. Do you really think I can't deal with you? Carrying 3 burdens. Let's see how long you can protect them. Don't give me a chance. I'll make you pay. I don't believe you can get through safely. Who knows how many men you've slept with. Fu Longji finally stopped crying, Mom. Why aren't they with Grandpa? They must have been kicked out, Gu Chiyue sneered, knowing her parents too well. Serves them right. As their figures gradually faded away, Gu Yundong put away the dagger and looked around at the people. She wasn't sure if it was the blood on her dagger or the unkindness in her eyes, but those who had been eager to approach her now hesitated. Gu Chiyue still had some effect after all. The little girl has it tough, the old man sighed after watching everything from start to finish. But now you have no relatives here to help you, so be careful. Do you think if I apologize or serve them tea, they will help us? Gu Yundong smiled, not taking it seriously. The old man paused for a moment. That's true. Gu Yundong had scared away her aunt and cousin, finally able to enjoy some peace, and began observing the large crowd of refugees outside the city gate. There were too many people. The road was completely blocked. They were moving slowly and had already reached the outskirts. Yet more refugees were still coming this way, endlessly. Gu Yundong glanced around and noticed small groups of people gathered not far away, her brow furrowing tightly. Something felt off. This was not right. Gu Yunshu grabbed her hand. Sister, has father already entered the city? I'm not sure. Let's ask around nearby first. Gu Yundong found a spot on the ground for them to sit and rest. Once the fatigue passed, she began to inquire about their father's whereabouts. She didn't dare leave Yang and the others behind, so she brought them along. The city gate was crowded with a mix of people. It was very difficult to find someone. Many looked at them with hungry eyes, as if ready to pounce and tear them apart. Gu Yundong felt tense and kept her dagger in hand. After walking through most of the refugee area with no luck, they hadn't found their father or even the old man. Gu Yunk, who was carrying a basket on her back, was already hungry, and after holding it in for a while, she finally peeked out. Sister, I'm hungry. Before Gu Yundong could respond, Gu Yunshu comforted her. Little sister, we don't have anything to eat, so we need to find father quickly. He might have food. Really? Gu Yunk swallowed hard, her eyes lighting up slightly. Gu Yunshu nodded firmly. Yes, so can you hold on a little longer? Their conversation was at a moderate volume, just enough for those nearby to hear. Gu Yundong raised an eyebrow in surprise, patted her little brother's head, and whispered, Good job. Of course, they still had food, but with so many eyes on them, taking it out would lead to trouble. She was also surprised that the little one would respond like that. Gu Yunshu felt a bit nervous. He was afraid of saying something wrong, and he had also lied to his sister. He didn't expect his older sister to praise him, which made him excited and stand up straight. I understand now. Throughout the journey, he watched how his sister dealt with unkind people. He wanted to help her but was afraid of making mistakes and causing trouble, so he just observed silently. Just now, he responded instinctively and was surprised that he got it right. Gu Yunshu felt happy inside and didn't feel any hardship or fatigue. As he continued to inquire about their father's whereabouts, he occasionally asked a few questions. Unfortunately, even as it was getting dark, he hadn't found any useful clues. Clearly, their father was either not coming to the city or hadn't arrived yet. The worst possibility was that he was no longer alive. The joyful expression on Gu Yunshu's face faded, and his mood became low. Beside him, Gu Yundong also looked serious. Something was indeed wrong. After walking around, he noticed that several young and strong men were gathering in small groups, their eyes shining with a certain kind of craziness that suggested they were desperate. This situation was dangerous. The family of four returned to their resting place, and the kind old man asked, Any news? Not yet. The old man sighed. It's so hard to find someone these days. But don't lose hope. You will find him.
Yes.
Gu Yundong set down Yang's backpack and took a moment to drink from a bamboo tube. She turned and handed the tube to Gu Yunshu. After hesitating for a moment, she said, Grandpa, it seems like things aren't safe here. I know. The old man replied with a bitter smile. The city gates are closed, and no one is coming out to help. More and more people are arriving, and everyone is running out of food. When people get desperate, they can become dangerous. Gu Yundong pressed her lips together. She had a feeling that in the next couple of days, the refugees would try to break into the city. When that happened, chaos would ensue. Grandpa, aren't you leaving? Gu Yundong had originally planned to find a way into the city, but now it seemed impossible. She might be able to protect herself alone, but Gu Yunshu and the others could not. It looked like she would have to wait outside the city gates for 2 days. If there was still no news of their father, they would have to leave. The old man looked up at the sky. I want to leave, but I ran out of food on the way here. A few days ago, I still had some porridge to eat.
Today.
I don't even know if my son can find any wild vegetables. If he can't, we'll just have to go hungry. It doesn't matter anymore. My old wife is gone, and I'm just an old man who won't live many more years. Whether it's chaotic or not, it doesn't really affect me. Gu Yundong then learned that the old man's family had escaped from their hometown, and along the way, his wife and daughter-in-law had starved to death while trying to save food for them. Now, only the old man, his son, and his 16-year-old grandson remained. Currently, both the son and grandson were out looking for food, but it was getting late, and they hadn't returned yet. It was uncertain whether they had found anything. Girl, if you can leave, then go. Don't be fooled by the many people waiting here to die. Most of them are hoping for chaos. If the city falls into disorder and the gates open, they might be able to enter and find something to eat instead of starving to death. When all hope seems lost, even knowing it could lead to danger, people still want to take the risk. Gu Yundong fell silent for a moment before leading Yang and the others to sit aside. After a while, she turned to Gu Yunshu, who looked confused, and softly said, Yunshu, let's wait one more day. No matter if we hear from Dad or not, we must leave. That is it because there will be fighting here? He had heard the old man's words.
Yes.
Gu Yunshu lowered his head, looking sad, and wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. After a while, he spoke with a choked voice. I'll listen to my sister. You're good. I know we are still young and can't run fast. If fighting breaks out, we might hold my sister back. So, let's wait until it's safe here before looking for Dad, okay? Gu Yunshu was very understanding. Gu Yundong had seen many unruly children, like Fulanji, who was older than Gu Yunshu but had a terrible personality. Seeing such a thoughtful and obedient child made Gu Yundong feel a mix of emotions, wanting to spoil him. This feeling was new to her, but during her time with the Gu family, it often surfaced in her heart. These 2 kids are something else. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yundong nodded. All right, big sister promises you. Gu Yunshu tried to smile. I'll grow up quickly. Big sister. Gu Yunka was still young and found the conversation too complicated. She tilted her little head and curiously asked, Are we not looking for Dad anymore? But I'm so hungry. Didn't they say that finding Dad meant they could eat? Gu Yundong pinched her little face. This little one was such a foodie, she could eat anything delicious. At night, her dreams were always filled with food. It's strange. When she was at the Gu family, the Zhao family never let her eat enough. How could she hold back from saying anything? Gu Yundong picked up another bamboo tube nearby, opened the lid, and brought it close to Gu Yunkai's small mouth, blocking others' view with her body. If you're hungry, just drink some water. Tomorrow, big sister will find something to eat, okay? Although she called it water, the bamboo tube actually contained thin rice porridge. There weren't many grains, but it was enough to fill their stomachs a little. She added sugar to the porridge, and the little girl smiled as she drank it. There wasn't much porridge in the bamboo tube. Each person could only have a couple of sips, but at least it filled their stomachs a bit. The sky had completely darkened, and Gu Yundong sat nearby as usual, keeping watch. There were too many people at the city gate, so she was even more cautious. At night, flickering lights illuminated the area, and there were many faint sounds. In the distance, a sorrowful cry could be heard. In this place, people still died of hunger and exhaustion every day, and robberies and fights happened frequently. No wonder it was chaotic. If the officials inside the city didn't find a way to solve the problems, small troubles would eventually lead to big disasters. Girl? Just then, a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears. Gu Yundong's expression tightened as she saw a staggering figure approaching. As it got closer, she recognized it was the elder who had spoken to her earlier. Gu Yundong quickly stood up. Sir, is there something you need?
Girl.
The elder lowered his voice as he got closer, speaking urgently. If you can leave, you should hurry. My son and grandson just returned with news that those people might act early tomorrow morning. I don't know what they will do, but you won't be able to escape with your younger siblings if you wait. Gu Yundong was taken aback. She had sensed that things might get chaotic in the next few days, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. What about you, sir? The elder sighed. My son said we shouldn't get involved in such matters. We should stay far away, and as for the future, we'll take it one step at a time. Now, you need to leave quickly. Don't delay. Gu Yundong nodded and crouched down to wake Yang. She asked Yang to carry Gu Yunshu while she took Gu Yunkai on her back. They didn't have much to carry. Most of their belongings were in the backpack, so they could leave quickly. Gu Yundong noticed that not far away, a few other families were quietly preparing to leave, likely having received the same news and wanting to avoid trouble. Yang was still a bit dazed, but she listened to her daughter and immediately followed when told to leave. A few people passed by where Mr. Yu was resting, and Gu Yundong saw his equally thin son and grandson. The two greeted her with a slight nod. Gu Yundong nodded back, but paused for a moment when she reached the spot where they had placed their bamboo basket before continuing on her way. Mr. Yu walked a few steps with them, saying, "This way is closer to Wonking Mansion. Be careful on your journey." "Take care too, sir," she replied, pausing again to add, "Check on the bamboo basket when you get back." Gu Yundong moved quietly, but walked quickly. However, she did not head towards Wonking Mansion, as Mr. Yu suggested. Once he was out of sight, she turned and walked towards the slightly farther Schwana Mansion. With the chaos here, many people would likely flee to Wonking Mansion, and the disorder might spread there. She had food with her, so she wouldn't starve on the way, and it was better to go somewhere safer. Schwana Mansion was her first choice for now. Mr. Yu waited until he could no longer see them before turning back. His son came over to help him sit down. "Is that the family you mentioned earlier? I really can't believe they could escape to this place. That girl is quite determined. I admire her spirit, just like your mother when she was young," Mr. Yu chuckled, wiping his eyes. "Let's go hide in the mountains."
Okay.
Mr. Yu's son helped his father while he went to carry the bamboo basket. Surprisingly, he couldn't lift it at first, and Mr. Yu's son was puzzled. "Strange. Why is this basket heavier?" "Heavier?" Mr. Yu suddenly stopped and hurried to his son's side, saying, "By the way, that girl mentioned I should check the bamboo basket before leaving. Can you take a look?" Mr. Yu's son exchanged glances with his father, set down the basket, and opened the cloth covering it. In the next moment, they discovered an unfamiliar cloth bag inside. Mr. Yu had a suspicion, pushed past his slow son, and quickly opened the bag to find it stuffed with sweet potatoes and potatoes. The three of them gasped in shock, and Mr. Yu quickly closed the bag, trembling as he pulled the original cloth back over it. "Dad," Mr. Yu's son swallowed hard. "Is this from that girl?" "Sure." Uncle Yu looked around to see if anyone was watching, and only then let out a small sigh of relief. "That girl is repaying my kindness for delivering the message. She knows how to distinguish between gratitude and resentment. We have accepted it, so let's keep it quiet and thank her later when we have the chance." The father and son nodded repeatedly, their eyes shining with excitement. "Dad, now that we have this, we can go to Wonking Mansion." "Yes, to Wonking Mansion," Uncle Yu said with a smile, no longer showing the earlier gloom. Although this would only last for 7 or 8 days, they would surely find food along the way to Wonking Mansion. The three quickly confirmed their route and set off in the direction of Wonking Mansion. However, they all had one question in their minds. When did that girl put the food in their bamboo basket? Gu Yundong and the Yu family left the city gate one after the other. Just as they left, a few sneaky men quietly arrived at the place where Gu Yundong had rested earlier. However, there was no one there now. After searching around, one of them grabbed a young man's collar and asked, "Where are they? Didn't you say your niece and nephew were here?" The young man, named Fu Ming and married to Gu Chiyue, looked frustrated. But when faced with the intimidating man, he quickly changed his tone. "Mr. Qian, I didn't lie to you. They really were here. My little niece is only 3, and my nephew is 5. They are both good-looking. If you take them back and train them well, they will surely help you earn money in the future. The older one is 13 and already grown up. Let's keep looking. They must be around here somewhere. Mr. Qian and his group were thugs from the city's entertainment district. They knew that many refugees were outside the city, and there were plenty of people willing to sell their children for just a few sweet potatoes. Mr. Qian had already found several good-looking boys and girls, which he planned to cultivate for future use. Fu Ming had listened to Gu Qiu's advice and thought about selling his niece and nephew to Mr. Qian, hoping to get his family into the city. His niece and nephew were both attractive, and 3 of them would be enough. Mr. Qian wanted clear backgrounds, preferably those who came from poor areas where no one would care if they disappeared. They didn't want any trouble later on. Wasn't Gu Yundong and her siblings just the right fit? What if Gu Yundong had a dagger? It wouldn't matter. Against Mr. Qian and his men, they would only be at their mercy. But now, where were they? Did they get word ahead of time? Just as she was thinking, Gu Qiumei hurriedly ran over. I saw Gu Yundong and the others heading that way. Quick, go chase them. When Gu Yundong and her group changed direction towards Xuanhe Mansion, they were spotted by Gu Qiumei. She immediately went to find her husband, Fu Ming, and Mr. Qian, pointing in the direction with urgency. Once she saw them chasing after, she smirked maliciously. I told you not to get too proud. How can a scrawny girl like you escape from Mr. Qian? Just wait. I'll make you come back and apologize. Humph. In fact, Gu Yundong hadn't gone very far. Carrying a child and being late at night, she was naturally moving slowly. Fortunately, there weren't many people on this road, mostly those heading to the closer Wanqing mansion. Those choosing this route were likely better off, as most had some form of transportation. Gu Yundong's group was the only one walking on foot. She thought she should check if there were any vehicles available in her space for future use. However, because of this, when she heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching from behind, her instinct was to tense up and cautiously lead Yang to hide behind a nearby dirt slope. Just as they hid, Mr. Qian and Fu Ming arrived. Under the moonlight, 5 shadowy figures were moving, and they seemed to be men. Gu Yundong instantly held her breath. The next moment, she heard one of the men's impatient voice. Didn't you say there were shadows ahead? Where are they? There's nothing here. Don't worry, Mr. Qian. I didn't see wrong. They must have hidden upon hearing our footsteps. Think about it, there are only 4 of them, and with 2 babies, they can't move fast. Qiumei also said they just left not long ago, so they must be nearby. We'll find them soon. Humph. You better find your nephews and nieces, or I'll take your daughter as a substitute. Don't worry, Mr. Qian. I guarantee they won't escape. Gu Yundong initially thought Fu Ming's voice sounded familiar, but couldn't place it until she heard the name Qiumei. Suddenly, she remembered. This was her brother-in-law's voice. It turned out this couple was not good people. They had failed to cause trouble before and now returned with help. This Mr. Qian. Gu Yundong had heard about him. While she was looking for Gu Dajiang during the day, she also gathered various news from the area. She knew there was a man named Mr. Qian at the city gate who could exchange food for pretty children, regardless of gender. If he took a liking to someone, he could even find a way to get them into the city. Mr. Qian had quite a reputation and was known for his cruel methods. It was said that a child who tried to escape was tortured to death in front of everyone. Anyone who disobeyed him would receive lashes until they begged for mercy. He didn't just torment the body. He also aimed to destroy the spirit and dignity of his victims. Gu Qiumei and Fu Ming were planning to sell their siblings to such a person? Gu Yundong's face turned pale. This couple truly was a perfect match. No wonder they got along so well. In that case, she couldn't blame herself. Gu Yundong lowered her voice and said to Yang and the now awake Gu Yansu, "You two stay hidden here. No matter what happens, don't come out or make any noise." Yang and Gu Yansu had developed a habit of obeying along the way and immediately nodded in response. Meanwhile, Mr. Qian waved to a few of his subordinates. Go, look around the area. As soon as Mr. Qian finished speaking, Gu Yundong quietly circled around to reveal herself from another direction. Are you Qian-san? Mr. Qian was taken aback and looked at the girl who spoke. Fu Ming's eyes lit up with excitement as he said, Mr. Qian, this is my niece. But the next moment, he frowned and asked curiously Yundong, where are your siblings? Aunt-in-law. Don't interrupt. I need to confirm his identity first. Gu Yundong then looked at Mr. Qian. Are you Qian-san? Fu Ming was confused, wondering what identity she was talking about. Mr. Qian didn't quite understand her meaning either. So what if I am? That's good. Gu Yundong nodded and quickly moved to Fu Ming's side, pulling him back a couple of steps. Aunt-in-law, your task is done. Stay back to avoid getting hurt. This was completely baffling to Fu Ming. Wait, Yundong, what are you talking about? Why are you pulling me? Don't worry, Aunt-in-law, I won't take your credit. You brought Qian-san and his men here, so you deserve the most credit and the largest share of food. I know what I'm doing. Just step back, or what if you get hurt by a blade? Bring? This made Mr. Qian cautious, and he looked at Fu Ming, realizing that Fu Ming was now 2 meters away from him. Fu Ming, what do you mean? Why did you bring us here? Gu Yundong took a big step back, trying to appear bold and fearless as she laughed at Qian-san. You don't know. Do you, Qian-san? You've been tricked, haha. You caused the death of Uncle Wang's daughter, and now they are here for revenge. He brought people to ambush you, and as long as my uncle leads you here, he will give us a bag of food and promise to help us enter the city. Qian-san's expression changed dramatically. Although he didn't know who Uncle Wang was, he had indeed caused the deaths of many people. Fu Ming, you're asking for trouble. He didn't even bother to determine if Gu Yundong's words were true and immediately waved to his 3 subordinates. Capture them. Gu Yundong turned and ran, calling out to a dark corner, Uncle Wang, hurry up. At her shout, Qian-san and his men instinctively stopped and turned to look for the so-called Uncle Wang. A smirk appeared on Gu Yundong's lips. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly turned around and shot the hidden crossbow arrow from her sleeve, hitting Qian-san right in the forehead. Ugh! Qian-san grunted and fell straight back. Ah! Fu Ming screamed, shocked to see the lifeless Qian-san on the ground, eyes wide open, too scared to breathe. The others were stunned as well, and in the next moment, another crossbow arrow shot out, but this time it missed. However, this was enough to frighten the other 3 thugs into a panic, especially seeing their leader dead with his eyes still open. They immediately forgot everything and scrambled to escape. Fu Ming yelled and ran after them, no longer thinking about capturing Gu Yundong. Gu Yundong smirked, and when she heard their footsteps fade away, she picked up the crossbow arrow from the ground. Its position was poor, so it could only serve as a deterrent. She didn't need to worry about Fu Ming's family. With Qian-san dead, his 3 subordinates wouldn't spare them. Gu Yundong sneered and began to search Qian-san's belongings. He didn't have much, but she found a money pouch with 20 taels of silver inside. Perfect, it's mine now. Satisfied, she tucked it away and, as she stood up, she heard a commotion at the city gate with shouts and sounds of fighting. As expected, a fight had broken out. Gu Yundong returned to the hiding place where Yang and the others were, picked up the basket from the ground, and said, Let's go. There will be more people soon. The fighting at the city gate had started, and those who didn't want to get involved would surely leave. Gu Yunka had already woken up. The little girl rubbed her eyes and said in a soft voice, Sister, I'm hungry. Gu Yundong sighed and took out a few small rice balls from the bag, giving one to her in each hand. She also handed a few to Gu Yunshu and Yang, then ate 2 herself. These rice balls were made earlier that morning, filled with a bit of pickled vegetables. The pickles added some oil and salt, making the rice balls tasty and perfect for filling their stomachs on the journey. It was difficult to take them out earlier at the crowded city gate, but now they were just right for a snack. After eating, Gu Yundong led the 3 of them on their way. On the road to Schwana Mansion, it was indeed much calmer than the previous stretch. There were still people fleeing, but their spirits were noticeably different. Most people had ox carts, donkey carts, or horse-drawn carts, and they hardly encountered anyone traveling with them. Naturally, no one would approach Gu Yundong and her group, who looked obviously poor and without food. After walking for a few days, Gu Yundong finally found a cart in her space. She had seen this cart in a small village during the apocalypse, where it was piled with bags of corn. She had taken both the corn and the cart into her space. Later, she unloaded the corn, but the cart had been left in the corner, and now it was just what she needed. Fortunately, the cart had wooden wheels, which wouldn't attract too much attention. Gu Yundong found an opportunity and said to Yang, "You all rest here for a bit. I'll go over there for a moment." She ran into some tall grass, and when she came out, she was pulling a cart behind her. Gu Yunshu was stunned. "Sister, where did this come from?" "I found it in the grass over there. Someone might have left it behind," Gu Yundong explained to the curious Gu Yunka and Yang. "Come on, let's see if I can pull you all." The cart was quite long, and if people sat a bit further back, it would feel much lighter for the person pulling it. Plus, they were on a well-maintained official road, making it easier to travel. Yang carefully lifted Gu Yunshu and Gu Yunka onto the cart. After some hesitation, she climbed on herself, feeling both curious and cautious. Gu Yundong, having some strength, pressed down on the front of the cart, grabbed the handles, and started moving forward. At first, it was a bit challenging, but gradually it required less effort and the wheels rolled forward with ease. Gu Yunshu happily twisted her body and said, "That's great. With this cart, Mother and my older sister won't have to carry me and my little sister anymore." "I can lie down," Gu Yunk said. Although she was small, she had always been cramped in the backpack, which was very uncomfortable. Yang sure touched the railings on both sides of the cart. The back also had a barrier, so they wouldn't fall off. Gu Yundong turned to look at the three of them, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. With the cart, they were indeed moving much faster. Gu Yundong and Yang sure took turns pulling it. After Gu Yundong kept watch at night, she could sleep on the cart during the day, saving a lot of time. As a result, when they arrived at the city gate of Xuanhe Mansion, it was surprisingly less than a month later, which greatly exceeded Gu Yundong's expectations. There were quite a few people outside the city gate of Xuanhe Mansion, but unlike the previous Qing'an Mansion, the people here seemed to be in much better condition. Not far away, there were 2 tents where servants from wealthy families in the city were distributing porridge. To avoid standing out too much, Gu Yundong settled Yang Shi and the others nearby and went to get 2 bowls of porridge while also asking about the situation here. An older woman told her, "If you want to enter the city, it's not easy. I heard the governor is worried that too many refugees will cause chaos, so there are conditions to enter." "What conditions?" A girl around her age looked her up and down and scoffed, "It won't matter what I say. You definitely won't meet the requirements looking like that." Ignoring her, Gu Yundong asked the older woman, "Please tell me." "They say you need a household registration certificate to enter the city, and each person must pay 5 taels of silver." 5 taels? That's a lot of money. If it's 5 taels per person, that would be 20 taels for the 4 of us. They did have the household registration certificate. Her father, Gu Dajiang, had insisted they carry it with them. Seeing her shocked expression, the girl laughed. "Told you it wouldn't help. You look worse off than me. If you have 5 copper coins, you're lucky. You might as well wait here for someone kind to give you food instead of making a fuss." Gu Yundong suddenly turned to her. "What's your problem? No one is paying attention to you, yet you keep trying to get noticed. Do I know you well?"
You.
Gu Yundong turned and walked away, leaving the girl furious. "What are you so arrogant about? Just wait. If you can't get into the city, you'll have to spend the night here." Gu Yundong had already reached the 3 members of the Yang family and handed them the porridge. "Drink this first. We will enter the city soon." The 4 of them obediently finished 2 bowls of porridge, while the people distributing it were packing up to head into the city. Once the entrance was a bit quieter, she stood up, pulled the cart, and took the 3 of them to the city gate. Many soldiers stood at the gate, looking serious and ready, their weapons glinting in the light. Gu Yundong had been observing and noticed a young soldier on the left who had a friendly attitude. He had even helped the porridge distributors when they entered the city. She walked directly up to him and handed over her household registration document. Her actions quickly attracted the attention of other refugees lingering at the gate, especially a girl who had been mocking her earlier, who scoffed at the scene. The soldier looked surprised as he examined Gu Yundong, taking in her clothing and expression, then glanced at her document before asking, "Do you know the rules for entering the city? Is it 5 taels per person?" She replied. The soldier nodded. "You have 4 people, so that's a total of 20 taels." "I have it." Gu Yundong thought gratefully of Qian San, who had kindly given her 20 taels. With the 5 taels she had collected earlier, she should be able to manage for a few days until she found a way to earn money. Watching Gu Yundong pull out 20 taels surprised the soldier, who looked at her with renewed interest. The girl behind them wore an expression of disbelief. Wasn't she supposed to be poor? Why did she have so much money? Gu Yundong felt a pang in her heart. 20 taels was a huge amount for her right now. Just to enter the city, she had to hand it all over. It felt like robbery. The soldier took the money and looked at her again. "Follow me," he said, turning to lead her to the registration area. Once everything was settled and Gu Yundong stood inside the city gate, she let out a slow breath. The 3 members of the Yang family beside her mimicked her and exhaled in relief, their expressions identical, which made the soldier standing nearby chuckle. When Gu Yundong glanced over, he cleared his throat and reminded her, "Once you're in the city, remember to keep a low profile and avoid conflicts. There are many refugees in the city now, and if there is trouble, they will definitely arrest you first. It's just how things are." He wasn't really a soldier. His surname was Nye, and the governor was his uncle. For certain reasons, he was temporarily assigned to guard the city gate for a couple of days. Recently, the governor received news that there was a riot in Qing'an Prefecture, where refugees broke into the city, causing chaos and even harming officials. He requested reinforcements from their side. Commander Zhao personally led troops to quell the unrest in Qing'an Prefecture, and this news spread quickly in their area, causing the townspeople to have no good feelings towards the refugees. To manage the situation, the governor set a rule that only one person could enter the city with 5 taels of silver. This way, not all refugees would be kept out, giving some hope, while also filtering out those who would burden the city. He also encouraged wealthy families in the city to go outside and distribute food to calm people's fears. This approach was quite effective. The people outside seemed to understand, staying calm and not causing trouble, which didn't add much burden to the city. Gu Yundong nodded in response. She wouldn't cause trouble herself, but if others saw them as easy targets, that wasn't her fault. However, she wasn't very familiar with the city yet. The soldier seemed friendly, so she asked, "Do you know which inn in the city is cheap and safe?" Nyet Song looked at her oddly. Did she really want to stay at an inn? Did she still have money? It was hard to tell. But you can forget about inns. Even the most remote places are probably full now. Are there any houses for rent? Nyet Song laughed. There are definitely some, but there was a recent incident where a refugee harmed someone, so everyone is quite wary. So, Gu Yundong understood. They wouldn't rent to refugees like her. That was a problem. She thought entering the city would finally give them a place to rest, but now they couldn't even find a spot to stay, making it worse than being outside. Gu Yunshu and Gu Yunke looked up at her, both little ones appearing quite worried. Nyet Song didn't know why, but seeing their expressions made him want to laugh. After hesitating for a while, he finally said, "If you're really looking for a place to stay, I do have a suggestion. My distant aunt has a room available. She lives alone, and since you don't have any adult men with you, it would be convenient. The rent is a bit high, and you would need to leave your household registration as a deposit with me. What do you think?" Gu Yundong's eyes lit up. Yes, why not? Moreover, they were small and weak, and it was hard to find a safe place to live. A complicated household might not be safe, especially if there was an adult man in the landlord's family. She also worried that Yang Shi might be bullied. "How much is the rent?" 3 coins a month. Wow. Gu Yundong gasped. 3 coins for 1 room? Were the people in this city all robbers? Nyet Song knew the rent was a bit high. Normally, it would be around 1 coin, but these were unusual times. There's no other choice. If it weren't for the fact that you don't have an adult man, I wouldn't be involved. I have to think about my aunt too. I can't let her be in danger, right? The rent is a bit high, but the location is good, close to my home and convenient for going out, Nyet Song said. And you can be assured that if we finalize this, I can take you directly to the government office to sign the lease. I won't cheat you. Gu Yundong didn't doubt that he would cheat her. His details showed his character. Although Niet Song looked young, he behaved with great poise, clearly raised with good manners. He wore a soldier's uniform, but his shoes were different from those of regular soldiers, indicating he came from a wealthy family. Especially when she registered, she had heard the clerk call him Young Master Nia.
So,
Let's go to the government office to sign the lease. Normally, a lease didn't require a visit to the government office. It wasn't a transfer of ownership. This was clearly Niet Song's way of reassuring her. Okay, wait a moment while I take care of something. After Niet Song finished his task, he led Gu Yundong and her family of 4 toward the government office. Along the way, he learned about Gu Yundong's background, knowing her father was missing and that she had been driven out by her grandparents and uncles. He learned she had very little money and had been helping others on her journey, receiving kindness in return. He felt sympathy for her. Gu Yundong also subtly gathered information about Niet Song's background, feeling more at ease. She thought it was important to befriend someone like him. He would surely be helpful in the future. 3 coins should not be spent in vain. When they reached the government office, Niet Song asked Gu Yundong to leave the cart outside. Yes, Gu Yundong had been dragging the cart all the way here, and it wasn't cheap. Fortunately, there was a designated parking area outside the government office, and no one dared to steal it. Gu Yundong held Gu Yunk, while Yang held Gu Yunshu, and they followed Niet Song inside. The rental agreement was quickly written and stamped. Niet Song then led them out, intending to take them to his cousin's house. Despite being busy with many things, Gu Yundong realized that Niet Song must have another purpose. She directly asked at the entrance, "Young Master Nia, if you need my help, please just say so." Niet Song was taken aback and felt a bit embarrassed. "Did you notice? If you wait until everything is done to tell me, aren't you afraid I might refuse?" "Haha, it's not really a big deal." "Really? It's just..." Before he could finish, loud noises suddenly came from nearby. Gu Yundong and the others instinctively looked over and saw 2 constables dragging a person, who boldly kicked one of them down. Gu Yundong looked at him in surprise, and their eyes met, causing her to narrow her eyes. This person gave him a sense of familiarity. Gu Yundong furrowed her brow slightly, then realized. Yes, this person resembled her past self during the apocalypse, indifferent to everything, with a vacant gaze, as if nothing in the world could move her anymore, just living day by day. But that was due to the hopelessness of her own existence. What about this man? Before she could think too much, the constable who had been kicked down got back up and quickly drew his sword, ready to strike at the man. The cold blade made Gu Yundong's little girl cling tightly to her neck, burying her head in her embrace. Seeing this, Niet Song thought she was scared and immediately shouted, "Stop." The constable hesitated, then turned to see him and quickly approached with a smile. "Young Master Nia, it's you. What are you doing? Fighting and causing trouble right at the entrance?" The constable immediately explained with righteous indignation, Young Master Nia, I didn't want to fight. This person is a serious criminal and resisted arrest. He even dared to kick me just now." "What did he do?" Someone reported that this man is the leader of the troublemakers from the refugee camp in Qing'an Prefecture. "We brought him back for questioning." Niet Song was stunned. There was a riot in the Qing'an Prefecture, and Commander Zhao led troops to help suppress it. It was said that the leader who broke into the local government office and killed the governor had not been caught and likely escaped to a nearby city. Recently, their Shuana Prefecture had also been on high alert, patrolling day and night, fearing that this person might cause trouble there. However, from what he understood, the leader was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, while the person in front of him looked like a boy under 20. Sure enough, the boy expressionlessly denied it. "It's not me." The constable scoffed. "Not you? Look at the picture on this wanted notice. This is you." He held up a paper with a drawing of a person, almost pushing it into the boy's face. Niet Song took a look and couldn't help but sigh quietly. Gu Yundong glanced at it and twitched his lips in disbelief. The character drawings from this era were too abstract. It was unlikely that someone could be caught based on such a wanted notice. But even if the drawing was somewhat lifelike, it was still miles away from the boy in front of him. These two constables were clearly lying and were just trying to pick on the boy. Gu Yundong knew that many constables nowadays relied on extortion to get by, but being so blatant about it was disheartening. Niet Song frowned, glanced at the boy, and threw the wanted notice at the constable's face. How does this look like him? Let him go quickly. If you keep arresting people randomly like this, you'll let the real criminal go free. The constable was somewhat unwilling. But we received a report. Whoever reported it, you believe them. I think the one who should be arrested is the person who reported it. To come to the government office and waste time with false reports is simply despicable. Let him go immediately. Niet Song's status clearly intimidated the two constables. After exchanging glances, they reluctantly untied the boy. Go on, hurry up. The boy pressed his lips together, glanced at Niet Song, and turned to leave. He had hardly spoken the entire time and didn't even say thank you in the end. Niet Song thought the boy was strange and felt a hint of regret for not asking anything before letting him go. He might have been a dangerous person after all. But the boy was already far away, and it was too late to say anything now. Shaking his head, he put on a smile and said to Gu Yundong and the others, let's go. I'll take you there.
Okay.
Gu Yundong pulled the cart again and followed Niet Song, continuing the conversation that had been interrupted earlier. You asked me for a small favor. What is it? Ahem. When it came to this, Niet Song couldn't help but clear his throat. Well, my cousin really likes children, especially good-looking ones. Seeing Gu Yundong frown, as if she misunderstood, he quickly got to the point. I want her younger siblings to chat with my cousin when they have time. Gu Yundong found it hard to understand his reasoning. That's it? Actually, my cousin can be quite chatty. She won't stop talking for at least half an hour.
Nikon sighed.
There are many kids nearby, but you know how 4 or 5-year-olds are. They don't have the patience to listen. Over time, they avoid her. That was indeed quite chatty. Gu Yundong looked down at her younger siblings walking beside her. Well, it's just chatting. It shouldn't be a problem. So, she nodded decisively. No problem.
Nikon immediately smiled.
Don't worry, my cousin is a nice person. A nice person, but rent is still so expensive. If chatting could lower the rent, that would be great. As they chatted, they turned into a nearby alley and soon stopped in front of a house. Niet Song pushed the door open and went inside, while Gu Yundong waited at the door with her siblings. This was when Gu Yunshu found an opportunity to tug at his sister's sleeve and quietly asked, Sister, do I have to chat with her? What should I say?
You can listen to what she says.
Gu Yundong squatted down and took out a cloth to wipe his face, making sure he looked presentable since they were at someone else's door. After you listen, you can tell me what she said. Of course, you can also ask her questions, any questions. Gu Yundong wasn't very familiar with the local area, so meeting a chatty local lady was the best source of information. She could learn what to pay attention to and what to ignore. Gu Yunshu nodded, somewhat understanding. Meanwhile, Gu Yunk had already leaned over with her little head. Sister, I want to wipe my face too. You little vain girl. Gu Yundong poked her little nose. You also need to chat with your brother and the lady, okay? I'll stay with you, sister. She preferred her sister and didn't want to chat with her brother. If you're good, I'll make you something delicious later. Gu Yunk immediately grabbed Gu Yunshu's hand. I'll be good. Gu Yundong felt that one day she would be taken away by someone using food, as her stance was too weak. Just as she thought this, she suddenly heard a commotion coming from the alley. Not knowing what was happening, she quickly asked Yang to take the two little ones inside, while she cautiously walked toward the alley after closing the door. At the alley entrance, there was a big tree surrounded by a crowd of people pointing and talking about something in the middle. She stood on a stone to get a better look and was stunned. Wasn't that the boy she saw earlier at the government office?
He was.
Tying someone up? The boy held a rope in one hand and was grabbing a middle-aged man who was shouting angrily. The rope was wrapped around the man's waist. The man struggled a few times but couldn't break free, cursing even more. You little brat, you scoundrel. Let me go, or I'll break your legs. How dare you act tough in this city? You won't even know how you die. Remember this, let me go. Halfway through tying him up, the boy suddenly punched the man in the stomach.
Ugh.
The middle-aged man groaned in pain, bending over with a flushed face, unable to finish his sentence. "You brat." Gu Yundong thought the man deserved it. He still couldn't see the situation clearly at such a time. Someone nearby, curious about what was happening, asked for details. A bystander seemed to know the inside story and whispered, "This is also what Manager Pan deserves. He is stingy and holds grudges. Recently, his shop needed repairs, and he hired this boy to help. But many job seekers came looking for work, willing to work for just a meal. Manager Pan wanted to get rid of this boy to hire the job seekers instead. If he wanted to let someone go, he should at least settle their previous wages, right? What does Manager Pan want to avoid paying? Not just that. He even made excuses saying the boy didn't work well and wanted compensation. But this boy wasn't easy to bully and force Manager Pan to pay up. Yet, before the boy could leave, Manager Pan reported him to the authorities, claiming he was the leader of the recent riots in Anqing and had him arrested. Really? That's so wrong. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. Who doesn't know what kind of people those officers are? Being caught could lead to serious trouble. Isn't it just wrong? This guy is lucky. He was brought back by the constables and released shortly after. Isn't he going to settle the score with Manager Pan? Just as this was said, the young man had already tied up Manager Pan. He threw one end of the rope up to wrap around a tree branch and pulled it down tightly.
Ah!
Manager Pan screamed like a pig being slaughtered, swinging in midair. Below him was a hard stone slab. If the rope broke and he fell, how could his old body handle it? He finally started to beg for mercy. "Young man, I was wrong. Please let me down. I feel dizzy. If you want money, I can give you 10 copper coins. Just let me down, and I'll give them to you."
Ha!
Someone laughed, enjoying the scene. What a generous offer, 10 copper coins. He just had a visit to the government office. Manager Pan's face turned pale, but in his position, he couldn't see who was speaking. The young man ignored him completely, raising Manager Pan 2 meters high before stopping. He wrapped the rope around the branch tightly and then clapped his hands, seemingly pleased with his work. The onlookers were pointing and whispering even more. It seemed that Manager Pan was not well liked, as no one stepped forward to help him or even spoke up for him. Manager Pan felt he had lost all his dignity today. Just wait. When he got down, he would make sure to break someone's legs. However, he soon realized he might not get that chance. While Manager Pan was scheming about how to deal with others, 2 constables approached, those who had captured the young man earlier. Seeing the young man standing under the tree, one of them got angry. What a coincidence. He hadn't settled the score for that kick yet, and with young Master Nia not around, who would dare speak for him? The constable stepped forward to cause trouble, but the other one pulled him back. He pointed to Gu Yundong, standing not far away, and shook his head slightly. The constable quickly recognized her as the one who had been with young Master Nia. With her here, young Master Nia might be nearby too. He held back and didn't look at the young man again. Instead, the young man noticed their actions and saw Gu Yundong. His gaze was cold, maintaining a very indifferent attitude. The 2 constables then focused on Manager Pan, who was dangling in the air. Watching his short, plump body flailing around was as amusing as a turtle turned upside down, and they couldn't help but laugh. "So, you're Pan Fu?" Pan Fu slightly raised his head and saw the clothes they were wearing. He immediately felt relieved and hurriedly said, "Officer, help me. He wants to kill me, he wants to." "Are you Pan Fu?" The officer interrupted impatiently. Pan Fu was taken aback and nodded. Yes, I am Pan Fu. You're the one who reported a false case at the office, delaying us from catching the real criminal? Do you know how serious the consequences of your actions are? You have a lot of nerve thinking you can use the government office for your personal vendetta." Pan Fu was frightened and turned pale, trembling as he stammered, "No, I didn't. Officers, I really didn't report a false case. Wangda from the office is my cousin. He can prove that what I'm saying is true." "What cousin? Whether you reported a false case or not, come with us to the office. What does a lowly worker like Wangda know to be a support?" The officer sneered and stepped forward to cut the rope. Pan Fu fell hard onto the stone floor, his face contorting in pain. Before he could recover, the two officers were already pulling him by the arms. The onlookers were silent until the crowd dispersed, then they began to whisper among themselves. Pan Fu is finished. He deserves it. He knew that if that young man was convicted, he would face a terrible fate, yet he still maliciously framed him. Gu Yundong instinctively turned to look for the young man and saw that he had already disappeared into the crowd. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Gu Yundong turned and saw Niet Song approaching. What happened here? Gu Yundong recounted the situation, and Niet Song raised an eyebrow in surprise. That kid is vengeful but too reckless. If those two officers hadn't taken Pan Fu away, Pan Fu definitely wouldn't have let him go. Shaking his head, he changed the subject and said, My cousin has agreed to rent for a month, with an advance of 3 taels of silver. The West Wing is empty. You can stay there, but you'll need to handle your own meals. You can use the things in the house, but don't break anything. Gu Yundong nodded. After paying the 3 taels, she only had 2 left. She was poor and needed to make money quickly. But with so many beggars in the city, how could she earn it? Suddenly, she looked at Niet Song beside her, her eyes flashing with a glimmer of inspiration. Niet Song felt uneasy under her gaze, as if he was being watched. Sure enough, Gu Yundong stopped and asked him, Are you eager to catch the criminal who is causing trouble in Onqing? Of course, Niet Song replied, his expression turning serious. This person is not a refugee. He is a thief pretending to be one, deliberately inciting the people to storm the city gates, taking the opportunity to kill and rob. He is extremely dangerous. After escaping, he reportedly harmed nearby villages and is likely heading to our Xuanhe. If we don't catch him soon, more people may suffer. Gu Yundong was not a chivalrous hero like Niet Song, and she didn't have such strong feelings about eliminating evil. Right now, she was only focused on her own small family and wanted to earn some money. So she calmly said, If I help you catch the criminal, will there be a reward? Niet Song was taken aback. Help? What can you do? A reward. Niet Song's mouth twitched slightly. Yes. How much? That depends on how much help you can provide. Niet Song was a bit suspicious, thinking that since she had also fled, maybe she had seen the person or knew where he had been. But Gu Yundong quickly dismissed his thoughts. Surely someone in your office has seen the criminal? Yes, there was a soldier who encountered him while assisting Commander Zhao in Qing'an, but unfortunately, he escaped. Then bring a soldier who has seen him to describe what the criminal looks like, and I can help you draw a picture. Niet Song immediately lost interest, thinking it was just about drawing a portrait. They had already posted many wanted notices at the city gate, created by the best artists based on descriptions. They didn't need her to draw. Seeing his expression, Gu Yundong understood what he was thinking. She raised an eyebrow and said, Honestly, do you think that with just the portraits on your wanted notices, you could recognize him if he stood right in front of you? I know you don't rely solely on the pictures to catch criminals, but you saw how that young man was captured today. It's clear that more than just Manager Pan might want to settle personal scores and file false reports. Later, they could easily claim, This person looks similar to the portrait, which would only create confusion and waste your time and effort. Trust me, I can help you save half the work. Niet Song felt that what she said was not right. Ordinary people are afraid of going to the government office, and those like Manager Pan who are unaware of their own limitations and think they have support are very few. However, he also thought that there was some truth in her words. Even if it's rare, it does exist, right? After thinking for a moment and seeing her confident expression, Niet Song cautiously said, If you want to try, go ahead. But we can't go to the government office. Let's draw it out privately first. If it doesn't work, we can just forget about it. Okay. Niet Song didn't want to bother his cousin, so they decided to go to a nearby tea house instead. Gu Yundong was worried about Yang and the others, so she wanted to meet Niet Song's cousin first. Thus, the two returned to the small courtyard. As they entered, they overheard Niet Song's cousin talking to Yang. Do you all need to wash up first? Looking so messy, anyone would think we had beggars in our house. Do you have clean clothes? If not, I can borrow some from next door, but you have to promise not to tear them, or you'll have to pay for them. Oh dear, you two little cuties. Gu Yundong began to believe Nyetsong's words. His cousin really was quite chatty. Nyetsong's cousin, surnamed Ko, had grown up with her childhood friend, but unfortunately, he passed away from illness less than a year after they married. Without children and not remarrying, she lived alone in the house they had shared. Perhaps because it was too quiet around her, she especially enjoyed talking to children. When others suggested she adopt a child, she refused, saying she preferred her freedom. The house in front of them was not large. Cousin Ko lived in one room, while the west wing was for them to stay in temporarily. The central hall was quite spacious, and next to the west wing was a kitchen. The restroom was behind the storage room, and there was a small well in the yard, which was convenient. At that moment, Cousin Ko pointed to the well and instructed Yang, "Draw water yourself. Be careful not to splash it all over the yard. The kitchen is over there, and the bucket is inside. What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Yang couldn't help but step back with the two children. She didn't know Cousin Ko and found her speech rapid and overwhelming. She struggled to understand, let alone take action. Just as she was wondering whether to run away quickly, she saw Gu Yundong come in. Yang hurriedly ran to her side and pointed at Cousin Ko, saying, "Dong Dong, she talks so much." Gu Yundong gently squeezed her hand and said softly, "Mother, she is our Cousin Ko. We're staying at her house for now, and she won't harm us. Please go get some water to wash a shoe and cook. Once they're clean, we can sleep on a soft bed and won't have to rush anymore." Not rushing anymore? Yang was unable to hide her happiness. Gu Yundong nodded at her and watched as Yang excitedly went to fetch water. Then she approached her Cousin Ko, who had been observing her. "Cousin Ko, my name is Gu Yundong. Here are 3 taels of silver. We may need to trouble you during this time. My mother has a special situation, and if you tell her too much at once, she might panic. Please don't mind." Cousin Ko was a bit surprised. Gu Yundong spoke confidently, showing no signs of the shyness typical of a country girl, as if she had seen the world. She accepted the silver and nodded slightly. "You seem reasonable, that's good. As long as your mother can work and take care of you, I won't need to intervene." "And you?" Nyet Song, feeling anxious, couldn't help but interrupt. "Cousin, I need Miss Gu's help with something. Please take care of her family for now, and later I'll buy you some delicious lotus cakes." "You little rascal, hurry up and go." She seemed to be annoyed by his chatter. Nyet Song smiled and, seeing that Gu Yundong had finished talking to Gu Yunsu, quickly took her away. He first took Gu Yundong to a tea house. Since she was still wearing the clothes from their escape and looked dirty, they wouldn't let her in without him. He asked her to wait in a private room while he went to the government office to call over a soldier who had encountered bandits before. When he returned, he brought a complete set of writing materials. Gu Yundong only took the paper and asked the waiter for a charcoal pencil. Nyet Song, confused, asked politely, "Aren't you used to using a brush?" How could he forget that a country girl probably hadn't been educated? Gu Yundong rolled her eyes. "All right, let's talk about what the bandit looks like. Describe his eyes, nose, mouth, and face shape in as much detail as you can." The soldier had already heard the story from Nyet Song on the way, but he never expected that the person drawing would be a scruffy-looking girl who appeared to be a refugee in her teens. Her? Drawing portraits? And thinking she was better than the artists in their office? What a joke. If Nyet Song weren't there, he would have turned around and left. Seeing his serious expression and silence, Gu Yundong realized he didn't trust her. She lightly tapped the table and smiled, asking, "Have you really forgotten what the criminal looks like?" "Who said I forgot?" The young soldier immediately retorted, anger flashing in his eyes. "That thief killed my good brother, who fought by my side. I dream about him every night. I can clearly remember every mole on his face. Then tell me." The young soldier hesitated for a moment. His companion, Nyet Song, nudged his arm, prompting him to clench his fist and speak. "His face is a bit round, and he looks like a simple, honest person. His eyebrows are thick, very dark, and long. His eyes are small and narrow, his nose is a bit fleshy, and his mouth, well, it looks a bit like mine." Gu Yundong lowered her head, sketching with charcoal based on his description. As she drew, She occasionally asked him like this, or a bit rounder. Are the bags under his eyes deep? What do you mean by narrow? Does he have a lot of flesh on his chin? At first, she just made a rough sketch. Once she had a good idea, she took out a fresh sheet of paper to combine all the features he described. Gu Yundong worked quickly, and before long, she finished the drawing. The young soldier, feeling thirsty, took a sip of tea. When he looked back at the drawing, he spat out his drink. Ah, be careful. Gu Yundong quickly moved the paper away and shot him a fierce glare. The young soldier hurriedly wiped his mouth and eagerly grabbed the paper, his eyes wide with surprise. Niet Song, having stepped back to avoid the spray, looked up at the young soldier's shocked expression and curiously asked, "What's wrong?" The young soldier murmured in disbelief, "It looks just like him. Way too much. Is it really that similar?" Niet Song shook his head, walking around the table to see for himself. Upon seeing it, he was stunned. The young soldier exclaimed, "It's like it was taken directly from his face. I can't believe there's such a way to draw," Niet Song said in amazement, carefully taking the drawing from the young soldier's hands to examine it closely, unable to hide his admiration. The paintings by artists are beautiful, but Niet Song, not being an expert, didn't fully appreciate them. He knew they had a nice atmosphere and the figures were lovely, but they always lacked some realism. At least, they weren't very useful for their casework. However, this portrait seemed to bring the person to life. This was just a drawing made with a charcoal pencil. When Niet Song looked at Gu Yundong again, his expression changed. Is this young lady really just a simple girl from the countryside who knows nothing? Who taught you this drawing technique? Gu Yundong took a sip of water, shrugged, and said, "A stranger. He didn't tell me his name." Niet Song felt a bit disappointed, but then thought it was normal. There are many strange people in the world, especially those with real talent. Just like the skilled chess player in their city, who is quite an odd person. Gu Yundong didn't realize he was making excuses for her. She rubbed her sore wrist. It had been a long time since she last drew, and she felt a bit rusty, but she gradually found her rhythm again. In her past life, Gu Yundong was an orphan and didn't have a good life in the welfare home. When she was 5, she was adopted, but after just 6 months, her adoptive parents died in a car accident. She was sent back to the welfare home, and someone spread a rumor that she was a jinx and caused her adoptive parents' deaths. Because of this rumor, she had no friends in the orphanage, and the director didn't like her either. Resources in the welfare home were limited, and to have enough to eat and wear, the children often fought among themselves. Gu Yundong was frequently bullied, and whenever there was a conflict, the director would punish her. From the age of 5, she learned to be self-reliant and not to be weak. She had no emotional attachment to the welfare home, but she worked hard, got into college, and supported herself to graduate and find a job. Her favorite subject was art, but studying art was expensive and time-consuming, and she lacked both, so she had to give it up. Sometimes, she couldn't resist the urge and would attend classes at the art academy. She had a natural talent for it, and although she studied sporadically, her drawings were impressive. Especially her portraits, which even made her teachers regret that she didn't pursue it further. They even tried to apply for scholarships for her, but Gu Yundong refused. For someone without a secure future, hobbies could be a luxury. Unexpectedly, the skills she learned back then were useful here. After rubbing her wrist for a while, she asked Niet Song and Xiao Bing, who were still discussing and praising the drawings, "So, is this okay?" They nodded eagerly, yes, of course, it's great." Niet Song took another sheet of paper, his smile much brighter. "Draw a few more. Just 2 copies, no more." She began to miss the photocopier a bit. Once she had the first drawing, the second and third came quickly. Before long, Niet Song gathered the 3 character drawings and said, "Hurry, let's go back to the office and have someone take this to catch the criminals." With such clear images, someone must have seen them. He started to leave, but Gu Yundong quickly pulled him back. "Wait a moment. What is it? You need to keep the source of these drawings a secret. I don't want that ruthless bandit to target me. I have family to protect." Niet Song paused, his expression turning serious. "Don't worry, Not just you, but the artists who created the wanted posters will also keep it confidential. I will only tell the governor about this. Absolutely no one else will know. The soldier standing nearby nodded seriously. Don't worry, miss. To be honest, he still hadn't clearly seen what this girl looked like. She was too
messy.
Gu Yundong then released her grip, and Yetsong quickly rolled up the drawings and hurried away with the soldier. Once they left, Gu Yundong prepared to go as well. But just as she turned around, her eyes widened, and she hit the table hard. Oh no, I still haven't settled the payment. Gu Yundong felt a bit frustrated, but since they had left, she couldn't chase after them. Fortunately, she was staying at her cousin Ku's house, so she would see him again and wasn't worried about him skipping out on her. She shook her head in regret and left the tea house. It was getting late, and people on the street were starting to pack up and head home. Seeing Gu Yundong looking dirty, many people wrinkled their noses and moved away. She had wanted to explore the city, but now she quickened her pace. She hadn't felt it before, but suddenly she felt itchy and very uncomfortable. When she arrived at her cousin Ku's house, she faintly heard voices inside. Pushing open the courtyard door, she saw her brother Gu Yunshu and sister sitting on small stools, obediently looking up as their cousin Ku spoke to them. Meanwhile, Mrs. Yang was squatting by the well, washing clothes. They only had one set of clothes to change into, and it was hard to find a pond on the road to wash and dry them, so both sets were dirty and hard to wear. Now, Gu Yunshu and his sister's clothes must have been borrowed from next door by Cousin Ko. They didn't fit well, but were at least clean and comfortable. Mrs. Yang's clothes were likely Cousin Ku's and were a bit short. Cousin Ku was facing the door, so she was the first to see her. She wrinkled her nose and said, "You're so dirty. Hurry up and wash up. I borrowed some of your clothes. They're in the West Room. Go get them yourself." The three from the Yang family turned to look at her, relief showing on their faces. Cousin Ku snorted, "You came back so late. They all thought you wouldn't return." They were distracted while working and didn't have any energy to talk. Yang and Guyan didn't react much to her words, but Guyan Shu understood and blushed, saying softly, "We were just worried about our big sister." Guyan Dong came over and ruffled his hair. "Big sister won't leave. You all talk for a bit, I'll go wash up." She entered the West Room, which was small but clean and tidy, with good light and ventilation, making it feel very comfortable. Yang brought in hot water for her to change clothes and wash. Guyan Dong enjoyed a nice warm wash. Since Cousin Ku's house didn't have a big bathtub, she had to wash with a basin a few times. Even so, it felt great, and she felt much lighter afterward. After changing clothes and letting her damp hair down, Guyan Dong walked out of the room feeling refreshed. By now, it was getting a bit dark, and the Yang family members were not in the yard. Instead, there were faint sounds coming from the kitchen. Following the noise, Guyan Dong saw Cousin Ku making pancakes and porridge, while Yang was tending the fire. When Cousin Ku saw her, a look of surprise crossed her face. Although she had noticed the family looked good after they washed their faces, seeing Guyan Dong still caught her off guard. The clean and fresh young girl, if she ate better and gained a little weight, would be more than just pretty. Realizing she was staring, Cousin Ku cleared her throat and said, "I see you've traveled all day and don't have much to eat. Since you're here, dinner is on me tonight. But just so you know, you'll have to cook for yourselves tomorrow. I won't be helping." Cousin Ku's cooking was quite good. Dinner was porridge with pancakes and pickles, and everyone ate happily. Later, when they returned to their room, the Yang family quickly fell asleep. But Guyan Dong lay awake, staring at the bed curtain, unable to feel even a hint of sleepiness. She had developed the habit of staying up at night, and now that it was suddenly quiet, she found she couldn't fall asleep. Holding Gu Yunka in her arms, the little girl had fallen asleep, nuzzling closer, looking very dependent. Watching her move her small lips, Gu Yundong suddenly felt a warm feeling in her heart. It was wonderful. She was no longer wandering, would not face strange dangers, could enjoy warm meals, and sleep in a soft bed. She even had family. Gu Yundong gradually relaxed and slowly drifted into a dream. The next morning, she set out with 2 taels of silver. Her cousin Ko had said that today she needed to cook for herself. Now that she was settled, there were many things she needed to buy, at least rice, oil, and salt. She couldn't keep using the landlord's supplies. However, with only 2 taels of silver and a long shopping list, and considering the high prices in the capital, it seemed she had to collect some debts. Gu Yundong went straight to the governor's office, but the guard at the entrance said Nyet Song was not there, as he had gone to catch someone. Gu Yundong could only take her 2 taels of silver and stroll around the market to see if there were any job opportunities nearby. After walking around, she gave up. There were many homeless people in the city, and she learned that they only needed food and shelter in exchange for work, not cash. Wasn't that ruining the market? How could one work without pay? Gu Yundong sighed heavily and decided to go to the market her cousin had mentioned. The market was lively. Gu Yundong bought some vegetables, along with green onions, ginger, and garlic, and then got 2 pounds of meat. As she turned around, she suddenly noticed a stall in the corner selling apples. The vendor saw her stop and immediately called out, "Miss, come look at these apples. They're delicious, sweet and sour, and good for digestion. I brought them all the way from Yen. They are not expensive, just 10 coins each. How many would you like?" 10 coins each? Do people in the capital really rob others? Forget it. She had some in her space. Gu Yundong turned to leave, but the vendor hurriedly called after her, "Hey miss, don't go. The price is negotiable. I can give you a discount." Gu Yundong walked even faster, carrying her basket and leaving the market. Next, she went into a grain store and bought a measure of rice and 2 pounds of flour, then turned to a general store to buy oil, salt, bowls, and chopsticks. She began to miss the large supermarkets of modern times. She had originally planned to go to a fabric shop to buy some cloth, but thought better of it. The 2 outfits she had could still be washed and worn. She would buy more when she had money.
For now,
she was broke. After buying a lot of things, Gu Yundong found it hard to carry everything. When she turned into a corner where no one was watching, she quickly hid some items in her space. Then, holding on to the last few coins, she slowly made her way home. Money really doesn't last long. Gu Yunkai was excitedly waiting for her when she entered the yard. She ran over and hugged Gu Yundong's leg, asking, "Sister, what did you buy?" "I'll make you braised pork later," Gu Yundong replied, lowering the basket slightly for her to peek inside. The little girl swallowed hard. "What's braised pork?" Gu Yundong remembered that when they lived in the Gu family, they rarely had meat. Little Gu Yunkai, being so young, had never had much either. Besides, Zhao sure wouldn't cook braised pork. Gu Yundong patted the little girl's fluffy, yellow hair and smiled. "You'll know when I make it later." Gu Yunkai swallowed again. It must be delicious. In the kitchen, Gu Yundong first took 2 apples, sliced them, and placed them on a plate. She handed the plate to Gu Yunkai, who had followed her in, saying, "Take this to the main room to eat with your brother and mother." "What's this?" The little girl curiously looked at the shiny apple slices, reaching out to touch one. Gu Yundong was charmed by her cute actions and popped a slice into her mouth, saying, "This is a sand apple. It's tasty but a bit expensive, so don't waste it, okay?" Gu Yunkai took a bite, and the crisp, juicy flavor was sweeter than wild jujubes. Her round eyes lit up as she carefully held the apple slice and nibbled on it. "Go on." Gu Yundong gently pushed her, and the little girl happily took the plate to find her brother. Gu Yundong rolled up her sleeves, rinsed the rice, and started cooking it, adding 2 large sticks of firewood to the stove. After washing her hands, she prepared a refreshing cucumber salad, careful not to add any spice since it was for children. Next, she chopped some eggplant and a small piece of meat to make minced meat eggplant. Then, she cracked 3 eggs and steamed a big bowl of egg custard, sprinkling some chopped green onions on top. The bright yellow and green colors looked very appetizing. Finally, she began to cook the braised pork. She had bought fatty pork for 25 coins a pound, which was quite expensive in the capital. Gu Yundong had learned to cook from a young age and would occasionally treat herself when living alone. Although her cooking skills weren't as good as those in big restaurants, they were still quite decent. As soon as Aunt Ku entered, she smelled a rich aroma that made her swallow instinctively. Following the scent to the kitchen, she saw Gu Yundong busy at work. When she noticed the dishes on the dining table, she hesitated to move. Gu Yundong turned around and saw her. Wiping her hands, she said, "Aunt Ko, you're back. Please take a seat. I just need to make a soup, and then we can eat." Aunt Ko tried to look away and, keeping a serious face, replied, "It's still early. You take your time. I can just have some noodles by myself. It won't take long." Gu Yundong smiled. "Aunt Ko, don't say that. You worked hard to cook dinner for our family of 4 yesterday. I can't let you eat alone. We'll eat together. I made sure to include you in the meal. If you don't eat, it would be a waste." Aunt Ko looked at her for a moment, then walked away while muttering, "What waste? If I don't finish at lunch, I can eat it for dinner." Young girls these days don't know how to speak. She went to her room, leaving Gu Yundong a bit confused. Was that a yes or a no? Never mind, she turned back to finish the last dish of winter melon and tofu soup. Once the soup was ready and set on the table, she noticed 3 heads peeking in the kitchen doorway, sniffing eagerly. Gu Yundong stifled a laugh and asked Gu Yunshu to call Aunt Ko. It was time to eat. Gu Yunshu quickly turned and ran a few steps, and Aunt Ko was already there. She walked right up to Gu Yundong, still looking serious, and said, "Put your hand out. Here, this is for you." Gu Yundong was surprised to see a silver coin being handed to her and looked up in astonishment. Aunt Ko awkwardly said, "I can't just eat for free. This silver coin is for your meal. You're cooking for several people anyway, so it's easier to include mine." "Is 1 coin enough?" "Yes, that's enough. Next time you go shopping for groceries, come with me. I know where to find fresh and cheap produce." Gu Yundong accepted the coin and nodded eagerly. "Sure, no problem." Oh, the silver coin she spent today was returned, so she didn't feel so bad about it anymore. With a happy heart, Gu Yundong set the bowls on the table. The 2 little ones and Yang Shi eagerly looked at the dishes. Big sister is amazing. They had never smelled such a delicious aroma before. Gu Yumka took a bite of the steamed egg, and her little face lit up with delight. "It's so smooth and tasty." Gu Yundong looked at her with a bit of sadness. The little girl had never eaten steamed eggs before. Zhao was very stingy with their branch of the family, always giving the good food to the 2nd and 3rd branches. If they dared to show interest, they would be slapped without mercy. She scooped a big spoonful for Gu Yumka, saying, "If you like it, eat more. I will often make it for you in the future." "Big sister, you are so nice," the little girl said, tilting her head and laughing. "I like it here. Grandma doesn't scold me, and my 2nd sister doesn't hit me. The food is even better than in my dreams." The 2nd sister she mentioned was her cousin from the 2nd branch, who was a year younger than Gu Yundong, but was very bossy. Seeing that Gu Yumka looked cuter, she often pinched her. The little one would cry and run to find Gu Yundong. The old Gu Yundong was a crybaby and weak, but she still went to confront that girl from the 2nd branch, which led to a fight. Zhao immediately slapped her, causing her ear to bleed, and she lay in bed for several days before recovering. The little girl was scared and never reported anything again. If she got pinched, she would quietly cry a little, and eventually, she just stayed in her room all day. Now that Zhao was gone and there was no 2nd sister, her personality gradually became brighter. While Gu Yundong felt sad, she was also very pleased. She felt a sense of accomplishment in making life better for Yang and the others. Gu Yunshu and Yang also felt sorry for Gu Yumka and each gave her a spoonful of steamed egg to eat. With her big sister on one side and her brother on the other, the little girl felt very happy and stuffed her mouth full. She was very supportive, and Gu Yundong couldn't help but want to spoil her. Not just her, but Yang, Gu Yunshu, and even Aunt Ko praised her cooking, and the plates were left clean. They had never imagined such days. Gu Yundong also enjoyed this peaceful life, the only worry being that their money was slowly running out. Fortunately, 3 days later, Nyet Song finally appeared at Aunt Ko's courtyard, looking worn out. He brought 2 surprising pieces of news. When Nyet Song saw Gu Yundong again, he almost didn't recognize her. Was this really the messy, ragged little girl? She looked so beautiful now. Gu Yundong ignored his surprise, hands on her hips like a debt collector, and said, "My money." Yes, that voice was familiar. It was definitely her. Only then did Niet Song pull out his money pouch and take out a silver note from it. The banknote was worth 50 taels, a universal currency from the Hui Xing Bank. Gu Yundong's eyes brightened as she heard Niet Song say, "This is a reward from the governor for you. Your portrait was very useful. We split up to search for him, and it turns out more than one person has seen him. Just last night, we caught him, along with several of his men." Niet Song spoke excitedly. Despite having been busy for days, he seemed full of energy. "The governor said you did a great job. You have no idea. That thief had already entered the city. If we had waited a few more days to catch him, we would have had trouble here. Keep this 50 taels for yourself, and buy something nice. Look at you. You're quite good-looking, but your clothes." Perhaps feeling more familiar, Niet Song spoke more casually. Gu Yundong pretended not to hear that last part and happily examined the banknote. She needed to find a chance to exchange it for cash. After all, she had space and wasn't worried about the weight of the silver. Unexpectedly, Niet Song pulled out 2 silver ingots. "This is also for you. It's the entrance fee you paid when you came to the city. The governor said it should be returned to you." Gu Yundong was surprised and quickly took them. "Your governor is really a good person. Wishing him a long life." Niet Song looked at his empty hands, realizing how quickly and obviously he had given away the money. He shook his head and chuckled. "I didn't expect you to be so money-minded. Well, I've given you the money, and I should be going." Gu Yundong waved her hand, telling him to go ahead. However, after taking a few steps, Niet Song suddenly turned back, hesitated for a moment, and lowered his voice to say, "There's one more thing I need to tell you." Seeing his serious expression, Gu Yundong finally looked away from the banknote.
"What is it?"
"I just returned from the government office and heard from someone who came from the capital. I vaguely heard that." He lowered his voice even more, almost to a whisper. "The emperor has passed away." Gu Yundong was taken aback. The emperor felt like a distant figure to her. However, she didn't have a good impression of him. In Yongning Prefecture, there had been a famine and countless people had starved to death, yet the court had not sent anyone to provide relief. She had heard that the emperor was still enjoying himself in the palace, granting titles to concubines and even raising taxes under various pretenses. He was undoubtedly a foolish ruler. If he has passed away, that might be for the best. Niet Song reminded her the announcement should be posted soon and spread throughout the city. It might get a bit chaotic during this time, so try not to wander around, avoid wearing red or green, and refrain from drinking and celebrating. The emperor has passed away, and the new emperor will surely take action. Just wait for news. Thank you for the reminder. Gu Yundong understood he was referring to the disaster situation. The late emperor did nothing, and she had no idea what the new emperor would do, hoping he wouldn't disregard human life. After Niet Song left, that afternoon a notice was indeed posted at the city gate. The emperor has passed away, and the nation mourns. The people must wear mourning clothes for 3 months and refrain from wearing red or green, as well as from weddings and entertainment. 2 days later, another notice was posted at the city gate announcing the new emperor's ascension, known as Emperor Jinwu, who would change the era name to Qingtai in the following year. Whether it was the late emperor's death or the new emperor's ascension, these events felt distant to Gu Yundong, and she didn't pay much attention to them. However, she didn't expect that the new emperor's first action would take place in Yongning Prefecture. The court finally sent a special envoy to Yongning Prefecture for disaster relief. It was said that on the day the special envoy arrived in Yongning Prefecture, the long dry skies suddenly opened up with rain, pouring for 3 days and nights. The parched land was refreshed, and the weary citizens cheered, as if they had finally seen hope. They claimed this was a heavenly blessing, announcing that the new emperor was a wise ruler favored by heaven. Gu Yundong was still at Xuanhe Mansion and was unaware of the buzzing news from there. Even if she knew, she wouldn't have cared much. At that moment, she stood in front of the bulletin board at the city gate, looking at the newly posted announcement with a slight frown. This notice was about the disaster victims like them. Yongning Prefecture had received relief supplies of grain and silver, The chaos was settling down, and order was slowly being restored, so they would naturally have to return. Those who chose to go back would receive a certain amount for travel expenses from the government and would be exempt from taxes for 3 years. Of course, not returning was an option too. The displaced people could be settled locally and registered anew. However, this option did not come with a 3-year tax exemption or any silver. Moreover, the settlement location depended on luck, and it would not be in prosperous towns or even slightly better villages. They would not receive any farmland, at most 2 acres of wasteland to cultivate themselves. Most people would choose to return, as the idea of going back to their roots was deeply ingrained in their minds. With the promise of silver and tax exemption for 3 years, returning to their hometown meant reuniting with familiar relatives and friends. Furthermore, many townspeople had their businesses and homes in Yongning Prefecture, so abandoning them would mean significant losses. But for Gu Yundong, this wasn't very tempting. After reading the notice, she took her basket of vegetables back to her cousin Ku's house. Cousin Ku was sitting in the yard, sewing shoes for the 2 little ones. She realized that this girl, who was quite good at cooking, couldn't make clothes or shoes, while Yang could, but they didn't look nice. Cousin Ku, who cared for the 2 children, asked Gu Yundong to buy some scraps of fabric to sew. As they worked and chatted, she had 3 small stools in front of her, and the 2 children, along with the tall Yang, sat quietly listening. When she heard the door open, Cousin Ku looked up and asked, "Why are you back so late today?" "I went to see the new notice posted at the city gate." "What did it say?" Gu Yundong closed the yard door and placed her basket on the stone mill before repeating the content of the notice. Cousin Ku paused her sewing for a moment, but then continued as if nothing had happened. Yang and Gu Yunkai were still a bit confused, but Gu Yunju understood and happily hugged her waist, saying, "Can we go home now? Is there food to eat at home?" Gu Yundong looked down at the little one with bright eyes and asked, "Do you want to go back?" Gu Yunju was taken aback, blinking in confusion. Doesn't big sister want to go home? Where else would they go? This was Cousin Ku's home, not theirs. They couldn't stay in someone else's house forever, and rent was expensive. Gu Yundong patted his head. In that home, there are grandparents and uncles. We might have to serve them forever and never eat the good food we had a few days ago. Gu Yunju suddenly thought of the past, and his expression changed completely. Cousin Ku shot a sideways glance at Gu Yundong, scolding her for scaring the child. Gu Yundong pretended not to see and continued to persuade. "And do you remember why we can't separate from them?" "Why can't we separate?" "Because the clan leader won't allow it," Gu Yunju said, lowering his head, his eyes reddening with anger when mentioning the clan leader. The current clan leader of the Gu family held a grudge against Gu Dad, Gu Dajiang, and made sure to suppress them in everything. When Gu Dajiang was 6 years old, he was noticed by the only old scholar in the village. The scholar said Gu Dajiang had a talent for studying, and if properly nurtured, his future would be limitless. Gu Dad was somewhat tempted, but Zhao wouldn't allow it. If Gu Dajiang became successful, wouldn't her son be overshadowed? She would have to depend on him in the future. She was throwing a tantrum, saying the family was poor and they couldn't afford to pay for her education or buy paper and pens. She also claimed that Gu Dajiang had to help with family work and didn't have time for school. Old Gu quickly gave in, but later, the elderly clan leader, who was over 80 at the time, sternly scolded the 2 of them. Having a successful scholar in the family is a matter of great pride. Our ancestors are watching from above. We can't let a woman ruin that. If he passes the exams and becomes an official, he can bring blessings to our family. Just think of the glory it would bring to the Gu family. The clan leader intervened strongly, and the family provided the paper and ink. The old scholar also decided not to take Gu Dajiang's tuition, so he accepted him as a student and dedicated himself to teaching him. However, the good times didn't last long. After 5 years of study, just when the old scholar planned for Gu Dajiang to take the entrance exam, the clan leader passed away. The scholar's health was also poor, and he succumbed to a cold 2 months later. The current clan leader had taken his position through questionable means. He had wanted the old scholar to accept his son as a student, but the scholar politely refused, stating the boy was not suited for studying. For some reason, this became a joke among others, and they compared his son unfavorably to Gu Dajiang, calling him foolish. Unable to bear the mockery, his son lost his temper at home and accidentally harmed his pregnant wife, resulting in the loss of their child. They couldn't blame the son, and without knowing the source of the rumors, they placed all the blame on Gu Dajiang and the old scholar. After the deaths of the clan leader and the old scholar, Gu Dajiang could no longer continue his studies. The current clan leader wouldn't even let him take the entrance exam, and he was forced to work at home for the Zhao family. Later, by chance, he caught the attention of a restaurant owner in town and became a bookkeeper, using the skills he had learned over the years. Gu Dajiang's education was not wasted. He knew his branch of the family was not doing well, so he sought opportunities to separate from them. When Yang gave birth to Gu Yundong, she was beaten by the Zhao family and went into premature labor, nearly losing her life due to severe bleeding. This incident left her health compromised, and for many years, she couldn't have more children. It wasn't until Gu Yundong was 8 that she had Gu Yunshu. It was also during this time that Gu Dajiang firmly decided to separate from the family. However, 2 months later, with no one to help at home, the old man regretted the separation and refused to acknowledge it. The current clan leader and village had tore up the separation document and forced Gu Dajiang back into the family. If he disagreed, they threatened to expel his entire family from the clan. Expulsion. Without a family, it's like being a rootless plant, unable to return home even like fallen leaves. This is a very serious matter. It requires official registration, and they will carry this stain for life. Not to mention Gu Dajiang himself, but his children will always be looked down upon, pointed at, and treated as inferior, making marriage difficult. Looking at the newborn Gu Yundong, Gu Dajiang and Yang thought for a long time and ultimately compromised. At that time, Yang was not yet confused, and Zhao felt guilty for causing her difficult labor. The doctor said she might not be able to have children in the future, which made Gu Dajiang very angry and led to a separation. It was the first time Gu Dajiang had shown such anger, and both the old man and Zhao were somewhat frightened. They feared he might act recklessly and harm everyone. So, when the three of them returned to the old family home, life was not too difficult. Zhao only dared to complain verbally and make Yang do some work, but she did not dare to hit her. Thus, Gu Yundong lived a few peaceful years until Gu Yunshu was born. Zhao's guilt completely disappeared, and she began to cause trouble again. After Gu Yunke was born, Zhao returned to her old ways. Unfortunately, 6 months after Yang gave birth to her daughter, she slipped and hit her head on a rock while washing clothes by the river. When she woke up, she was no longer clear-minded. Gu Dajiang was busy trying to take Yang to see a doctor in the county while also caring for several children, feeling overwhelmed. Many household matters were neglected, and with the disaster, the idea of separating the family seemed even more unrealistic. But now it was different. They had fled to Xuanhe Prefecture. Not to mention that the clan leader no longer had control over them, they could now settle down openly. Gu Yundong had no sense of family ties. Life is short, and comfort is the most important thing. However, this was just her opinion. Yang and Gu Yunke didn't understand, but Gu Yunshu's opinion was worth considering, even if it was misleading. Indeed, Gu Yunshu thought of the days back home, remembering how his father was kicked by the clan leader and couldn't retaliate, how they struggled to have enough to eat and wear, and how his sisters were bullied by their cousin while also being scolded by their grandmother. Gu Yunshu shook his head vigorously. I don't want to go back. Are you sure? Gu Yunshu was very firm. Sure. Gu Yundong smiled and patted his head. Then we won't go back. Kubiao Gu put down her sewing basket, stood up, and brushed off her clothes. She said, since we've made a decision, let's go to the government office to register. We can also check if Nietsong is around and ask that young man to help you find a good place. After saying this, she returned to her room, her back looking a bit lonely. Gu Yundong knew that during this time together, she had grown fond of the two children and now felt a bit reluctant to part with them. She quickly went to the government office, where many people had gathered. Gu Yundong found Nietsong and explained her intentions. Without hesitation, he agreed, saying, "Don't worry, since you are registered with the officials, they will definitely help you find a better village. But be prepared. The villages for resettling refugees are usually not very wealthy." "I understand. Please help me find a village that isn't too far from the town or county. Most importantly, the villagers should be diverse, and the village chief should be easy to talk to." She didn't want to deal with someone like the Gu family patriarch again, as that would be a headache. Well, her requests were a bit much, but she hoped for the best. Surprisingly, Nietsong did find a pretty good option, one of the best villages for resettling refugees. Gu Yundong completed all the necessary paperwork with him and was ready to set off. However, before leaving, she had one more thing to take care of. Gu Yundong wanted to take Yang to see a doctor. When she was with the Gu family, Gu Dajiang had taken her to the county town, but unfortunately, all the money was in Zhao's hands, and Gu Dajiang had saved very little privately, so they had seen very few doctors. Each time they went out, Zhao would cause a scene. Recently, Gu Yundong had inquired about the medical clinics in Shuana Prefecture. There were many, with the largest being the Huimin Clinic in the south of the city, where a doctor named he had successfully treated 2 patients with illnesses similar to her mother's. Dr. He had been away for consultations and had just returned yesterday. Gu Yundong only brought Yang with her. Dr. He was highly skilled and held a significant position at the clinic, so the consultation fees were expensive. When Gu Yundong and Yang arrived, there were 3 patients ahead of them, and they waited for nearly half an hour before it was their turn. Yang was a bit nervous, gripping Gu Yundong's hand tightly.
Dong dong. Don't worry, Mom.
"Let's just have the doctor check your pulse. It will be fine. I'm here with you." Dr. He had a kind face and asked a few questions before he extended his hand, gently closing his eyes to examine the pulse. However, as time passed, his brow furrowed more tightly, and Gu Yundong began to feel a very bad premonition. When Dr. He withdrew his hand, Gu Yundong quickly asked, "How is my mother?" Dr. He did not respond. He simply stood up and walked behind Yang to examine the back of her head. Yang immediately tensed up, and Gu Yundong gently patted her hand to comfort her. After carefully observing for a long time, Dr. He sat back down, but his expression was not good. He asked Gu Yundong, "Did any other doctors give her acupuncture before?" Actually, every time they went to the clinic it was Gu Dajiang who took them, and Gu Yundong did not go along. However, she did know about the acupuncture. Yes, there was acupuncture. A doctor treated my mother when we were in Yongning Prefecture. He gave her several needles, saying it could help disperse the blood stasis. But after the treatment, my mother fainted for a day. The doctor said this was normal and that if she went back for more treatments, the blood stasis would gradually clear up and she would recover. But later, when Yongning Prefecture fell into chaos, my parents didn't go back. That's nonsense. Quack, doctor. Doctor, he exclaimed angrily. Yang was so frightened that she turned her head and tightly hugged Gu Yundong, closing her eyes tightly. Doctor, he took a deep breath, his tone still stern. The human brain is very complex. How can one give acupuncture without being sure they can treat it? And to claim it can disperse blood stasis is simply the work of a quack. Gu Yundong's expression grew serious. Does Dr. He mean that my mother? If it were earlier, I would have had confidence in treating her, but now, after that quack's needles, I only have a 30% chance. If things go wrong, it could make her condition worse and she might not survive. Doctor, he waved his hand. It's better to keep things as they are. At least she is still alive. Is there really no other way? Doctor, he shook his head, paused as if remembering something, and said, "There is someone who might be able to help." Gu Yundong's eyes brightened. "Who?" "Dr. Song. He comes from the Imperial Medical Institute, and I have learned a lot from him before. Unfortunately, he is currently traveling and I don't know when he will return. As long as there is hope." Gu Yundong immediately said, "Could you please, Dr. He, send someone to Yumi Alley to inform us when Dr. Song returns?" After saying this, she took out 5 taels of silver and handed it over. The 5 taels included 1 tael as the consultation fee, and the rest was for Dr. He's trouble. Yumi Alley is where Aunt Ka lives, and she also agrees that Gu Yundong should treat Yang's illness as soon as possible. There are 2 young children at home, and Gu Dad has lost contact with them. Gu Yundong is managing alone, which is not sustainable. Dr. He glanced at her, but only took the couple of silver coins. Don't worry, I will help you get the message across. You can take this back. I won't accept it, Dr. He said. But remember, don't seek out unreliable quacks anymore. Wasting money is minor, but losing a life is serious. In Xuanhe Mansion, the only one who can help your mother is probably Dr. Song. Waiting a bit longer isn't a bad thing. You can't rush good results. Gu Yundong smiled more sincerely. Thank you, Dr. He. I will remember that. Dr. He reminded her of a few important things and wrote a prescription for some nourishing medicine before sending her to get the medicine. Yang's health was indeed not good. Over the years, she hadn't just needed enough food and warmth, but also proper care after giving birth, as she had developed some health issues that needed attention. Gu Yundong returned to her cousin Ke's house with Yang and explained the situation. Ke nodded, indicating she understood. Don't worry, I will find someone to bring you news when Dr. Song has updates. The next day, Gu Yundong packed her things, preparing to go to the village where they would settle. Before leaving, she cooked a big meal, and Niet Song came over to eat. It was his first time tasting Gu Yundong's cooking, and he immediately regretted not coming over sooner. If I had known your cooking was this good, I would have come earlier. Cousin Ke gave him a sideways glance. Since you've eaten her meal, shouldn't you do something in return? Niet Song was taken aback. What should I do? He thought he had already helped enough. Was he supposed to personally see her off? That didn't seem right. Not to mention the customs about men and women, he didn't have the time anyway. There seemed to be a lot going on lately. Cousin Ke was a bit exasperated with her cousin's stubbornness. No wonder his father wanted him to gain some experience at the government office. She gave Niet Song a firm pat. She has young children to care for and no one to support her. Tomorrow she will be going to an unfamiliar place. What if someone bullies her? Do you expect her to travel all the way back to the city for help? Niet Song suddenly realized, swallowed the piece of chicken in his mouth, and stood up. Wait, I'll be back soon. Gu Yundong smiled at Cousin Ke. Actually, young Master Nia has helped me enough. No matter where I go, I will ultimately rely on myself. Hypocritical. Why didn't you stop Niet Song before he left? I know what kind of person you are, so don't say meaningless things in front of me. Gu Yundong laughed. Then thank you, Auntie. You've helped Niet Song a lot too. Last time, when he led the effort to catch that bandit leader, you have no idea how much he benefited. There's no need to mention the government office. Even Niet Song's father looks at him differently now and relies on him more. Niet Song quickly returned and handed her a letter. Your village belongs to Fengkai County. I don't know anyone there, but our Chief Jiang has a good relationship with Chief Li from that county. If you need help with something small later, you can ask him. This is Chief Jiang's letter. Before Gu Yundong could respond, he added mysteriously, here's something good for you. Make sure to keep it safe. Niet Song took out a copper coin. It had a notch in it, so it couldn't be used. Was this really something good? Gu Yundong examined the coin for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so she looked at Niet Song in confusion. All right, stop teasing, Aunt Ke said, giving him a glare. Niet Song cleared his throat and said, when I asked Chief Jiang to write the letter, the official happened to pass by. After learning about your situation, he gave me this coin. The county magistrate of Fengkai County was recommended by our official. If you run into trouble in the future, you can give this coin to the magistrate, and he will help you. Your official is really a good person. Wishing you peace for life, Gu Yundong said, surprised that such an important official would take the time to care about someone like her. Niet Song twitched his mouth. Was that all she could say about such a good person? But Gu Yundong wasn't wrong. The official was indeed busy. He remembered her because Niet Song had mentioned her several times. Most importantly, it was because of the portrait she painted. Thanks to those portraits, the government captured the bandit leader in just 3 days. It was also the time of the new emperor's ascension, when he was focused on addressing disasters and rebellions. This was a significant achievement, and it confirmed the rumors that the new emperor was favored by heaven, giving the official a chance to shine before the new emperor. At this moment, the new emperor was promoting talent and restructuring the government to place his own people in positions of power. With this achievement, the official would likely be promoted to the capital soon. Who helped him with such a big task? It was Gu Yundong, a young girl, which surely left a deep impression on the official. Gu Yundong accepted the copper coin. She wouldn't refuse such a good opportunity. In this day and age, having money is not enough. One must also have power. Otherwise, no amount of money can be kept safe. The coins and the letter are best left unused. If they are needed, she certainly won't let them go to waste. Gu Yundong thanked her and put away the letter and coins. The next morning, as soon as the city gates opened, Gu Yundong left Yumi Alley with her family. Ku Biaogu did not come out to see them off. She was feeling down and stayed in her room. Once the yard was completely quiet, she sighed and slowly walked outside. The empty house felt lifeless. The cheerful sounds of children from just a few days ago were gone. Ku Biaogu went to the kitchen and thought she could still catch a faint scent of something delicious. Although their time together was short, she genuinely liked the two children and felt a bit of pity for the naive Yang family. She admired Gu Yundong even more for safely bringing her mother and siblings all the way to Xuanhe Mansion. If this girl weren't a girl, who knows how far she could go in the future. What a pity. When Ku Biaogu returned to the main room, she noticed a piece of paper on the table. Picking it up, she found it was a menu listing 5 or 6 of her favorite dishes from recent days. This girl.
Keskiviikko diaukutjakled.
At that moment, Gu Yundong had already left the city gates and was sitting in a rented carriage heading to Yongfu village. Now that she had money, Gu Yundong was determined to treat herself well. The journey from the capital to Yongfu village would take 3 days on foot, but with a fast horse, it could be done in just 1 day. Gu Yunshu and Gu Yunke also felt a bit sad to leave Ku Biaogu. When they first got into the carriage, they seemed a bit sluggish. After they had traveled a good distance outside the city gates, they finally perked up. It was the first time for the two children to ride in a carriage. The cushions were soft, and the sides were enclosed. Once the curtains were drawn, the sun couldn't reach them, and they were hidden from view. Big sister, Gu Yunshu leaned against the window for a while before turning his head. His cheeks flushed as he asked, "Is Yongfu village far? Are there many people? Where will we stay? Do we need to build a house? Why do you have so many questions?" Gu Yundong laughed. Gu Yunshu chuckled. Big sister probably doesn't know either. No worries, we'll find out everything when we get there. Gu Yunke had already leaned into Gu Yundong's embrace, holding the peanuts that Ku Biaogu had given her, nibbling on them like a little hamster. Yang was carrying a large bundle filled with clothes for her family of 4, both new and old, along with shoes made by her aunt and a big bag of pastries. Inside the cart, there were also 2 baskets containing some items they had bought in the city a few days ago. Although there wasn't much, everything was neatly arranged. Gu Yundong looked out the window at the scenery passing by, feeling a mix of anticipation and excitement. Finally, they were going to have a new home. The cart was not moving very fast, and with 2 children inside, comfort was the priority. After a day of travel, they finally reached the county town of Fengkai just before the city gates closed. It was getting late, so Gu Yundong took everyone to an inn for the night. They would set off again the next day once the gates opened, heading towards Yongfu village. Niet Song had indeed found a good village for them. Yongfu village was about 2 hours from the county town, an hour to the town, and 3 days to the capital city. This was just walking time. Traveling by cart would be faster. So, when they left the county town and arrived at Yongfu village, it was still early in the day. Many people were already busy in the fields, and smoke was rising from every household as they prepared breakfast. Groups of village children were playing at the village entrance. When they saw a large cart approaching, they quickly ran over, chattering excitedly. Only 2 families in the village owned ox carts, and horse-drawn carts were very expensive. Most villagers couldn't afford to ride in one. Seeing the impressive horse, the children gathered curiously around, wondering who had come to their village, especially since the cart was pulling another small cart behind it. The driver's speed slowed down, and Gu Yindong lifted the curtain to see a child walking nearby. She waved at him, offered him a piece of candy, and asked, "Do you know how to get to the village chief's house?" The child, about the same age as Gu Yundong's younger brother, brightened at the sight of the candy, his mouth watering. Their village wasn't very wealthy, and they rarely had the chance to eat sweets, usually only during the New Year. He eagerly nodded. "I know. I can take you there." He quickly popped the candy into his mouth and ran ahead to lead the way. The other children were envious, wishing they had run faster to be the first to talk to her. Gu Yundong finally put down the curtain, but the next moment, she suddenly lifted it again, looking at a figure that flashed by in the distance. It felt somewhat familiar. However, the figure moved too quickly, and before she could confirm, it was already gone. Gu Yundong let the carriage driver follow the child and went straight to the village chief's house. Yongfu Village is a place with many surnames, and many of the ancestors came here to escape hardship. Over time, it developed into its current size. The village chief's last name is Chun, and he lives in the center of the village. His house is in good condition, being the only brick house in the village. When the carriage stopped in front of his house, a crowd had already gathered behind it. Gu Yundong was startled when she got down, especially by the children who looked at her eagerly, as if to say, "Do you have any questions for us?" It seemed they believed that if she spoke, they would earn some candy. Gu Yundong twitched her lips. After Yang came down with the bundle, she turned and picked up Gu Yinshu and Gu Yunka. She asked the carriage driver to wait outside for a moment and then knocked on the village chief's door. With such a commotion outside, the people inside naturally heard it. Just as Gu Yundong raised her hand, a young woman dressed like a housewife came out and asked, "Who are you looking for?" As she spoke, she glanced at the large carriage behind them. Before Gu Yundong could respond, a child shouted from behind, "They are looking for the village chief." As soon as the words were out, a loud male voice came from inside the house. "Let them in first." The woman stepped aside with a smile, allowing Gu Yundong to enter. Once the door closed, the villagers outside could no longer see what was happening inside. The village chief, Chen Liang, was about 40 or 50 years old, thin and approachable. He seemed easy to talk to. Gu Yundong handed over the household registration documents. Chen Liang squinted at them for a while, nodded, and said, "The village had told me earlier that 3 families are settling here. The other 2 families arrived a few days ago, so I figured you would be here soon." He looked up at Gu Yundong and the 3 people standing behind her, a bit surprised that a 13-year-old girl was in charge. However, looking back at the documents, he frowned and asked, "Is the head of the household Gu Dajung?" "Yes, the head of the household is my father, but we got separated while escaping hardship. If someone goes missing, the authorities generally believe that person has." Chen Liang stopped mid-sentence. On the road to escape, if someone goes missing, they are mostly presumed dead. The local government has rules about these matters, but the document still mentioned Gu Dajung, indicating that this girl had already made connections with the authorities. In that case, he would proceed according to the document. "All right, I understand." Chen Liang closed the document and began discussing serious matters. "Since you have settled in our village, you are now part of the community. Because you were placed here by the government, you do not need to buy land. Each of you will receive 1 acre of land, and if you find that too small, you can purchase more." The new emperor was kind and offered special privileges to the disaster-stricken refugees. However, you won't have a choice in the location of your land. There are only 3 plots available. Since you arrived last, the other 2 families have already chosen their plots. You can go take a look later, and if you don't like the location and want to buy a different one, you can talk to me. If you are satisfied, please find someone to build your house quickly, as winter is approaching, and if you don't secure the land soon, it will be difficult to work with the frozen ground. Also, until your house is built, you can stay with a villager, but you will need to pay a bit of rent. That's fair. Gu Yundong had already considered this. Chen Liang was pleased with her attitude. She was reasonable. He unconsciously lowered his voice as he continued. "If you don't want to stay in the village, you can rent a house in town, but it's a bit more troublesome. There was already 1 family that moved to town before you." "Let's stay in the village," Gu Yundong replied. Since they needed to build a house, they would have to frequently visit the land. It wouldn't be practical for her sister-in-law to travel back and forth with her. Chen Liang clapped his thigh. All right, then you can stay in the village. I initially thought you were a family, and there was a household that could spare a room. But now that your father is not here, that's not very convenient. My sister-in-law has an empty room. Her husband has passed away, and it's just her and her daughter living there. You can stay with them and look out for each other. It would be 200 won a month. Does that work for you? Gu Yindong thought for a moment. Their options were quite limited. It seemed the widow's house was the only place available. She was unfamiliar with the village, so choosing on her own wouldn't be realistic. 200 won is fine, but can I see the room first? Chen Liang nodded. Sure. Heir's wife, please take Miss Gu over there and let her speak with your aunt. The young woman who came to open the door immediately replied, Got it, Dad. Come with me, young lady. Gu Yindong asked Yang and the others to wait for her and went over. As soon as she left, Chen Liang's wife, Zhou, couldn't help but whisper, Why did you let her stay with a second sister-in-law? What's wrong? Isn't it fine? The second sister-in-law lives with Yulan, and there are no adult men in the Gu family, so no one will gossip. The second sister-in-law can also earn some rent. But the second sister-in-law's personality. What about her personality? Chen Liang replied with a look that suggested she was quite capable and virtuous. Zhou immediately stopped talking. Men are often careless, and since the other party is a widow, it's not easy to interact with them. Over the years, most of the contact between the two families has been initiated by Zhou. As for Fong, she tends to take advantage of small things. When others suffer, she acts innocent and wronged, which is frustrating. If it weren't for her being a widow, Zhou wouldn't want to associate with her much. Well, it's not a major issue. The Gu family will only stay until the house is built. Zhou ultimately said nothing more, and soon Gu Yundong returned. She was accompanied by a girl named Yulan, who was 2 years older than Gu Yundong, and looked cheerful and lively. Uncle, my mom said it's fine for the Gu sisters to stay at my house. Don't worry, I will take good care of them. Chen Liang immediately smiled. All right, let's do it this way then. He turned to Gu Yundong. Do you want to see the land now or later?
Right now.
Gu Yundong finished looking at the house and met the owner, Fong. She could tell Fong had a different personality from her cousin Ku with just one glance. This didn't matter much, especially since she had already inquired with the village chief's daughter-in-law. There are a few widows in the village, but the others either have sons or can't afford to live alone, leaving them with no other options. Chen Yulan was very proactive. Uncle, I'll go with the Gu sisters to see the land. Let's go. Chen Liang stood up and walked out first. Chen Yulan led Gu Yundong behind her, but just as they stepped out of the house, Gu Yundong paused. It was indeed him. She hadn't mistaken him from the carriage earlier. The boy she met in the city, could he also be from this village? Seeing her stop, Chen Yulan curiously followed her gaze and immediately shivered, whispering in her ear, Don't look at him. He's a troublemaker and doesn't care about anyone. A wolf cub? Completely ungrateful? Gu Yundong recalled the 2 times she had seen him. The first time, he had kicked a constable, and the second time, she had taken revenge by hanging Manager Pan from a tree. If you looked at it that way, he really was ruthless. When she looked again, the young man had already disappeared. Beside her, Chen Yulan patted her chest. Luckily, he didn't look this way. Gu family sister, I must tell you, be careful when you meet Xiao Qingyuan. He doesn't care if you're a girl. If you provoke him, he'll still fight you. People like him are heartless. The Xiao family raised him, and he doesn't appreciate it. He even ignores his only kind grandfather. His grandfather had a falling out with the Xiao family for him and took him to live alone. Later, he got very sick, and Xiao Qingyuan didn't even check on him. He left his grandfather to fend for himself, and when he died, no one came to collect the body. But Xiao Qingyuan? Just 2 days later, he was enjoying a feast. Yulan, what are you saying? Hurry up, it's getting late, and we'll miss lunch. Chen Liang had walked quite a distance but turned back to see Gu Yundong still standing there, held back by Chen Yulan. Chen Yulan quickly quieted down and pulled Gu Yundong to catch up. Gu Yundong didn't quite believe Chen Yulan's words. The Xiao Qingyuan she described didn't seem like the person she had seen. But it didn't matter. It was none of her business. Chen Liang mentioned that the land was at the edge of the village, not far from the foot of the mountain. It couldn't be helped. It was a sign from above and wouldn't be in the village center. The other two families were placed in different areas, and this part felt a bit deserted, with only 2 or 3 households around. Gu Yindong actually liked it, although an acre felt a bit small. While buying a 100 square meter house in modern times is extremely expensive, an acre is over 600 square meters, which is quite large. Here, however, Gu Yundong wanted a big courtyard to plant some things, and it would be best if each room was for one person. Even if it didn't need to be very big now, there would be a need for it in the future. She walked around the land and then approached the village chief, saying, "I want to buy another acre, extending over there. How much silver will it cost?" Chen Liang was a bit surprised. They were only 4 people. Did they really need that much space? But if she wanted to buy, that was no problem. Chen Yulan's eyes lit up, looking at Gu Yundong eagerly. This area is quite remote. For an acre, it will be 5 taels of silver. If it were in the village center, the price would be different. Okay. Since they had decided on the size and location, Chen Liang took Gu Yundong back. With this back and forth, the villagers learned that Gu Yundong had fled here due to a disaster. Their looks toward her changed. Instead of the envy and fear they had when they saw the big carriage, there was now a hint of sympathy and disdain. The curious children who had gathered around the carriage were taken home by their parents. Some whispered as they left, "So it was just a rented carriage. I thought they were from a wealthy family, showing off like a big lady. No wonder they only shared one piece of candy, making the other kids chase after them. How stingy." Gu Yindong didn't hear this. She had already entered the village chief's house and bought the plot of land. The chief would take care of the paperwork later. "I have one more thing to ask of the village chief," she said. Chen Liang accepted the silver and invited her to sit. "Go ahead. It's about building a house," Gu Yundong explained. "Since I'm new here and don't know anyone experienced, I would like to ask the village chief to help me find reliable workers. I can pay 40 coins a day, but that won't include meals." She had inquired and learned that the usual rate for building a house here was 30 coins a day, which included lunch. Currently, she was staying at a widow's house, which was not convenient. "I can help you find someone," Chen Liang said, though he frowned slightly. "I'm just worried you might not be satisfied." "That's not true. The village chief will surely find the right people for me. If I try to do it myself, I would be completely lost and might get taken advantage of. I might have many requests, so I hope the village chief can communicate with them to avoid any misunderstandings. Here are 2 taels of silver as a fee for your help." Gu Yindong took out a piece of silver and handed it over, but Chen Liang quickly declined. "What are you doing? I'm the village chief of Yongfu village. Helping you find a few people doesn't require payment. That's not how it works. Even though you're the village chief, you shouldn't have to take on everything. You know my father is gone, and as a young girl, I can't handle many things myself. People might not listen to me. If you help me find workers and communicate with them, that's not part of your duties. I can't just expect you to do all this for me, can I? If you won't accept this, then I won't build the house." "Hey, you girl." Chen Liang was surprised at how capable this young lady was. The main room had few people, just him and his wife, Mrs.
Zhou.
After hesitating for a moment, he accepted the silver, saying, "All right, you can trust me with this. Consider this silver as my payment." "Thank you, Uncle Chin," Gu Yundong replied with a smile. "I need to think about how the house should look. Can I give you the plans tomorrow?" "Sure, I'll find someone this afternoon. You can come by tomorrow morning to take a look, and we can start the work." Gu Yundong chatted a bit more with Chen Liang. Seeing that it was getting late, she left a package of pastries she bought from the county town that morning and took Yang and the others with her, while the cart followed behind, carrying their things to their rented place. Once they left, Mrs. Zhou opened the pastries on the table and saw they were the famous date cakes from the county town, which made her even happier. This young girl is much more sensible than the 2 families that came before. The Wang and He families talked nicely, claiming the village chief could help, but when you found someone for them, they were still picky, as if you were getting some benefit from it. They complained about how hard it was to come all this way, and they kept lowering the pay, saying 20 coins a day was too much. Now, they're not even happy to have help with the construction. It's been 5 or 6 days, and they still haven't found anyone. I bet by the time the Gu family's house is built, they won't have anyone either. Chun Liang actually preferred the Gu family. Even without the 2 tails of silver, he found the young girl's words more pleasant, and he was happy to help more. However, he still scolded Mrs. Zhou, "We won't meet anyone until tomorrow. The Gu family might not even be satisfied with the people I find, so don't speak carelessly." Whether they're satisfied or not, they sent pastries and gave silver in advance. What did the other 2 families do? They didn't even say thank you. With this comparison, Chun Liang had nothing to say. Moreover, the Gu family hadn't even met anyone yet and still trusted him enough to give silver. Chun Liang felt quite pleased about it. However, Gu Yundong did not trust him. She trusted Nie Kong. Her main requirement was that the village chief had to be a decent person. Although Chun Liang had his own little thoughts, he was clear-headed about important matters and wouldn't take advantage of her in a big project like building a house. It's normal for people to have their own thoughts. Now, she just needed to quickly plan the house's structure so they could start working and move in sooner. When she arrived at the Qin family's second house, Gu Yundong took everything out of the cart, and Qin Yulan eagerly helped her carry it. There weren't many things, just 2 baskets, which she didn't need at all. Gu Yundong and Yang each took one. After paying the driver, they sent him on his way. The Qin family's second house was not far from the village chief's home. It had a small courtyard, and there were only a mother and daughter living there, but it was quite tidy. Fong seemed like a very gentle woman, with a faint smile. When she saw them enter, she immediately grabbed Yang's hand to talk. Yang didn't know her and was startled, quickly hiding behind Gu Yundong. Gu Yundong smiled at Fong and said, "My mother is shy and not used to talking to strangers. If you need anything, you can tell me." Fong noticed that Yang was uneasy and smiled, nodding in agreement. Gu Yundong took everything to her room and also brought a small packet of date cake for Qin Yulan to thank her for helping today. She then said she was a bit tired and wanted to rest. Qin Yulan took the date cake and went to Fong's room. As soon as she entered, her smile faded, and she frowned. "I worked so hard, and the date cake we got is less than what they gave to Uncle. Who do they think they are? Are they bullying us because we are alone?" Fong opened the date cake and started eating. "It's fine. They will be staying with us for a while, so we will benefit from it. Did you see her mother? She's a bit silly and says she's shy. We can get Yang to help us find some food or other good things. I bet they have some resources. By the way, let's not cook tonight. We'll wait for them to make dinner. If we say a few nice things, they won't be able to ignore us." "Really?" "Of course. They are new here, with no relatives or friends around and no adult man in the house. They need to get along with us villagers. Besides, your uncle is the village chief, so they will want to please us." Chun Yulan nodded. Gu Yundong had no idea that her simple act of giving date cake was not enough for them. They wanted more, and even had plans for dinner. They didn't cook at noon, as they had bought a lot of buns when they came from the county in the morning, so they had those with pickled vegetables for lunch. Yang and the 2 little ones made the beds and went to take a nap. Gu Yundong sat at the table with charcoal and paper, starting to draw the house layout. She thought more about modern houses, but here, many aspects were hard to implement, so she could only try to make it comfortable and convenient. There needed to be 1 room for each person, plus 2 guest rooms, and 2 studies as well. Once the house is built and settled, she will definitely earn money to send Gu Yunshu to school. When Gu Yunshu was at home, he learned some characters from Gu Dajung. This child has inherited Gu Dajung's talent, and if he studies hard, he will surely do well in the future. Gu Yundong was sketching on paper and estimated that they would need about 7 or 8 rooms. They also needed a main room, kitchen, dining room, clean room, and storage room. Oh, and they needed a barn for cattle and horses, which is like a garage. Even if they can't afford a car now, they will need it in the future. The entrance leads to a courtyard, where they could plant grapes and jujubes, set up a swing, and have a stone table and benches. In the summer, they could enjoy fruits and cool off, and in winter, they could soak up the sun. Directly opposite the courtyard is the main room. To the left of the main room, there should be a bedroom, and further along, a study. To the right, there should be a dining room, followed by the kitchen. On both sides of the courtyard, there could be side rooms that can be divided into 2 or 3 rooms. She plans to make small partitions in each room for bathrooms, making it convenient for bathing and other needs. At the entrance, they could build a storage room, as farming tools are essential in the countryside. All the various tools can be stored there, along with a public clean room. Drawing all this out, it turns out they would need about an acre of land, so buying another acre is indeed necessary. The backyard should also be enclosed, where they can cultivate vegetables and have space for pigs and chickens. The barn will also be in the backyard, and they can add a door there for easy access when they have cattle and carts. After sketching the layout, Gu Yundong began to calculate the dimensions. The 3 young family members on the bed woke up. Gu Yunshu got up, washed his face, walked to the table, picked up the draft paper, and tilted his head to look around. "Sister, is this our home? Can you understand it?" Gu Yundong asked with a smile. The little guy finally looked proportional. Now when he tilted his head, there was no worry about him falling. He looked incredibly cute. After all, he is just a 5-year-old child, and with good care, he looks better every day. Gu Yunshu seemed to understand a bit, so he sat on a chair and began to study the drawing carefully. Seeing this, Gu Yun ran over, but the stool was a bit high, so she climbed up by holding onto his pants. "I want to see too." "Be gentle, little sister. You're going to pull my pants off." "I'm being gentle. Look how thin I am. I haven't eaten much." Gu Yunka was unhappy because her brother often said she ate too much and would become a chubby girl. She felt like she didn't want to like him anymore. Gu Yundong couldn't help but laugh and picked up Gu Yunka, sitting her next to Gu Yunshu. The little girl immediately turned to her and said, "Sister, I'm light. You can carry me." Yes, you are the lightest here." Gu Yunshu grunted. Of course, she was the lightest. At 3 years old, how heavy could she be? Gu Yunka leaned in closer, but she couldn't understand what was written, just seeing some square black lines. She didn't know how to read, so she had no idea what it said. She raised her confused face and looked at Gu Yunshu. Gu Yunshu decided to think aloud while explaining it to her. Gu Yundong saw that he was correct and didn't say anything, just continued to draw. Besides the basic floor plan, there were also some details that needed to be drawn clearly to avoid confusion later. Yang was organizing things nearby, and the room felt warm and peaceful for a moment. However, this warmth was broken after a little over an hour, when Gu Yundong was deeply focused on her drawing, and Chen Yulan came to knock on the door. "Yundong, sister," she called out loudly. Gu Yundong frowned and, feeling a bit annoyed, put down her pen and asked, "What is it?" "It's getting late. My mother said if you're cooking dinner, I should help you." She meant to help by telling her where the firewood and water were. Gu Yundong looked at the sky. It was already around 4 o'clock, which was still a bit early for her. Plus, she hadn't finished her drawing yet. If she waited too long, it would get dark, and without electric lights, the oil lamps still felt dim. So she needed to finish while it was still light outside. She directly told Chen Yulan at the door, "We had a late lunch, so we're not hungry yet. You can start cooking. We'll eat later. I still have some things to finish." She glanced at Gu Yunshu and the other child, who both patted their bellies, saying, "We're still full." Hearing this, Chen Yulan pouted but eventually left. Fong was watering the vegetable garden and saw her come out in a huff, asking, "What happened?" She said she's not hungry. Chen Yulan scoffed. "They must have eaten buns for lunch. I could smell them when I walked past their window. If they ate so much, they must have had plenty and didn't even think to share with us. How inconsiderate." She looked up and asked Fong, "Do you think she might be trying to take advantage of us by not cooking first, waiting for us to eat so her 2 kids can come and ask for food?" Fong's eyes flickered. "Now that you mention it, that makes some sense. They came here fleeing from disaster, and I heard that those refugees often have nothing to eat on the way. Even if they have money, they can't spend it, so they rely on others for food. It's possible they have gotten used to using their kids to get something." What should we do?
Wait.
I want to see who gets hungry first. There are kids among them. Well, if they ask us for some food later, let them buy it at a higher price. They have money. Gu Yundong had no idea that just by eating a little later, the mother and daughter could imagine a whole conspiracy. She was already finishing up her work, having painted for another half an hour. It was getting dark, and only when Yang lit the oil lamp did she stop. Taking a deep breath and rubbing her shoulders, she packed away her drawing and said to the others, "It's getting late, and we haven't brought much food. We still have the dumplings we made at Kebiao's house yesterday morning. How about we have dumplings for dinner?" The dumplings had already been steamed, and since the weather was cool, they wouldn't spoil after a couple of days, especially since she had been secretly keeping them fresh in her space. Actually, Yang was perfectly capable of cooking. It was just that they had just arrived in a strange place, and the mother and daughter were not as straightforward as Kebiao. Yang felt anxious, so Gu Yundong didn't let her go out yet. Upon hearing that they would eat dumplings, all three couldn't help but swallow. Even though they had already eaten dumplings twice at Kebiao's house, they still wanted more. "I want 2 bowls, Gu Yunku said. Gu Yundong went out to get the dumplings, with Yang helping her to start the fire. Entering the kitchen, Gu Yundong raised an eyebrow at the cold stove and pot. Had Fong and the others not started dinner yet? At that moment, Chen Yulan had already run into Fong's room, excitedly telling her mother, who was busy eating cake, they finally couldn't wait any longer and started cooking dinner. Fong's face lit up with excitement as she nudged Chen Yulan. "Go help them out." The Gu family would surely feel awkward, and they couldn't just let the mother and daughter eat alone, right? Chen Yulan turned and dashed to the kitchen. She had intended to tell them where the water was, but to her surprise, they had already started cooking. Looking at the dumplings sitting on the bamboo mat, Chen Yulan felt her face flush. Dumplings, especially the white ones, are plump and filled generously. Just looking at them makes my mouth water. She forcefully pulled her gaze away and said warmly, "Sister Yundong, are you cooking dinner? Let me help you with the fire." "No need, my mother is here. It will be ready in a moment, so you can continue with what you're doing." As the water boiled, Gu Yundong added oil, salt, and chopped green onions to a large ceramic bowl to season it, then poured in the boiling water, making the bowl glisten with oil. Chen Yulan held on tightly, stepping forward with a smile. "Are you making dumplings? I didn't see when you wrapped them, but they smell really good. My mother and I had some porridge earlier, and now I'm feeling hungry from the aroma." Earlier she had some porridge? But when she came in, the stove was cold, showing no signs of having been used. Gu Yundong wasn't foolish. She could tell what was happening. Plus, Chen Yulan's eager eyes were almost falling into the dumpling pot, and her offer to help was clearly a way to get some dumplings. If she wanted to eat, she could just say so instead of being sneaky about it. Gu Yundong wasn't unreasonable, but at least she should be honest. Saying she had porridge earlier and was now hungry seemed like she was just waiting for them to finish cooking to get some food.
Who spoiled her like this?
She didn't expect her to be like Ko Biaogu, but at least they should act like normal housemates. Gu Yundong had paid her rent and owed them nothing. With a smile, Gu Yundong watched the plump dumplings floating up in the pot, feeling even happier. Yes, dumplings. I thought it was getting late, and cooking more dishes would be a hassle, right? As she fished all the dumplings into the seasoned bowl, she noticed it was the large bowl she had bought in the city, similar to the ones used for sour fish dishes in her past life. Once all the dumplings were in the bowl, Gu Yundong said to Chen Yulan, "I'm done here. You can use the kitchen. We'll go back to our room to eat, so we don't disturb you. It's still early, and if you're hungry, you can boil some noodles or something which won't take much time." She placed a cloth on the bowl's edge, picked it up, and called out from a distance, "Mother, turn off the fire and clean the pot quickly so we can eat the dumplings. There aren't many, and soon the younger siblings will finish them." Almost done. Yang quickly finished washing the pot and followed her into the room. The smell of dumplings still lingered in the kitchen, but Chen Yulan stood in front of the dark stove with a pale face. When Fong Shi entered, she heard Chen Yulan kick the table hard, causing her to cry out in pain. "What are you doing? What's going on?" Chen Yulan felt very wronged. She had helped Fong Shi a lot before, even advising her to stay away from Shaoqing and warning her about a gossiping woman in the village.
And now?
Gu Yundong was an ungrateful person. Mom, let them leave tomorrow. Our family won't provide them with a place to stay anymore. Feng Shi gave her a light slap. What nonsense are you talking? We've already accepted their money. How can we kick them out? If we really send them away, it would be hard to explain to your uncle. But she's so ungrateful, Chen Yulan complained, recounting what had just happened, feeling very frustrated, especially with the lingering smell of dumplings in her nose, which made her sniff hard. Feng Shi frowned. Forget it. She may not appreciate it, but she has those young siblings and that silly mother. Those three don't understand much, and are easy to handle. Next time, when that girl isn't around, just say a few nice words, and we won't have to worry about them not giving us good things. Now, let's cook. I'm starving. Mom, didn't you just eat some date cake? Chun Yulan mumbled, but started to get busy. As the sounds of clattering came from the kitchen, Gu Yundong happily divided the dumplings and quietly said, "Those two women aren't easy to deal with, so keep your distance from them, okay?" I know. Gu Yunshu nodded while munching. As a man, it's not good for me to get too close to them. Gu Yumka watched her brother eat several dumplings and felt anxious, but, remembering her older sister's words, she quickly nodded. I'll listen and keep my distance. Brother, eat slowly and help me blow on my food first. Yang Shi nodded along. From now on, if I see them, I'll run away right away. Don't worry, Dong Dong. After saying that, they all focused on eating. The dumplings made by their older sister were the best, with a delicious aroma. Gu Yundong twitched his mouth. Eat slowly. There's enough for everyone. The family of four didn't treat Feng Shi and her daughter the same as Kubiao Gu, and after finishing their meal, they boiled water to wash up and went to bed. The next morning, Gu Yundong took the blueprints and went to the village chief's house with Yang Shi and the others, locking the room door before leaving. Chun Liang was already waiting for her, standing next to a tall, strong middle-aged man. As Gu Yundong entered, he introduced, Yundong is here. Come, let me introduce you. This is Feng Danning from our village. You can call him Uncle Feng. Hello, Uncle Feng. Uncle Feng nodded, looking over their family of four, and understood why the village chief said he would be in charge of this matter. Without an adult man in the family, it was indeed inconvenient. He thought the house they planned to build wouldn't be very big, but could they afford 40 coins a day for each person? Chun Liang patted Feng Danning's arm and said, Your Uncle Feng is a skilled builder in our area. As long as it's not during the busy farming season, he helps people build houses nearby. He even spent 2 years in the city when he was younger, so his skills are top-notch. Uncle Chen only seeks the best help, so I have no worries.
Ha ha ha.
Chun Liang enjoyed Gu Yundong's way of speaking. It was pleasant. Unlike the loud village girls and women, who could be quite annoying. All right, didn't you say yesterday you would think carefully about what kind of house to build? Have you made up your mind? Then talk it over with Uncle Feng. I've already drawn the plans. Uncle Feng, take a look. Gu Yundong unfolded the drawings in her hands. Both Feng Danning and Chen Liang were surprised and leaned in to see. In the next moment, both men widened their eyes in astonishment. This was a blueprint? It was as if a house was clearly presented before them, easy to understand. Zhou Shi also came over to take a look. Even as a layperson, she thought the house looked really nice. Gu Yundong took out 2 more drawings. The first one was an overall view of the house, resembling a modern aerial perspective. The second was the internal structure, marked with various dimensions and room locations. The third showed detailed features of the rooms. After looking at the 3 drawings, both Feng Danning and Chun Liang couldn't help but swallow hard. Yundong, did you draw this? Chun Liang asked in disbelief. Have you been to school? Can you read? There were quite a few words written on it. Gu Yundong nodded. My father taught me to read and write. In fact, these 3 drawings were quite rough. She had limited time and only worked on them for an afternoon. How refined could they be? But that was enough. She wasn't building a pavilion or a palace, just a simple farmhouse. Even so, Feng Danning couldn't help but hold the drawings, looking at them again and again. He has been building houses for many years, and it has always been based on the owner's verbal instructions or written descriptions. Where would there be such detailed blueprints to provide such a clear and intuitive picture? When he was in the city, he had seen large stacks of sketches from wealthy families building houses, but they always seemed different from what he sees now. In any case, Fonda felt that after looking at Gu Yundong's blueprints, he could immediately picture the house in his mind. It was very convenient. Uncle Fong, this blueprint only shows the basic structure. Many details still need you to tell me. If needed, I can add them. Okay, let's discuss it carefully. Hey, how did you draw this? The door looks really nice, and the windows too. The flower beds on both sides of the door are quite interesting, and the flowers look real. What does this semicircle mean? Gu Yundong. Just as she was rubbing her forehead, a 6 or 7-year-old boy quietly approached Gu Yunshu's side, saying, "Ashu, I want to take you out to play." This was the village chief's grandson, Niu Dan, whose full name is Qin Jingwen. He had already met Gu Yunshu yesterday, and when Gu Yundong went to check the land, the two kids had a good chat. Gu Yundong thought she would be busy soon, and the two kids would be quite bored, so she nodded and let Gu Yunshu go, just reminding him to take care of Gu Yunkai, who knew the little girl would firmly shake her head, crossing her arms. "I won't talk to my brother today." After all, he called her fatty in the morning. Gu Yundong chuckled as Niu Dan pulled Gu Yunshu away. Once outside, Gu Yunshu asked Niu Dan to take him to see the land at the foot of the mountain, as he hadn't had the chance to see it yesterday. Niu Dan led him there confidently, saying, "Your house will be here. It's so easy to go up the mountain. Let me tell you, we have rabbits and wild chickens up there. Last time, my brother caught 2 wild chickens and roasted them. Too bad I couldn't catch any. My sister is very skilled. She can definitely catch some. Then next time your sister catches some, I'll come to your house to eat."
Okay.
Hey, isn't that the young master from yesterday? Just as they were dreaming about the future, they heard an unpleasant voice from behind. Turning around, they saw 4 or 5 kids around 10 years old standing there. One of them pointed directly at Gu Yunshu and said, "Hey, you have candy, right? Give it to us, hurry up." "Is this person a robber?" My sister said to treat robbers with the same ruthlessness as sweeping leaves in autumn. Gu Yunshu had a serious expression, but before he could act coldly, 4 or 5 children suddenly stared behind him, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Gu Yunshu turned his head in confusion and saw a boy standing behind them with a gloomy face and cold eyes, as if they had disturbed his rest. But this person seemed familiar. He poked his head hard, but before he could figure it out, the children suddenly screamed, "Wolf cub, run." As soon as those words were said, everyone scattered. Gu Yunshu stood there, not understanding what wolf cub meant. The boy beside him, Niu Dan, looked a bit scared, but since Gu Yunshu was with him, he couldn't leave him behind, so he bravely stayed put. However, he quietly tugged at Gu Yunshu's hand and whispered, "Let's go quickly."
Why?
Gu Yunshu asked, puzzled. "Isn't it good that they ran away? They won't steal my things now. But, I'm scared too." Niu Dan quietly looked up at Xiao Qingyuan's face, and when their eyes met, he couldn't help but shiver. Gu Yunshu, however, had remembered who he was and quickly walked up to Xiao Qingyuan. "It's you. What are you doing here? Are you from this village too? What a coincidence. I will be living here soon. This is the land we just secured for a house. My sister said we can build a house soon, and this will be my home." "Where is your home?" Niu Dan thought. "Should I pretend I don't know him and run away with the other kids?" Xiao Qingyuan looked at the little boy in front of him. "What's your name?" Niu Dan stood frozen, but inside he was shouting, "Don't answer. Whatever you do, don't answer. If you do, he will notice you, and you'll be in trouble."
However,
"My name is Gu Yunshu," he said seriously. "Thank you for helping us scare off those kids." Xiao Qingyuan scoffed. "I didn't intend to help you. It was just a coincidence. Even if you didn't intend to, the fact is they ran away because of you, and I benefited from it."
my sister said this counts as
indirect help. Indirect help? Xiao Qingyuan pondered. Last time in the capital, those 2 officers also didn't bother him, because they saw that girl. This situation was quite similar. Xiao Qingyuan didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Gu Yunshu wanted to follow him to chat, but as he took a step, Niudon pulled him back firmly, whispering insistently, "Come back, you need to return." Gu Yunshu hesitated for a moment, but by the time he looked back, Xiao Qingyuan had already turned the corner and disappeared from sight. Gu Yunshu felt regretful. "Why did you pull me?" "I hadn't finished talking. Do you know him?" Hearing this, Gu Yunshu became a bit excited. "You don't know? Last time I saw him, he kicked and knocked over a constable."
Wow.
Niodon gasped in shock. He actually dared to hit a constable? Truly, that kid is something else.
Kid?
Why do you all call him that and seem so scared of him? Isn't he quite handsome? Could it be that these people, like the older sister said, had some kind of problem with their taste? What about him? He thought he was handsome too. Would these people think he looked ugly? Gu Yunshu absent-mindedly touched his face while Niodon was already pulling him back, explaining, "At first, the adults called him that and I didn't understand why. I asked my mom and grandma, but they just told me not to ask too much." He felt a bit dissatisfied. Everyone treated him like a little kid, and he was already 7 years old. "I'm afraid it's because..." Niodon shivered at the thought. "Once, I saw him throw a kid named Dog Dan into the water."
Ah?
Gu Yunshu was surprised. Who is Dog Dan? Was that really the main point? It clearly wasn't. Niodon felt a bit gloomy, but the distraction eased his fear. Dog Dan is the son of the Gao family at the village entrance, the same age as me. One time, he insulted Xiao Qingyuan and sent his big dog to bite him, challenging him to see who is stronger. In the end, the dog got hurt, and Dog Dan was thrown into the river. When Dog Dan was struggling, Xiao Qingyuan went in to save him, but once Dog Dan was okay, he threw him back in until Dog Dan's family came to stop him. He saw this happen with his own eyes. Dog Dan later got very sick after going home and has avoided Xiao Qingyuan ever since, no longer daring to provoke him. This incident spread widely, and the Gao family wouldn't let it go easily. They even went to Xiao Qingyuan's grandfather to demand that he be expelled from Yongfu village. Later, Xiao Qingyuan said that if anyone dared to trouble him again, he would set fire to the Gao family's house. Xiao Qingyuan always meant what he said, and the Gao family was afraid he might actually do it. After all, he had nothing to lose, and they didn't want to risk their family's safety. In the end, the matter was left unresolved, but from then on, whenever children saw Xiao Qingyuan, they would run as far away as possible. "Do you think this person is scary?" Niodon said to Gu Yunshu. "In the future, we should definitely keep our distance. He doesn't even spare children." Gu Yunshu hesitated, but wasn't it Go Dan who did something wrong first? Getting taught a lesson is normal. My sister said that whether old or young, if someone has a bad heart, they are a bad person. Why shouldn't they be punished? What if Go Dan sent a dog to bite you? What would you do? Niodon blinked. "I would definitely be very angry and want to get back at him." So, the wolf cub, was that right? Why did it feel strange? Before he could figure it out, the two had already reached the front door. Once inside, they could still hear Feng Donning's excited voice. They hadn't finished their discussion yet. Gu Yunshu walked over to her sister, stood on tiptoe to take a look, and noticed they were discussing the last drawing. It seemed they were almost done. Feng Danning praised the drawings. "With these, I feel confident. You've noted all the important points we talked about. Don't worry, I've checked everything. Tomorrow is a good day and we can start building the house. It will be done in a month. Haha, I've got people who work quickly. Since you live in the village now, you can come see anytime. If there are any issues, just let me know." "Thank you, Uncle Feng." Feng Danning waved his hand. "Not a problem at all. After all, it's your payment, and we have these drawings." Suddenly, he paused, and his expression became strange. Gu Yundong raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Is there another issue?" Feng Danning cleared his throat, looking a bit embarrassed, and said softly, "I got too excited earlier and didn't consider your situation. Your house is nice, but building it will cost quite a bit." Gu Yundong was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "I understand. You go ahead with the construction. You don't need to worry about the money." In the countryside, for a family of 4 or 5, building a decent house usually only costs a little over 20 taels of silver. Gu Yundong wanted a house with blue bricks and big tiles, and she had many requirements. The decoration alone was different from the village chief's house, and the labor costs were not low. So, without 70 or 80 taels, it wouldn't be possible. Gu Yundong's budget was 100 taels. Even though she didn't have that money yet, it would take at least a month to build the house, and she was sure she could find ways to earn some money during that time. If she really couldn't earn enough, she could buy the furniture later and delay the flooring as well. Right now, she had over 60 taels, which was enough. Hearing this, Feng De felt relieved. It seemed that the Gu family had some savings. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have been educated, right? Gu Yundong discussed materials and other issues with Feng De, while Zhou Shi had already called a few people for lunch. Zhou Shi was cooking with Yang Shi. Yesterday, Gu Yundong had given Chen Liang some money, which left a good impression on Zhou Shi. A meal wouldn't cost much, and besides, they hadn't finished talking yet. After lunch, Zhou Shi gave Gu Yundong a big basket of vegetables to take home. Meanwhile, Feng Shi and her daughter were still waiting at home for Gu Yundong to buy vegetables from their garden. Gu Yundong looked at the basket of vegetables, enough for her family to eat for 2 days, raised an eyebrow, and smiled at Zhou Shi. Annie, are you worried I won't have enough vegetables? Zhou Shi was taken aback and felt a bit embarrassed. I just thought you might not have prepared anything since you just arrived and don't have a garden. These are from my own garden, and I have plenty, so it's no trouble. Gu Yundong accepted the gesture, thinking that Chen Liang and his wife were quite nice. However, some things needed to be made clear. Auntie, I know you're worried about me and Aunt Fong not getting along, right? Zhou Shi was surprised. Had the Gu family figured out who Feng Shi was after just one night? Auntie, let me be honest too. It hasn't been easy for the second family to raise a daughter alone over the years. They've faced many hardships, and their temperament can be a bit difficult, but it's not a major flaw. Your Uncle Chun is a man, and it's not easy for him to get too close to her since he doesn't really know what she's like now. When they arranged for your family to move in, it was because there weren't any other suitable families, and they also wanted to help her earn a few coins. Gu Yundong nodded. I understand, but I want to make it clear to you. If others treat me well, I will return the favor, but if someone tries to take advantage of me, I won't be polite. After saying this, she nodded to Zhou Shi, picked up the basket, and turned to leave. Zhou Shi sighed, thinking she had initially thought Gu Yundong was easy to get along with, but now it seemed she was not someone to be taken lightly. Everything else is fine, but I'm worried if the two of them really start arguing, it will be difficult for our man. Mrs. Zhou shook her head and decided to talk to Chen Liang about this, as a way to give him a heads up. Meanwhile, Gu Yundong unexpectedly saw a man standing in the yard when she returned home with the Yang family. The man was momentarily surprised to see them and nodded in greeting. At that moment, Mrs. Fong came out, followed by another woman who resembled the man in front of them. Mrs. Fong looked displeased to see Gu Yundong, especially since she was carrying a basket of vegetables, which made her frown even more. However, with guests present, she forced a smile and introduced, "This is the Gu family I mentioned earlier, who are temporarily staying with us. They don't have any adult males, so it's more convenient for them to stay here. Our Yulan doesn't have any siblings, so she's quite happy to have some younger brothers and sisters around. She feels it's her duty as an older sister to take care of them." Gu Yundong sneered but said nothing. Mrs. Fong continued, "This is Aunt Wu from the town, and that's her youngest son, who just got engaged to our Yulan." When she mentioned the town, Mrs. Fong's face was full of pride. Gu Yundong greeted Aunt Wu and then went back to her room. Aunt Wu frowned. Why is she so rude? Mrs. Fong sighed. They came here to escape a disaster and encountered many bad people along the way, so it's natural for them to be wary of strangers. Let's not talk about her anymore. Stay for dinner. I'll have Yulan prepare some meat. That sounds great. I haven't tasted Yulan's cooking yet. Mrs. Fong called for Chen Yulan to come out. Gu Yundong could still hear their voices from a distance and frowned slightly. Living in someone else's house was indeed inconvenient. She needed to earn money quickly and ask Uncle Feng to find more people to speed things up. But what should she do? The most basic thing in the countryside is farming. They could get 2 acres of wasteland in Yongfu village, but it needed to be cleared first. Not to mention that clearing the land would take time. Even if Gu Yundong were an expert farmer, it would be impossible to earn money in just a month. So, the only option left was. Gu Yundong turned her head and looked towards Juhushan Mountain. As the saying goes, rely on the mountains for food and on the water for sustenance. Yongfu village is at the foot of Juhushan Mountain, which is said to be endless and home to various wild beasts. Even the most skilled hunters nearby dare not venture deep into the mountains. Gu Yundong felt she should go to Juhushan Mountain to look for opportunities. Setting a goal made her feel at ease for a while. Later, Chen Yulan knocked on their door and quietly said she was good at cooking and wanted her to secretly help prepare dinner for Wu and his son. Gu Yundong refused without even giving a reason. Early the next morning, she took a backpack and headed toward Juhushan. At the foot of the mountain, many children were gathering firewood and picking wild vegetables, and further in, she saw some women searching for mushrooms. Gu Yundong initially wanted to find some mushrooms too, but seeing this, she decided to go deeper into the woods. Then she spotted a wild chicken and smiled, thinking, not bad, this chicken looks quite plump. She took out the crossbow she had prepared and aimed at the chicken, shooting it down. Having faced mutated animals during the apocalypse, catching a wild chicken was no big deal for her. She tossed the chicken into her backpack and continued deeper into the woods. When she saw a rabbit again, Gu Yundong felt very confident about gathering enough money to build a house within a month. However, as she picked up her crossbow and aimed at the rabbit, she suddenly felt a chill, as if something terrifying was watching her from behind, making her hair stand on end. She paused, quickly turned around, and aimed her crossbow at a tree behind her, pulling the trigger. In the next moment, her eyes widened as the arrow suddenly changed direction and shot into another tree trunk. Gu Yundong let out a sigh of relief and looked up to meet the gaze of a man crouching on a tree, watching her. "Why are you here?" If she hadn't reacted quickly, that arrow would have hit him. "You should have said something. You almost got hurt." Xiao Qingyuan's gaze fell on the crossbow in her hand before he looked back at her face.
He didn't say anything.
Gu Yundong raised an eyebrow and said, "My brother came back yesterday and told me you saved him from being bullied." "Thank you." Xiao Qingyuan remained silent, still crouched on the tree, unmoving. Gu Yundong began to understand why people called him a wolf cub. His gaze was sharp and predatory, as if she were prey with no escape. Since he didn't speak, Gu Yundong didn't want to make things awkward. She nodded and continued walking. After the delay, the rabbit had already disappeared. It wasn't until Gu Yundong's figure faded into the distance that Xiao Qingyuan jumped down from the tree. Gu Yundong wasn't very familiar with Juhushan and had little experience in hunting. After the apocalypse, animals have mutated, so their habits and footprints are different. Hunting mutated animals usually requires teamwork, and others are responsible for determining the direction. Therefore, she couldn't rely on the animal tracks to decide where to find something. She had to go by her instincts. After walking for a while, she heard a rustling sound behind her, as if someone was following her. When she turned around, she saw Xiao Qingyuan approaching. Gu Yundong stopped and asked him, "Are you also looking for prey? If you're heading this way, I'll take another route." Seeing him silent, she took it as a yes and turned to walk in a different direction. However, just a few steps later, Xiao Qingyuan called out, "Not far ahead, there's a wild boar den." Gu Yundong's eyes lit up. A wild boar? That would be a big catch, and worth a lot of money. But wait, a wild boar den likely has more than one boar inside. Given her small frame, it could be risky. Plus, she wasn't familiar with the terrain and felt uncertain. Feeling a bit disappointed, Gu Yundong turned back to Xiao Qingyuan and said, "So you came to warn me that it's dangerous over there?" "Thank you." He didn't seem like the heartless person others described. Look, he helped her brother yesterday and came to warn her today. That was quite thoughtful, right? Maybe his quietness led to misunderstandings. "No," Xiao Qingyuan said, looking at her seriously. "I can't handle it alone. I want to team up with you. Your crossbow looks effective and could be helpful." Gu Yundong almost choked on her own saliva. It turned out she was the one misunderstanding him. If we catch the wild boar, I have a way to sell it, and we can split the money evenly, Xiao Qingyuan added. Gu Yundong was tempted. The idea of a wild boar was enticing, making her lose interest in the small chickens in her backpack. She bit her lip, lowering her head to think it over. Xiao Qingyuan watched her, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After a moment, Gu Yundong finally said, I'm okay with teaming up, but how sure are you that there are wild boars in that den? Very sure, 3 wild boars, he replied. All right then, let's go. You lead the way, Gu Yundong said, excited at the thought of 3 wild boars that could bring in a good amount of money. Xiao Qingyuan nodded and started to lead the way forward. Gu Yundong walked smoothly along the path, with Xiao Qingyuan following her at a comfortable distance. He was clearing the weeds ahead, making it easy for her to walk. After a while, just when Gu Yundong thought they would remain silent until they reached their destination, Xiao Qingyuan suddenly stopped. When she got closer, he slightly tightened his lips and asked, Aren't you afraid of me? Gu Yundong paused for a moment. Why should I be afraid of you? You must have heard the rumors in the village. Despite hearing them, she still talked to him without any fear and even let her brother stay close. She was braver than he expected. Gu Yundong realized, Are you talking about how everyone says you're a heartless wolf? She thought that description fit him well, but the part about being heartless was debatable. She didn't really believe it. Xiao Qingyuan was surprised. Did she really dare to say that in front of him? Wasn't she afraid he would get angry? They were in the middle of nowhere. Gu Yundong continued walking forward, wishing he would lead the way again. It was so convenient to have someone clear the path. But since he wanted to chat, she didn't want to rush him. She quickly replied, so she could follow him again. Those rumors about being heartless are just what people say. I might have seen you before I heard the gossip, so my impression of you was formed earlier. Xiao Qingyuan was taken aback. What impression? He felt unexpectedly nervous asking. Clear about grudges and repaying debts. This reminded her of herself, so she naturally felt a bit of fondness for him. She had also been seen as cold and unlikable, even considered a jinx. Xiao Qingyuan suddenly stopped. Clear about grudges? She thought so highly of him. During their previous encounters, he had been fighting. Not just when he dealt with Manager Pan, but also when he kicked the constable without hesitation. Most women would think such a person was reckless and no different from a thug, so why would she have a good impression of him? Why aren't you moving? Gu Yundong took a few steps forward and reached a fork in the road, unsure of which way to go. She turned back and saw him still standing there. Xiao Qingyuan raised his head and looked at her deeply before striding over. To the left. Gu Yundong took the opportunity to say, You should lead the way. I'm not familiar with this area. Finally, she found a chance to stay behind. Xiao Qingyuan slightly lowered his head and replied with a soft Gu Yundong didn't see the glimmer in his lowered eyes. This time, Xiao Qingyuan moved even more swiftly. After walking for nearly half an hour, they finally reached the wild boar cave. Xiao Qingyuan stopped Gu Yundong from moving forward. You hide in that tree. You have a crossbow, which is good for long-range shooting. I'll lure the wild boars out, and I'll handle the first 2. Just keep an eye on the 3rd one. Are you sure you can handle 2? Isn't that too dangerous? It'll be fine. I know what I'm doing, Xiao Qingyuan said, slightly frowning, and added with concern, Just be careful. Gu Yundong nodded and quickly climbed up the tree. Xiao Qingyuan looked up and saw her hiding her figure well with leaves. The tree trunk was thick enough, so it wasn't too dangerous. He then turned and walked toward the wild boar cave. Gu Yundong watched as he skillfully approached the cave, crouching down at one point, though she couldn't see what trap he was setting up on the ground. Xiao Qingyuan used smoke to drive the wild boars out of the cave. As the first boar emerged, he quickly leaped up into the tree. Gu Yundong focused intently, seeing the first one come out. It was quite large, weighing around 400 pounds. The second one followed, slightly smaller but still over 300 pounds. Gu Yundong kept waiting for the 3rd one, but no matter how long she waited, it didn't appear. Meanwhile, when Xiao Qingyuan saw the first wild boar step into the snare he had set, he pulled the rope sharply and jumped down from the tree. The boar's front hooves were lifted off the ground, leaving only its back hooves touching down. It began to struggle wildly, but the rope was securely tied to the tree. Sha Qingyuan quickly approached and plunged his dagger into its neck.
Ah!
The wild boar cried out in pain as blood gushed out. It glared at Sha Qingyuan, trying to charge at him. Sha Qingyuan swiftly stepped back, but at that moment, the second wild boar came charging at him. With quick reflexes, he grabbed a large piece of wood from the ground and smashed it down onto the boar's head. The wild boar staggered for a moment, then became even more aggressive, charging at him with loud grunts. Sha Qingyuan dodged left and right as the boar knocked down 2 trees. Gu Yundong, hidden in the tree, waited for the third boar but, seeing no sign of it, decisively adjusted her crossbow to aim at the rampaging boar. However, its speed made it hard to aim, especially since Sha Qingyuan occasionally got close to it. Gu Yundong frowned, and suddenly, Sha Qingyuan turned and ran, with the boar chasing after him. Gu Yundong was left speechless. The two of them disappeared from sight, and her attention finally focused on the boar that was still tied by one leg. It was struggling wildly, but had lost a lot of blood from a previous wound inflicted by Sha Qingyuan and was gradually losing strength. Gu Yundong aimed her crossbow and shot it in the neck. The boar thrashed a couple of times before finally collapsing to the ground. Only then did Gu Yundong slide down from the tree, feeling uneasy as she followed the direction Sha Qingyuan had gone. Halfway down, she saw Sha Qingyuan returning, with no sign of the boar behind him. He was covered in blood, and she couldn't tell if it was his or the boar's. "Are you hurt?"
she asked.
Sha Qingyuan shook his head. "No, that boar is dead. I went back to take care of the first one too." "That's not necessary. I shot it again and it's not moving anymore."
"But
I never saw the third boar. Was there really a third one?" Gu Yundong asked suspiciously. Sha Qingyuan nodded firmly. "Yes, there were 3. There might be another one not in the boar den. Let's get these 2 down the mountain to avoid attracting other beasts with the smell of blood." She really was quite observant. "Right, let's hurry." Without asking anything else, Gu Yundong quickly followed him back to the boar den. Sha Qingyuan dragged out a wooden raft from the bushes. The first boar weighed around 400 pounds. Gu Yundong felt strong but knew she couldn't handle even half of that weight. It was a shame. If Sha Qingyuan wasn't there, she could have easily stored the boar in her space. Sha Qingyuan was strong, and with Gu Yundong's help, he managed to lift the boar onto the raft and began to pull it down the mountain. The other boar was a bit farther away, so they could only take this one to the foot of the mountain first. Sha Qingyuan was very familiar with the area, and they returned much faster than they had come. When they reached the foot of the mountain, he found a quiet spot and asked Gu Yundong to wait there while he went to handle the other end. After going back and forth, when Sha Qingyuan finally brought the wild boar over, he was soaked in sweat. He wiped his face and said to Gu Yundong, "For such a large wild boar, we can sell one for a decent price in town, but it would be better in the county. Do you want to go?" Gu Yundong looked at the 2 wild boars. Going to town was manageable, but going to the county would take too much time. She still couldn't leave her 3 children at home. With the back and forth plus the time to sell the boars, she would probably not be back until evening. Honestly, since Sha Qingyuan caught both wild boars, she felt a bit guilty about taking the money from selling them. But then again, she did help drag the raft and check on the boars, so she had put in some effort, right? After thinking it over, she handed the wild chicken from her basket to Sha Qingyuan and said, "I won't go to the county, but can you sell this chicken for me?"
"Sure."
Sha Qingyuan didn't say much more and took the chicken, letting Gu Yundong head back first. Gu Yundong was still worried about how he would get the wild boars to the county. Her space wouldn't help at all, and she felt exhausted. When Gu Yundong sighed and returned home, she found that Fong and her daughter were not there. Gu Yunju said, "A relative of Aunt Fong is getting married," so they went to the wedding. Aunt Fong said she would stay at her family's for a couple of days and asked us to help feed the chickens and pig. Aunt Fong had 3 chickens and 1 pig, and usually they had to catch bugs for the chickens and gather grass for the pig. "Oh, so they're making decisions without asking," Gu Yundong scoffed. "Yunju, Go to the village chief's house and tell Aunt Jo about this. Hee, I already did. Gu Yunju said proudly. Actually, if Aunt Fong had asked nicely, he wouldn't have minded helping. He used to gather grass for the pig when they lived at the old Gu house, so he knew how to do it. But Aunt Fong's way of speaking was off-putting, as if she was commanding them rather than asking for help. Influenced by Gu Yundong, Gu Yunju wouldn't back down from such people anymore. Gu Yundong patted his head with satisfaction. Turning around, she saw Aunt Fong and Chen Yulan's locked door, and the kitchen utensils were sealed up. Even the eggs in the jar had been taken away. She couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. They treat them like thieves and still expect help. What a dream. However, with the mother and daughter not around, Gu Yundong prepared a hearty dinner since she had meat in her space. As soon as it got dark, Xiao Qingyuan came over. Gu Yundong eagerly greeted him. Did you sell everything? The two stood at the kitchen door, in the shadow under the eaves, making it hard to see them clearly. Xiao Qingyuan took out some silver ingots. I sold the 2 wild boars for a total of 80 taels of silver. The price for domestic pigs in the county is 18 won per jin, but wild boars are much more expensive, at 80 won. The smaller wild boar weighed 330 jin, and I sold it to a restaurant where the owner knows me, along with that wild chicken for 30 taels. The larger boar was bought by a wealthy young man who paid 50 taels. In total, that's 80 taels. Here is your share of 40 taels. Gu Yundong knew wild boars were pricey, but was surprised to receive 40 taels all at once. Wait, is it really okay to take 40 taels from him? She stared at the shiny silver, trying to hold back her excitement, and said with great restraint, You hunted both wild boars. I just helped a little, and you also paid the villagers for their help in transporting them to the county. I only need a small reward. She had heard earlier that Xiao Qingyuan had hired a few strong villagers to help transport the wild boars. His reputation in the village wasn't great, and these people wouldn't have helped him if it weren't for the money. However, the sight of 2 large wild boars being brought down from the mountain caused quite a stir in the village. Many wanted to comment but were afraid of him, so they could only follow the cart enviously for a long distance. Later, they eagerly discussed it in the village, guessing how much the wild boars could sell for. Xiao Qingyuan, noticing her sparkling eyes, secretly chuckled. Her expression clearly showed she wanted the money. We agreed on splitting it evenly, so it should be half each. The transportation fee is only 1 tael of silver. You gave me a wild chicken, so that balances it out. Take the silver. I don't want to be someone who goes back on their word. Gu Yundong nodded seriously. To prevent you from being a person who breaks promises, I will accept this silver. Xiao Qingyuan. So, I should thank you then? Gu Yundong hugged the silver, feeling very happy inside. A person like Xiao Qingyuan, who is so principled, is definitely someone she can work with in the future. He is not a troublemaker. He is truly a good person. Now that there is money to build a house, Gu Yundong felt happy and casually asked, Did you just come back from the county? Have you eaten dinner? I haven't eaten. Gu Yundong responded with an O, seeming not to hear him at all. It wasn't until he turned to enter the kitchen that she suddenly came to her senses and looked at him in surprise. What are you doing? Aren't you going to let me stay for dinner? Xiao Qingyuan had a look that said, If not, why did you ask if I had eaten? Gu Yundong glanced at him and then at the money in her arms, confidently saying, Of course, you worked so hard. It's only right to have a meal. She followed him into the kitchen, saying, The food is a bit cold. I'll quickly make you some fried rice. Okay. Xiao Qingyuan sat on a stool, watching her skillfully crack eggs and scoop rice. With a sizzling sound, a delicious aroma suddenly filled the kitchen. Strangely, this smell gave Xiao Qingyuan a sense of comfort. This is my first time eating fried rice. Xiao Qingyuan looked at the big bowl in front of him, where golden eggs and white rice were mixed together, each grain distinct. The rich aroma wafted up, making him even hungrier. Gu Yundong had just taken off her apron and paused at his words, then remembered how he had been treated like a stray. She had heard quite a bit about Xiao Qingyuan in the past few days. He was taken from Jahushan by his grandfather when he was just a newborn. It was said that there was a wolf's corpse nearby, but no one knew how it had died. His grandfather's surname was Li, and the main branch of the Li family only had 2 daughters and no sons, so they registered Xiao Qingyuan under the names of the couple in the main branch. Later, when the main branch had a son, they didn't treat Xiao Qingyuan well. When he was 14, the couple kicked him out. His grandfather refused to leave him behind and left the Li family with him. However, not long after, his grandfather fell seriously ill and passed away. After that, Xiao Qingyuan changed his surname to Xiao, which was the name found on his swaddling clothes. Xiao Qingyuan's life for the first several years was not much different from Gu Yundong's earlier life. Afterward, he was on his own and probably never learned to make fried rice. But what Gu Yundong didn't know was that Xiao Qingyuan wasn't incapable of making fried rice. He was actually a kitchen disaster, the kind of person who could burn half the kitchen while cooking a meal. Since Grandpa Li passed away during the hot seasons, he mostly worked short jobs in town and bought some food on the street. Whenever he was in the village, he would buy several days' worth of dry food and buns in town, which were very basic. Seeing him eat heartily at that moment, Gu Yundong was at a loss for words. Only after he finished eating and left did Gu Yundong return to her room with the warm 40 taels of silver. The 3 people in the room were already asleep, and Gu Yundong felt a weight lift from her heart, quickly drifting off to sleep herself. However, Xiao Qingyuan returned. At that moment, he was lying on a nearby rooftop, one hand behind his head and the other on his stomach, gazing up at the sky. The light in his eyes was even brighter than during the day. Gu Yundong slept soundly, and without the noise from the Fong mother and daughter early in the morning, she felt the whole world was peaceful. With the silver, she was eager to check on the new house being built on her land. This time, she brought the Yang family with her. The construction site was bustling, and Fong Danning had already gathered more than 20 young men to work. When he saw her, Fong Danning immediately came over. "How's it going?" Everyone seems to be in good spirits. Indeed, they were doing well. Most of the workers were from the village, with some from the neighboring village, all recruited by Fong Danning. Since Gu Yundong offered a good price, the workers were naturally happy. Typically, when building houses, a person would earn a maximum of 30 won a day. Although lunch was provided, it was just boiled cabbage and coarse buns, which weren't worth 10 won, making it better to eat at home. Some people greeted Gu Yundong, and seeing the young girl looking clean and fresh increased their fondness for her. Gu Yundong smiled and nodded to everyone. Noticing that they were sweating, she thought for a moment and then turned to knock on the door of a neighboring house. Her land was quite remote, with only 2 or 3 neighbors nearby. This family's surname was Zeng. Their house was not large, and when the door opened, a little girl about 6 or 7 years old appeared. Seeing a stranger at the door, she timidly asked, "Who are you looking for?" Just then, a woman hurried over, looking curiously at Gu Yundong. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Gu Yundong, new to Yongfu Village. The house being built next door is mine, so we'll be neighbors. I came to say hello and apologize for any disturbance while building. I also wanted to ask for your help," Gu Yundong said with a smile, her tone very friendly. Dong felt that she spoke very politely and realized she was from the Gu family next door, who were building a brick house. Knowing they would have many interactions in the future, he quickly stepped aside and said, "Please come in and speak." Gu Yundong entered and casually glanced at the Gu family's courtyard. It was tidy but small, and the house seemed a bit old and in need of repair. Once inside the main room, Dong asked, "How can I help you?" "I would like to borrow your kitchen to make some ginger tea," Gu Yundong explained. "The weather is getting a bit chilly, and the workers outside are helping my family build the house. They get sweaty, and when the wind blows, they can easily catch a cold. Drinking some ginger tea can warm them up. I hope it's not too much trouble." Dong was momentarily surprised but quickly nodded. "Of course, it's no trouble at all. Please sit for a moment. We have ginger at home, and I'll go get some for you." Since they grew plenty of ginger, Dong soon returned with a handful. Gu Yundong was not shy about borrowing not only the ginger and firewood, but also their bucket and bowl. After preparing the tea, she went outside with Yang, carrying the ginger tea. Fong Danning was curious about where she had gone, and when he saw her bringing the tea, he looked surprised. Gu Yundong explained her reasoning. After working hard all day, people can get really thirsty. I saw some drinking plain water, which isn't good for them. So, I borrowed the kitchen to brew some ginger tea. Drinking it warm will make them feel better. If anyone doesn't like the taste of ginger tea, I also have boiled water. Uncle Feng, please let everyone come and have some. Feng Danning had never seen a host make ginger tea for guests before. Usually, they just provided plain water for people to serve themselves. This young girl was quite thoughtful, and it warmed everyone's hearts, making them work even harder. After speaking with Feng Danning, Gu Yundong returned to the Zeng family. Dong was tidying up in the kitchen and smiled when she saw her come in, saying nothing. Gu Yundong took out a handful of coins and pressed them into Dong's hand. Dong was startled and quickly tried to return the coins. What is this for? It's just a few pieces of ginger. Aunt, this money is not just for today. It will take over a month to finish building my house, and I can't come every day. So, I would like to ask you to help me by making a pot of tea each day. It doesn't always have to be ginger tea. Boiled water is fine too. Consider this money as payment for your help, and I know your firewood and water need to be carried as well. Dong was momentarily stunned as she looked down at the 200 coins in her hand, thinking about the man who had been injured and could only lie in bed, as well as the several young children at home. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to take the money back. Thank you, Auntie. Then I'll trouble you, Auntie, Gu Yundong said before leaving the Zeng family's yard. As she stepped outside, she noticed the door of the neighboring house had also opened. She was surprised to see a man stepping out. Xiao Qingyuan happened to turn his head and, seeing her, said nothing. He held a coarse steamed bun and took a big bite, crumbs sticking to his dry lips, making it seem difficult to swallow. Gu Yundong felt as if her throat was blocked just watching him, especially when she saw a small piece of the bun fall to the ground, creating a tiny dent in the muddy earth. Gu Yundong thought, how hard must that be? Can it even be digested? She swallowed hard just as she heard Dong's hurried footsteps behind her. Yundong, there's not much good stuff at my house. This is some homegrown vegetables. We have plenty in the yard.
Take some back to eat.
Dong came out carrying a basket. When she looked up, she saw Xiao Qingyuan from next door. Oh, it's Qingyuan. You didn't go out today? Why are you eating buns again? You can't eat buns every day. Come over to my house for dinner tonight. Dong seemed quite familiar with Xiao Qingyuan, speaking casually. He took another bite of the hard bun in front of Gu Yundong and replied coldly, "No, I'm busy." With that, he walked away. Gu Yundong wanted to ask if he needed some water to go with it, but he had already disappeared. When Dong turned back and saw Gu Yundong's expression, she misunderstood and said cautiously, "Yundong, don't be afraid. Qingyuan isn't as scary as people in the village say. He lives right next door, and we've been neighbors for years. We know him well. He's a good person." Gu Yundong was taken aback. This was the first time she had heard a positive comment about Xiao Qingyuan. She hadn't realized he lived next door, which meant he would be her neighbor. Oh, a helpful neighbor who was friendly. Wasn't that a good thing? So, Gu Yundong nodded. Auntie, I understand. I'm not the kind of person who believes everything others say. She accepted the basket of vegetables from Dong. I won't be polite about these. Dong let out a small sigh of relief.
Just take them.
Come back for more when you finish. Gu Yundong quietly got up from the bed and glanced at the three who were still sound asleep. She gently shook Gu Yunshu awake. The little one was very sleepy and rubbed his eyes, calling out, "Sister." "Sho," Gu Yundong whispered, pointing toward the door and asking in a low voice, "Do you remember what I told you before?" Gu Yunshu suddenly became alert, recalling what his sister had said. "I remember, someone wants to steal our silver, cut off our future, and disturb our ancestors' resting place."
He clenched his small fist.
"Sister, are the thieves here?" Thanks to the tough times they had endured while fleeing, Gu Yunshu, though he despised and hated thieves, was not afraid. Instead of hiding under the covers, he looked determined and ready to confront them. "They have come," Gu Yundong said with a smile. She silently opened the door to the room and sat down by the chair in the main room, watching the door closely, waiting for them to enter. Gu Yanshu quickly grabbed a wooden stick from the corner and moved beside her, ready for action. At that moment, in the courtyard outside, four sneaky figures were climbing down from the wall. Perhaps the wall was a bit high, as one person twisted their ankle and almost cried out. Another quickly covered their mouth and nose with enough force that they almost suffocated them. Which way? Once they got used to the layout of the yard, they began to observe their surroundings. This was their first time at the Fong family's home. After all, there are many rumors about widows, and this widow is the sister-in-law of the village chief, so these petty thieves usually wouldn't wander around here or have the chance to enter the house. Now that Fong was not home, and there were wealthy people living there without any strong connections, it was an opportunity that had come to them. I found out that the Gu family, a family of 4, lives in the room on the left. Okay, in a bit, I'll go in with Dakian and you, Goshing, keep watch outside.
Sure.
Big brother, I've heard that the Gu family's house is worth at least 70 to 80 taels. I estimate she has already given a few taels to Fong Daneng, so most of it should be in the room. The 2 kids in the Gu family can be ignored. They sleep soundly. When we go in, as usual, Dakian and I will use our daggers to keep the 2 adults in check. If they wake up, we can threaten them to stay quiet while you look for the money. Just thinking about having dozens of taels soon makes me so excited. I need to use the restroom. Ambitious. I tell you, it's definitely more than just those dozens of taels. Think about it. If she only had 70 or 80 taels, would she be willing to spend it all on such a big brick house? A thatched cottage is still livable. I think there must be at least a few hundred taels. Darn, I'm so excited I need to use the restroom too. As they excitedly approached the main room, they had no idea that Gu Yundong had the courage to build a house worth 100 taels even before she had 70 or 80. Gu Yundong heard the rustling sounds and the faint muffled noises. A smile appeared on her lips as she waited for these people to fall into her trap. However, after waiting for a long time, the door never opened. Gu Yanshu, holding a stick, almost fell asleep again, but Gu Yundong finally lost her patience. She opened the main door and looked outside.
Where were they?
The courtyard was quiet and empty. There wasn't even a shadow of a person. If it weren't for the moonlight, the messy footprints in the yard would clearly show that several people had been close by, making Gu Yundong doubt whether the sounds she heard earlier were just her imagination.
But
where did the thief go? Gu Yunshu rushed out. Sister? Why is no one here? Gu Yundong thought for a moment. Could it be that they have another plan? What do you mean? I don't know. Gu Yundong let him go inside while she checked the kitchen and other places. There was indeed no one left, so she returned. Gu Yunshu quickly asked in a low voice, Sister, did you find anything?
No, maybe.
They came tonight just to scout the place. That was the only explanation she could think of, but to be cautious, Gu Yundong stayed up all night, fully alert. As a result, the next day when she went out, she had noticeable dark circles under her eyes. She planned to take a quick trip to the homestead in the morning and then catch up on sleep to avoid the thieves coming back at night. However, when she arrived at the Zeng family's yard, she saw Xiao Qingyuan again. The yard was empty. Dong was making ginger tea, and her daughter, the 7-year-old girl she had seen yesterday, was helping with the fire. The 9-year-old son and the 5-year-old son were out gathering firewood. Gu Yundong walked over and sat down next to Xiao Qingyuan, asking, Did your aunt ask you to come for a meal? No, Xiao Qingyuan replied. I'm here waiting for you. Gu Yundong was surprised. Waiting for me? Is there something? Are you going to the mountains to hunt wild boars again? Did you find the trail of the 3rd wild boar? Xiao Qingyuan replied. I haven't been to the mountains these past few days. I'm here to tell you that your home is being watched. Xiao Qingyuan's expression was serious. Last night, 4 troublemakers broke into your yard to steal something. You saw them? Yeah. Xiao Qingyuan nodded. I knocked them out and took them away. Doing good deeds should be acknowledged. Gu Yundong felt a mix of emotions and wasn't sure if she should say something. Her expression was complicated, making her dark circles even more prominent. Xiao Qingyuan frowned slightly. What's wrong? Gu Yundong thought about whether he was being kind or if he expected gratitude. So, she tried to say it gently, actually. I've been waiting for the thieves to come these past few days. Here's the translation and improved version. I was thinking that once my house is built, many people will be jealous. Instead of constantly worrying about someone causing trouble, it might be better to set an example and show everyone what happens to those who target us. Just because there are no adult men in my family doesn't mean we are easy to bully. Last night, I was sitting in the living room waiting for them to come. She mentioned hearing some muffled sounds, initially thinking it was just the thieves accidentally bumping into something. But it turned out to be something else. Xiaoqing tightened his grip slightly, his lips pressed together firmly. Gu Yundong didn't blame him, but Xiaoqing looked deeply at her dark circles and suddenly stood up, saying, "Got it." Then he left, his long legs taking big strides. Gu Yundong didn't even have time to say, "Thank you." She rubbed her forehead and sighed quietly. After chatting with the Dong family, she went back and slept for the afternoon, so she wasn't too tired at night. When she heard noises outside in the yard, she quickly sat up in bed. This time, Gu Yundong didn't wake her little brother, who was sleeping soundly. She quietly went outside. The moonlight was bright, just like the night before, illuminating the entire yard. As soon as Gu Yundong opened the door, she saw 4 dark shapes in the middle of the yard. Getting closer, she realized they were 4 sacks. What could this be? The sacks were still, and after looking around, Gu Yundong hesitated for a moment before approaching and untying the rope on one of the sacks. Suddenly, a head popped out.
Whoa.
Gu Yundong stepped back in shock. Honestly, if she hadn't been through so much and had a strong mind, she would have screamed in fear, calling the neighbors over. Who on earth left this here? Gu Yundong almost cursed the person's ancestors, but steadied herself and moved closer again. Upon closer inspection, she saw that the person's face was covered with a black cloth, looking like a thief. Gu Yundong's eyes widened as she realized there were 4 sacks, which matched the number Xiaoqing mentioned. So, did he throw these people here? She felt a surge of frustration, unable to express it, and her head ached. After a moment, she stepped forward and slapped the face of the person in the sack, saying, "Hey, wake up, wake up." Zhuangzi groggily opened his eyes, feeling confused for a moment. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he shouted, "Hero." Before he could say, "Please spare me," a rag was stuffed into his mouth. He mumbled a few times, and as his eyes adjusted to the moonlight, he finally recognized the person in front of him. Zhuangzi widened his eyes. Wasn't this the young girl from the Gu family? He recalled that last night, he and his friends had gone to her house to steal something, and then he was hit on the back of the head. When he woke up, his eyes were covered, and his mouth was blocked. He had no idea where he was or who had attacked him. At that moment, he thought he would be sold into a labor camp and would never escape. But before he could figure out how to get away, he was beaten badly again and lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he was hit once more. He thought he had encountered a strange person, but now he realized who was in front of him. Could it be that she was the one who took down him and his 3 brothers last night? No, that couldn't be true, could it? Gu Yundong seemed to see a lifetime of experiences reflected in his eyes. Finally, in a calm voice, she asked, "What's your name? Answer my questions clearly and don't shout, or you might lose a finger." Gu Yundong held a dagger, and as she pulled his tied hands, the blade glinted menacingly, pressing against his fingers, drawing blood with the slightest pressure. Zhuangzi was terrified, so when Gu Yundong removed the rag from his mouth, he quickly replied, "My name is Zhuangzi. You came to my house in the middle of the night to steal something, right?" Zhuangzi immediately shook his head in denial. "No, we were just passing by." Before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his fingers and quickly nodded. "We came to steal because we thought you must be rich with such a big house, and there are no men around, so it would be easy. Besides me, there's Liangzi, Daqian, and Gosheng. Liangzi is our older brother." "Exactly, that's a clear confession. I'll be nicer to you tomorrow," Gu Yundong said with a smile, putting the dagger away. Zhuangzi shivered for no reason. Why did this girl, who was only 13, seem so frightening? Was it because she had beaten him a few times during the day, leaving him with a psychological fear? What does tomorrow mean? You'll find out then. Gu Yundong waved her hand, and Zhuangzi fainted again. Early the next morning, just after dawn, a few children were running through the village shouting, "Come see. The Gu family caught a thief. It's those troublemakers, Liangzi, Daqian, and Dogsheng. I heard they were caught stealing." Some adults, heading to the fields, couldn't help but stop the children, asking, "What did you just say?"
Who caught those troublemakers?
The children, holding candy and licking it with care, replied, "It's the Gu family, the ones building the big brick house in our village. All 4 of them were caught, and now they're at Aunt Chen's doorstep."
What?
Another adult looked skeptical. Doesn't the Gu family have no strong workers? How could they catch those troublemakers? Are you sure? Let's go see. I think it's unlikely. Those rascals are always stealing and are very skilled at it. They've never been caught before. Yeah, I heard last time they targeted Wang's family. They have plenty of men and they even stole 2 chickens. Wang went to Liangzi's house to confront them, but without proof, he couldn't do anything. Come on, let's find out what's going on. The children hurried over and even stopped by the homes of the 4 troublemakers to share the news. Dogsheng and Daqian lived in a nearby village, but it wasn't far. 2 older kids, having received extra candy from Gu Yundong, ran quickly to inform their families. When the villagers arrived at Aunt Chen's house, they saw 4 bruised individuals tied to the trunk of a large tree in front of the house. It was indeed Liangzi and the others. Next to the tree, Gu Yundong was sitting on a stool, eating sunflower seeds. Yang and the others were likely still inside. The crowd halted, unsure of what to do. It was Lu Hohot, the wife of Feng Danning, who stepped forward to speak to her. "Yundong, what's going on? I heard these 4 troublemakers tried to steal from your house, and you caught them red-handed? Did you do it?" Since Feng Danning was building a house for Gu Yundong and spoke highly of her, Lu Hohot had met her a couple of times and felt somewhat familiar compared to others in the village she hadn't spoken to. Gu Yundong casually offered her half of the sunflower seeds, saying, "Auntie, have some. I roasted them myself." Lu Hohot stared blankly at the fragrant sunflower seeds in her hand, unable to resist, and cracked one open. It really is delicious." She immediately forgot about asking questions and started eating. The onlookers, eager to know the truth, felt like going up to her and scolding, "Have you never eaten sunflower seeds in your life?" Gu Yundong scanned the area and soon spotted Liangzi and his family from the village approaching in the distance. She handed all the remaining seeds to Lu Hohot, then clapped her hands and walked over to wake up the 4 people tied to the tree trunk who were still unconscious. "It's dawn. It's time to settle the score. Wake up." Zhuangzi was the first to open his eyes. Upon seeing her, he immediately felt a dull pain in his fingers and forced a very ugly, flattering smile. Liangzi was the second to wake up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw himself and the others tied up, with Gu Yundong's harmless face in front of him. He immediately shouted in anger, "You little brat, did you tie us up? Let us go, or I'll sell you off." Gu Yundong let out a laugh and punched him in the stomach. Liangzi nearly vomited, his eyes wide as he struggled to curse, "You little brat." Just then, Liangzi's family, who had just arrived, saw this scene and rushed over to hit her. "Who do you think you are, coming to our village and messing with our people? Do you think we're pushovers?" The one shouting was Liangzi's mother, Jin Yuexiang, in her 40s, running over quickly. The first to try to hit her was Liangzi's father, Hu Qianlai, whose big hand came down like a bull aimed at her head. However, as he reached Gu Yundong, he heard a cold laugh and then felt a sharp pain in his stomach, causing him to stumble backward 2 or 3 meters.
Wow.
Luckily, Hu Qianlai was strong. Otherwise, he would have flown back instead of just falling. Even so, Gu Yundong's kick left all the onlookers stunned. Jin Yuexiang, who had been shouting, suddenly stopped, her voice caught in her throat like a gasping duck, her face filled with shock. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Gu Yundong retracted her foot, brushed off her pants, and smiled as she asked, "You come here shouting and threatening, but it was your son who came to steal from my house and got caught. Don't you feel ashamed as parents?" Instead of apologizing, you come to trouble me, the victim. With parents like you, it's no wonder your son turned to theft. Her shout finally made everyone react. Jin Yuexiong hurried to help Hu Qianlai up. Hu Qianlai was very angry, but his stomach hurt too much. He didn't expect this girl to be so strong like an adult man. The two of them dared not approach anymore, but seeing their son tied up still made them feel heartbroken and furious. They could only stand far away and curse, "Whose son is a thief? You're the one acting like a thief. Are you trying to blame my son because you got caught stealing? I see you dressing up in a flashy way. You probably got caught by my son last night, and now you're pretending to be innocent." Liangzi's stomach pain finally eased. He didn't see his father get kicked away, and when he came to his senses, he heard his mother's curses and quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. We only wanted to catch her because we found her acting suspiciously and ruining our village's reputation. We didn't expect that man to fight back and knock us all out. As he spoke, he felt like he was uncovering the truth and became more excited. That man caught us the night before and locked us in a room, beating us for a whole day. Look at the bruises on our faces. That's how we got them. They wanted us to admit to stealing money. The more Liangzi spoke, the more convinced he became. Otherwise, how could they have fainted as soon as they entered the yard? They had gone hungry and been beaten all day. He didn't believe a little girl like Gu Yundong could do this alone. There had to be a partner involved. Strangely enough, what he said seemed to make sense to the villagers, who began to whisper among themselves. However, Lu Hohot spat a sunflower seed shell at Liangzi's face. "Have you no shame? Everyone in the village knows what kind of person you are. You're the one with the bad reputation. Why are you trying to slander a young girl? Aren't you afraid of consequences?" Liangzi glared at her fiercely. "How am I slandering her? I'm not the only one who saw it. Ask Zhuangzi and the others if I'm wrong." Liangzi glanced sideways at Zhuangzi, signaling him to speak up quickly. Zhuangzi, however, kept his head down and whispered, "You should stop talking." He had been woken up from a sack last night. Unlike Liangzi, he still had knife marks on his fingers. Gu Yundong's cold and eerie expression had left a deep impression on him. Seeing that he was uncooperative, Liangzi gritted his teeth and shouted at Dakian and Gosheng, "You two tell me, did I say anything wrong? Didn't that girl let some guy knock us out the night before, and then beat us all day?" The two exchanged glances, and were about to respond when Zhuangzi kicked them. Although their bodies and hands were tied, their feet were free. "Ouch!" they exclaimed, unsure of what to say next. They were still confused about why they had been knocked out, and why they were tied up here. They had always followed Liangzi's lead, believing whatever he said, but now Zhuangzi wouldn't let them speak. What was going on? Their hesitation, along with Lu Hohot's defense, led the villagers to believe Gu Yundong. Seeing everyone pointing at them, Jin Yuexiong jumped up. Liangzi didn't say anything wrong. They went out the night before and didn't come back. They must have been beaten all day. My poor son, just because we spoiled him and didn't let him work, now we have a bad reputation in the village. We finally tried to do something good, and no one believes us. That girl let my son go. Gu Yundong suddenly had a shoe sole in her hand. She walked up to Liangzi and slapped him across the face. Jin Yuexiong screamed, "What are you doing? If you insult me again, I'll hit him again. You dare." Jin Yuexiong rushed forward, but Gu Yundong turned and smiled at her, raising her foot. "Come here." Jin Yuexiong was about to run up to her, but suddenly stopped, afraid to approach. That girl could kick her husband away. She might lose her life if she got too close. You little brat, you."
Slap.
Gu Yundong didn't hold back. "Go on, keep talking." Seeing her son's mouth bleeding, Jin Yuexiong was so furious that she trembled and rushed at Gu Yundong. Gu Yundong kept her word and kicked her. "Try coming at me again," she said, raising an eyebrow at Hu Qian, while glancing at the other family members rushing over. Hu Qian watched his wife crying out in pain and didn't dare to move. Zhuangzi's parents had actually arrived earlier, but they were quite honest and felt guilty, so they didn't dare approach Gu Yundong, especially since she seemed so fierce. Doxing's father also arrived, glaring not at Gu Yundong, but at Doxing instead. De Qian's family did not come. With everyone gathered, Hu Qianlai wanted to urge others to join him. Since he and his wife couldn't handle Gu Yundong alone, he thought they could all take down a young girl together. Before he could speak, Dogsheng's father, Zhao Zhu, stepped forward and asked Gu Yundong, "What will it take for you to let them go?" Gu Yundong looked at him. Zhao Zhu was quite strong, very different from the thin Dogsheng. Gu Yundong got straight to the point. "Since you stole from my home, and I caught you, it's simple. Each person must pay 5 taels of silver, and I will let them go." Zhao Zhu frowned, and Hu Qianlai shouted angrily, "Dream on. 5 taels? Go rob someone else. I won't give you a single coin." Dogsheng's father, "Why are you wasting time? Let's go together. You're strong, and how can a little girl fight all of us at once?" Zhao Zhu pressed his lips together, but Gu Yundong smiled at Hu Qianlai. "I think you've forgotten who I am." She looked around, making sure everyone in the village heard her. "I came here to escape famine, traveling from Yongning Prefecture to Shuana Prefecture, and then to this Yongfu village. On the way, I saw bandits everywhere, starving people, and countless dead bodies. I saw more dead than in Songjia village and Anping village combined. Yet here I stand, unharmed, with food to spare, and my mother and siblings with me. What do you think I relied on?" Everyone fell silent. What did she rely on? Beauty? People were starving. Who would care about a young girl? Wealth? Those bandits would just take it. Could you really give a little and be safe? So it must be strength. Look at how she kicked Hu Qianlai and Jin Yuexiang just now, and how she wielded her Shu soul with such force. She was nothing like the timid 13-year-old girls in their village who wouldn't dare to argue. "I came to Yongfu village to settle down, but that doesn't mean I'm easy to bully. If you dare to steal from my home, you must pay the price. Otherwise, don't think you can leave. You can try." Zhao Zhu fell silent, and Hu Qianlai finally realized that this girl was indeed not easy to mess with. Only Jin Yuexiang was still confused about the situation. She pointed at Gu Yundong and shouted, "I won't give you anything, not even a penny. If you have the ability, don't let them go. If you can kill them, do you dare?" Gu Yundong shook her head. "I don't dare." Jin Yuexiang felt proud. She thought, of course, Gu Yundong wouldn't dare to cause any real trouble. They were fleeing from disaster, but now in Yongfu village, could anyone just kill without consequences? It was just a scare tactic. "I don't dare, and you won't pay either, so let's just beat you up again. Or report to the authorities," Gu Yundong said coldly. Jin Yuexiang's smile faltered. "Report to the authorities? Are you crazy?" Common folks didn't want to deal with the government. Once you entered the official's office, it wasn't just a simple matter. It could lead to much worse than losing a little money. "Yes, report to the authorities. Let the county magistrate deal with them. They've been stealing for so long. Maybe with some serious questioning, they will reveal a lot. In the end, they will have to compensate for everything that has gone missing in the village over the years." Jin Yuexiang's expression changed. "You think the county magistrate will just listen to you? You really think he will care? If you report it, you won't get anything good out of it." Gu Yundong raised an eyebrow. "How do you know the county magistrate won't listen to me?" Everyone present was taken aback. Could it be that Gu Yundong actually knew the county magistrate? After all, she wasn't from the area and no one knew her background. Seeing her so confident made them a bit skeptical. Just then, a male voice suddenly came from the back of the crowd. "How come I didn't know the county magistrate knows a little village girl like you?" Everyone turned to look behind and saw the Fong mother and daughter standing there. They didn't know when they had returned. Next to them stood a young man who looked like a wealthy gentleman. He pretended to be charming, fanning himself as he slowly walked through the crowd and stood beside Zhao Zhu, raising an eyebrow as he examined Gu Yundong. "You, a little girl, dare to deceive your neighbors in the name of the county magistrate? You have quite the nerve." Chun Yulan hurriedly followed and introduced him to everyone. "This is young Master Liu from the Liu family in the county. He is a close friend of the county magistrate's son." "Yundong, you are too bold. How could you dare to use the county magistrate's name to trick people? If the magistrate finds out, you could be in serious trouble." Gu Yundong was initially unsure who this person was, but unexpectedly, Chen Yulan introduced them. Well, that's not a problem then. She looked at Lu Gongzi and said, Lu Gongzi only knows the county magistrate's son, so how can he claim to know everyone the magistrate is familiar with? Besides, even if Lu Gongzi is friends with the magistrate, what does that matter? Does an official have to explain everyone they know to you? Lu Wei was momentarily at a loss for words. That made sense. He had only met the magistrate a few times. Do you really know the magistrate? Gu Yundong chuckled. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself. She didn't know the magistrate, but was acquainted with the prefect. Lu Wei became uncertain, looking at her confident expression. After hesitating, he said, I'll ask another day. He was just saying that. He wouldn't dare to confront the magistrate directly. Hu Qianlai and Jin Yuexiang were truly speechless. What should they do? This girl seemed completely unafraid. Surely, she wouldn't really get caught by the authorities? Liangzi was their old friend, and they had spoiled him, which led to his reckless behavior. Zhao Zhu was the most perceptive of the group and straightforwardly said, All right, then it's 5 taels of silver. Zhuangzi's parents exchanged worried glances and quietly said, We can't come up with 5 taels right now. Can you give us more time to gather it? That's fine. Hu Qianlai was unhappy and said, They're offering 5 taels, but look at what you did to our Liangzi. At most, we can give you 1 tael. Liangzi, who had been hurt the most, protested, Dad, Mom, I'm not wrong. This girl has a wild man, and we were beaten all day yesterday. Zhuangzi finally couldn't hold back. Enough, Liangzi. There's no wild man. It was this girl who got us caught. That's nonsense. Gu Yundong lifted her foot, and Liangzi screamed in fear. Okay, Mom, give it to her. His mouth was burning with pain, and he was starting to drool while speaking. Gu Yundong was satisfied. Some people just needed a little discipline. After collecting 5 taels of silver, since the family of the other person didn't show up, Gu Yundong had him write an IOU and then untied him, letting him go. 5 taels was a significant amount, and the other villagers witnessed it all. They would think twice before crossing her again. This was exactly what Gu Yundong wanted. She needed them to understand that if they tried to bully her family, they should be prepared for financial consequences. As she intentionally mentioned the county magistrate, even if these people didn't believe her, they would still be cautious. The crowd gradually dispersed. Just as Gu Yundong was about to head back, she saw Chun Liang's second daughter-in-law approaching. Yundong, my father-in-law is back and wants you to come over. Gu Yundong knew that Chen Liang had left early in the morning, and now that he was back, he must have heard about what happened here. She nodded and went straight to the village chief's house. Upon entering, she unexpectedly heard Fang's voice. I can't let people like that stay here anymore. Gu Yundong paused slightly as Zhou approached and pulled her aside. Lowering her voice, she said, Yundong, you are too bold. Why didn't you shout when the thief came? You just tied them up like that? Aren't you worried about making enemies? Zhou hadn't witnessed the commotion. She had gone to the river to wash clothes early that morning. She found it strange that there were so few people washing today, and only upon returning did she learn about the events involving Gu Yundong. Since she hadn't seen it herself, she didn't know how Gu Yundong had handled the situation. You just arrived in Yongfu village. Making enemies like this isn't good for you or your family. Gu Yundong understood that Zhou was looking out for her. Although she didn't agree with her viewpoint, she smiled and replied, Auntie, if I hadn't done this, everyone would think our family is easy to bully. How could I protect our newly built house?
But
Zhou was at a loss for words. She knew many people were secretly speculating about how much money the Gu family had, and there was quite a bit of jealousy. At first, she had advised Gu Yundong not to build such a noticeable house, as it was wise to keep wealth hidden. However, Gu Yundong believed that comfort was most important, and there was a saying that you could guard against thieves, but not forever. Zhou sighed and opened her mouth to say something else, but they heard Chen Liang's voice from the main room. What nonsense are you talking? You accepted their rent. This was agreed upon. How can you just change it? If you don't let them stay, where will the entire Gu family go? Gu Yundong nodded to Zhou and stepped into the main room. Inside, besides Fang, There were also Chen Yulan and Chen Liang's second son. The young master from the Liu family, who had come with Fong and her daughter, was not present. Fong still felt a bit intimidated by Chen Liang, and her voice immediately became softer. But look at what Gu Yundong has done. If she hadn't been so showy, how would she have attracted the thief? I don't even know if we are missing anything, and today she offended that good-for-nothing Hu Liang. What if he comes to take revenge later? Chen Yulan added, yes, uncle, my mother and I are just two weak women. We can't compete with a few good-for-nothings. Sister Yundong has it tough, but my mother and I are innocent too. Exactly. Yulan is getting married to the Wu family after the new year. I'm hoping for a peaceful time without any troubles. If something unexpected happens, what will the Wu family think of us? Chen Liang looked unhappy as he listened to the mother and daughter. You both. Uncle Chen, Gu Yundong walked in. If I can't stay here, I can just move out. Honestly, she wasn't comfortable living in Fong's house. She thought she had no other choice, so she would stay for a month. But now, staying in town didn't seem bad at all. Uncle Fong was a trustworthy person, and with him around, she didn't have to rush back to Yongfu village every day to check on the house. She could also take the opportunity to explore the town's environment and ways to make money, and shopping would be more convenient. Moreover, her purpose for staying in the village had been achieved. Those with bad intentions were now less likely to target her family. As soon as Gu Yundong finished speaking, Chen Liang frowned. Where will you stay then? After today's incident, no one in the village would want to rent to her. Come stay with me. A voice suddenly came from the doorway. Everyone turned to see a woman standing at the entrance. Her voice was soft, almost inaudible.
It was
Dong Shi? Dong Xiulan slowly walked in and stood beside Gu Yundong, smiling at her. If Yundong doesn't mind, you can stay at my house. Stay at your house. Chen Liang looked at her in surprise. The Dong family lived far away, and since the couple was quiet, they had a low profile in the village. But Chen Liang knew their situation. Their house was a bit run down, and the man had been injured a few months ago and was still in bed. With 3 young children, the family relied on Dong Shi to do some embroidery for a little money. He had heard from Uncle Fong that a few days ago, the Gu family had hired them to make ginger tea for everyone, so they must have become familiar with each other. However, before he could speak, Fong Shi said, Your house? Your family has men, and Yang is good-looking. Gu Yundong is of the right age for marriage, and will be living with you. Won't others gossip about it? This comment was harsh but true, yet Chen Liang still shot a glare at Fong. Fong pouted and muttered, For the sake of that little rent money, your family really doesn't care. Dong Xiulan felt her face flush at her words and instinctively tugged at her fingers. Village chief, if she stays at my house, no one will gossip. Qing Yuan agreed to let my husband and older son stay at his place, which is convenient. Besides, the Gu family's new house is right next door, so it's close for her to visit. Chen Liang was taken aback. Xiao Qingyuan? That guy lives alone and has 2 rooms. The Zheng father and son are staying with him, and it's not far at all. The issue isn't significant. He just didn't expect Xiao Qingyuan to agree. After all these years as neighbors, their families seemed to be closer than he thought. After thinking it over, Chen Liang felt this was a good solution. If his sister-in-law wasn't happy, forcing it wouldn't make sense. It would be inconvenient for both families. So, Chen Liang turned to Gu Yundong and asked Yundong, what do you think? Yundong, although my home isn't big, it's clean. I appreciate you taking care of our family by making ginger tea. If you think it's okay, you can stay at my house. When you're busy, the kids can help look after Yunshu and Yumka, and you can just step out to the land. Gu Yundong hesitated. Dong's words were true. Staying at her house would be convenient. Especially for the 2 kids, since the village chief's dog is in town for school, which is why Chen Liang was away this morning, taking him to the teacher's house. She wanted to take Yunshu too, but she needed to settle down first. Having someone to help in the village during this time would be nice. Yumka hardly goes out, and Yang and Dong can chat while she washes clothes by the river. This idea seems pretty good. Just as Gu Yundong was about to nod, Fong scoffed from the side. Sounds nice, but isn't it all about the money? Dong Xiulan felt a bit annoyed. She genuinely wanted to invite Gu Yundong and hadn't thought about the rent. Gu Yundong ignored Fong and smiled at Dong. All right, then I'll trouble you, aunt. Dong Xiulan immediately waved her hands in delight. Not a trouble at all. Fong huffed again and turned to leave. But Gu Yundong finally looked at her. Wait a minute. Fong turned her head and asked irritably, what do you want? Since we're not staying at your house anymore, you should return the 200 coins to me. Fong was unhappy. What do you mean return? You caused trouble for our family. That 200 coins isn't even enough to calm us down. Before today, Chun Liang had no idea that Fong was such a difficult person. He frowned. You should return it, because you broke the agreement first. Fong wanted to say more, but Chen Yulan tugged at her sleeve, so she reluctantly said, Fine, I'll return it, but they have stayed for several days. It's impossible to return the full 200 coins. At most, I'll give you 100.
You.
Gu Yundong smiled and said, if that's how you want to calculate, let's be clear. 200 coins is a month's rent, which is less than 7 coins a day. We stayed for 6 days, so that's 40 coins. You should return 160 coins to me. Actually, according to the normal contract, since you broke the agreement due to uncertain future risks, you should compensate us at least double. But for the village chief's sake, I'll let it go.
Just give me the money.
Fong's eyes widened. What are you talking about? You want us to pay you? No way, at most 100 coins. That's all I have. Gu Yundong smiled kindly at Fong. Didn't you see how Hu Liang's 4 families were giving me silver just now? Really, you don't understand the situation. Do you want me to remind you? You. What's the difference between you and those ruffians? Fong recalled Hu Liang's beaten face and felt a bit scared, instinctively moving behind Chen Liang. Uncle, do you hear what she's saying? She's threatening me. I'm the wife of the Chen family. This is too much. Zhou sneered. Even the wife of the Chen family should be reasonable. Just return the money, and there will be no problem. It's easy for you to say, but that money isn't coming from you. Gu Yundong grew impatient. Are you going to give it or not? She held a stick about the size of a finger, not knowing where it came from, and snapped it lightly. The sound echoed sharply in the room. Fong trembled. She wasn't very brave and quickly nodded. Okay, I'll give it. Then let's go. Why are these people so stubborn? They need to see some consequences before they stop struggling. Fong went to see Chen Liang, who silently turned his head away. Fong could only slowly leave the main room. Back home, Fong urged Gu Yundong to move out quickly. Gu Yundong didn't have much to pack, just 2 baskets and a big bundle. She had stored some other things away, so it was easy to organize. Dong followed her and helped carry a large basket. It was only when Gu Yundong was about to leave that Fong reluctantly handed her 160 coins, saying, Here, don't say I took advantage of you. It's really unfortunate. Just hurry and go. Gu Yundong took the money and turned to Dong, saying, Aunt, take this 160 coins to buy some vegetables and meat. Let's cook a nice meal tonight to celebrate. Dong thought she was giving rent money and was hesitant to accept, but when she heard it was for food, she quickly agreed. Okay, I'll go buy some. Fong was left speechless, feeling quite frustrated. Gu Yundong led Yang and the others to the Zeng family. Zeng Hu and his son had already moved into Xiao Qingyuan's house, leaving behind only 7-year-old Zeng Yu and 5-year-old Zeng Lo. The siblings were very happy to see them arrive. One helped carry a bundle while the other ran to Gu Yunshu, playfully patting his head and calling him brother. Dong Xiulan, watching from the side, laughed. A Shu is 2 months older than you. You should call him brother. Zeng Lu exclaimed, Why is it brother again? I already have a brother. Can I call him something else? Gu Yunshu shook his head and sighed. What can I say? I came into this world 2 months earlier than you. I can't help it. Don't be too sad. There's a saying that goes, it's meant to be. Zeng Lu, feeling disappointed, could only call him brother. But when he turned and saw the cute little Gu Yunk, he immediately cheered up and called out, Sister, I hate my brother. The naughty brother called her chubby girl this morning, and she planned to tell her older sister to take care of him and give him a little punishment. Zeng Lu was speechless. Gu Yundong found it amusing. Indeed, children enjoyed playing with friends. Dong Xiulan was also very happy. Their family was poor and lived in a remote area. The three children had been helping with chores since they were young and rarely had playmates. Now that the Gu family had moved in, it felt lively all of a sudden. She instructed her daughter Xingyu, "I'm going to buy groceries. You take Yundong to the room to settle in and look after your younger siblings. If you have any questions, you can go next door to find your brother." The eldest son of the Zeng family is named Xingjia, and he is currently taking care of their father at Xiao Qingyuan's house. Xingyu agreed, and Dong Xiulan left the house with a basket. Gu Yundong looked at the Zeng family home, which seemed even tidier than when she visited yesterday. It wasn't until she entered the room that she suddenly realized Zheng's family must have known she was leaving Fong's house to find a new place. Otherwise, how could they have moved so quickly and tidied up both inside and outside? She turned to ask Xingyu, who blushed and shyly replied, "I don't know." Mom just said a few things before she left, but didn't explain more. After a moment, she added, "But Mom did talk to Brother Xiao a bit, and Dad was carried over by him." Xiao Qingyuan? Gu Yundong recalled the 4 sacks thrown into the yard last night, which must have been done by Xiao Qingyuan. Did he guess that Fong wouldn't let them stay, so he asked Dong to invite them? Gu Yundong felt a bit flustered. It wasn't that she was overthinking. Xiao Qingyuan had helped her more than once. Not to mention the wild boar incident. Just a few days ago, he had knocked out and dragged away 4 thieves who sneaked into their yard, and now he was helping her with housing. Although Gu Yundong didn't believe Xiao Qingyuan was someone who would abandon his family, she certainly wouldn't see him as a selfless Good Samaritan. Did he have any intentions toward her? She might need to find a chance to ask him directly. Dong soon returned with groceries, mainly meat, as they already had vegetables in the yard. She handed the items to Gu Yundong, saying, "This meat and fish cost 60 coins. The rest of the money is here. The kitchen has firewood and the water tank is full, so you can use it directly. If you need anything, just ask where. I'm going to Qingyuan's house to help my husband with medicine, so I'll be leaving now." Gu Yundong realized that Dong didn't intend to take advantage of them and didn't take her earlier suggestion of celebrating with a nice meal to heart. She was deliberately avoiding it. She said nothing and, after Dong left, cooked a larger portion of food before starting to prepare Gu Yunkai's favorite braised pork. Gu Yundong was not a stingy person. She was generous when others were kind to her. But for someone like Fong, she wouldn't even give her a grain of salt. Gu Yunkai watched her sister cook the braised pork with shining eyes, swallowing hard as she said to Xingyu beside her, "Braised pork is so delicious. It's oily, fragrant, and tender. When you take a bite, wow, it just melts in your mouth." Xingyu tried hard not to look at the meat, but she couldn't help but listen to the little girl, who seemed to admire it like a heavenly peach. Her mouth started to water. After a moment, she let go of Gu Yunka's hand and said, I'll go water the plants outside." Then she ran off. The little girl looked confused at her quickly disappearing figure. "But didn't you already water them?" Gu Yundong smiled at her. "You should sit over there. Be careful, or the oil might splatter, and you'll be screaming in pain." "I don't scream like that. That was my brother," the little girl said, playfully tossing a pot towards Gu Yunshu, her serious expression still explaining, but she turned to look for Xingyu. Gu Yundong quickly finished cooking the braised pork. She used the fish to make soup and remembered that the little girl liked boiled eggs, so she cracked a few. There were plenty of vegetables in the backyard, so Gu Yundong asked Xingyu to pick some green beans, a few potatoes, eggplants, and a big cabbage. She planned to make eggplant with green beans, spicy potato strips, and cabbage with vermicelli. She made enough for everyone, about 6 dishes. Once everything was ready, Gu Yundong took off her apron and called for Xingyu, who was outside with Gu Yunka, catching bugs. Xingyu had already caught the delicious smell coming from the kitchen. She had never smelled anything like it before, and without even looking, she knew it would taste great. "Yeah, take these dishes next door for your dad and the others, and ask your mom to come back for dinner." Since Zeng, who had hurt his leg, he couldn't be carried back and forth just to eat, so Gu Yundong had prepared 2 portions of food early on. Xingyu was stunned and quickly shook her head. No, this is your food. We have something to eat. I moved today. Shouldn't we celebrate?" Don't you want to help us celebrate? Gu Yundong interrupted her. Zheng Yu hurriedly nodded. I want to. Then take it over. Zheng Yu felt she couldn't argue with her. Refusing to eat didn't feel right, but eating also felt wrong. After thinking for a moment, she simply turned and ran off to find her mom. Gu Yundong sighed. Dealing with someone who liked to take advantage was difficult, and it was also hard for those who didn't want to take advantage. Life was tough. She decided to go outside and call Gu Yinshu, who was with Xingluo at the edge of the property, watching people build houses and showing Xingluo where his room would be. Even though he was completely making things up and pointing to the wrong place, Xingluo nodded frequently, thinking this boy, who was 2 months older than him, was really impressive. When Gu Yundong went to call him, Gu Yinshu was still caught up in his thoughts, saying that his room was 60 feet high. Gu Yundong stumbled and almost fell. 60 feet is about 20 meters. Why would anyone want a room that high? Is he trying to reach the sky? She gave his head a light tap and told him to hurry up and get to work. Feeling a bit wronged, Gu Yunshu carried the dishes to the neighbor Xiao Qingyuan's house. Just as he left, there was a loud knock at the door. Gu Yundong was taken aback. When she opened the door, a small figure rushed in like a cannonball. Yinshu, I'm here. Gu Yundong looked closely and recognized it was Chun Liang's little grandson, Niu Dan. Niu Dan ran in but didn't see anyone, so he turned around and ran back. Sister Yundong, where's Yinshu? He went next door. Then I'll go find him. After saying that, Niu Dan dashed out the door, but suddenly stopped. As if remembering something, he slowly turned back and cautiously asked, Is the neighbor? That wolf cub's house. Gu Yundong thought it was important to teach kids the right way, especially since this one was close to her little brother. So she corrected him. His name is Xiao Qingyuan, not Wolf Cub. Niu Dan, you can call him Brother Xiao or Xiao Qingyuan.
But
everyone calls him that. Ah Shu calls him Brother Xiao. Niu Dan quickly changed his words. Then I'll call him Brother Xiao too.
Good boy.
Then, is the neighbor's house Brother Xiao's?
I'm
scared to go. Niu Dan said, looking a bit upset. Gu Yundong shrugged. Ah Shu will be back soon. Then I'll wait for him at home. Niu Dan turned back, but headed straight for the kitchen. He had smelled something delicious coming from there and was curious about what it was. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he saw a small figure with a spoon, leaning over the table, staring intently at a plate of meat, sniffing the air eagerly. Niu Dan sniffed a couple of times too, and seeing the dishes on the table made his mouth water. He hurried over and asked Gu Yunk, You want to eat? Why aren't you digging in? Gu Yunk didn't turn around. Sister said we can't eat until everyone is here, or we'll get our hands smacked. I'm just smelling.
Oh.
Niu Dan climbed onto a stool, watching the food closely. As he watched, he couldn't help but lean over the table, sniffing along with Gu Yunk. When Gu Yinshu returned after delivering the dishes, he heard his sister say that Niu Dan had come looking for him in the kitchen. He hurriedly took Xingluo inside, and as soon as they entered, they saw 2 little heads resting on the edge of the table, deeply inhaling the delicious aroma. Gu Yinshu twitched his mouth and walked over to Niu Dan. Niu Dan, what do you want from me? Niu Dan didn't answer. He was too busy enjoying the smell. Compared to this, the meat his mother made felt like grass. Gu Yinshu simply pulled him off the stool. Niu Dan, why are you looking for me? I want to eat braised pork. Niu Dan instinctively replied.
Gu Yunshu exclaimed, Ah?
Niu Dan suddenly realized, wiped the drool that almost escaped, and hurriedly said, I came to tell you that I was praised by the teacher today. What did the teacher praise you for? Niu Dan chuckled. The characters the teacher taught today, I recognized all of them, just the ones you taught me a few days ago. The teacher said I am very smart and talented, so I came straight here without even going home. Actually, Chun Liang also taught him characters before sending Niu Dan to school, but Niu Dan couldn't grasp them. He would remember today and forget tomorrow. It wasn't until he played with Gu Yinshu a couple of days ago and talked about school that he learned a few characters. Surprisingly, the 2 kids really learned well together. Gu Yinshu was also very happy. Then study hard. Don't let the teacher down. Yeah. Since today is such a happy day, shouldn't we celebrate with some braised pork? Gu Yunshu replied. In the end, Niu Dan stayed, and soon Dong Xiulan and her daughter returned. They were quite helpless. They didn't expect Gu Yunshu to be so talkative. They thought if they didn't go eat, it would ruin Gu Yunshu's good mood. Gu Yunshu said that if he didn't complete his task and called them back, he wouldn't be able to eat either. With Xiao Qingyuan's persuasion, Dong Xiulan felt she couldn't be too picky. Besides, even though she had been next door, the tempting aroma wafting from the kitchen was irresistible. The mother and daughter felt a bit embarrassed, especially since Gu Yundong had her brother bring food to her husband. The dishes looked even better than those in the town's restaurants, and they had never tasted anything like it. Nudong was very happy. He was praised by the teacher and could enjoy delicious food, feeling incredibly fortunate. After dinner, Dong rushed to clean the dishes, and Gu Yundong let her do it. When it was completely dark, Xiao Qingyuan came over with the already washed dishes. Gu Yundong was in the kitchen pouring water to wash her face, and she was alone. When he entered, they faced each other directly. Seeing him, Gu Yundong immediately remembered the previous issue. Although she felt a bit uncomfortable, she still asked, "Did you suggest to Aunt Zeng that she tell the village chief to let our family stay?" Xiao Qingyuan always believed that good deeds should be acknowledged. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so openly.
So he nodded yes.
Gu Yundong narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at him intently. "You also helped me catch those 4 thieves and brought them to the yard. Xiao Qingyuan, why are you helping me so much?" At that moment, Xiao Qingyuan was surprisingly perceptive. He could even guess how his answer would affect him based on her subtle expressions. Therefore, he held back the original answer that was on the tip of his tongue and said expressionlessly, "Fried rice is very tasty." "What does that mean?" Xiao Qingyuan added, "Catching those 4 was to thank you for the meal. Letting you stay at Aunt Zeng's is for convenience in eating." Gu Yundong's eyes widened. "He did it for food?" Xiao Qingyuan finished speaking, nodded at her, and left steadily. As soon as he left, Dong Xiulan came over. She looked surprised at his back and asked suspiciously, "Did Qingyuan say anything to you?" She had come over because she heard voices in the kitchen. "He said thank you for the meal I brought him. It was very tasty." Dong Xiulan sighed slightly. Actually, Qingyuan is quite pitiful. He has never had good food growing up. When he was with the Li family, they never treated him like one of their own. Later, when he moved out with old man Li, life was still tough. But now he can earn money, right? Yes, but Qingyuan doesn't know how to cook. Last time he tried to make porridge, he burned half the kitchen. Since then, his kitchen has been unused. I invited him to my house for meals, but he rarely comes, even after I ask him many times. Even when he does come, my cooking isn't even half as good as yours. Now he goes to town every few days to buy a big bag of buns and pancakes that can last him 3 to 5 days, and then he goes to buy more. Gu Yundong was stunned. Recalling the last time she saw him gnawing on a dry bun, her expression became particularly complex.
It really is.
A sad situation for a man. Gu Yundong felt a bit ashamed of her earlier wild guesses after listening to Xiao Qingyuan's explanation. She thought to herself, he has suffered for so many years and just wants to enjoy some good food. Why did I think so poorly of him? Cooking for someone else isn't a big deal, especially since he has helped her so much just to satisfy his own cravings. As she scolded herself, she returned to her room. As soon as the door closed, Xiao Qingyuan climbed onto the wall and sat on the neighboring courtyard wall, looking in her direction from a distance. He realized he had acted too hastily. She was more cautious than he had imagined. She must have encountered many difficulties while fleeing disaster, making her distrustful of people, especially those who ask for nothing in return. She had an extraordinary sense of vigilance. He remembered how she had told Niu Dan not to call her wolf cub. Xiao Qingyuan frowned and climbed down from the wall. Meanwhile, Gu Yundong felt much more comfortable sleeping in the new environment. Dong Xiulan had cleaned their room very well, and it didn't have the chaotic atmosphere that the Fong family created, giving it a warm feeling. However, in the middle of the night, she was awakened by a soft crying sound. Gu Yundong opened her eyes wide and looked around, realizing it was her mother, Yang. She paused for a moment and quickly moved closer to her mother, softly calling out, "Mom, Mom, are you feeling unwell?" Due to her intellectual challenges, Yang's emotions didn't fluctuate much. She only cried when she was in pain. Gu Yundong called her for a while, but Yang seemed to be in a daze and wouldn't wake up, even shedding a couple of tears. Worried that something was wrong, Gu Yundong raised her voice a bit and pinched her mother's nose, saying, "Mom, wake up, Mom." Gu Yunju was awakened by the noise. Rubbing his eyes, he quickly became alert upon seeing the situation. "Elder sister, what's wrong?" Gu Yundong didn't have time to answer him and continued pinching their mother's nose until Yang finally woke up. She stared blankly at Gu Yundong and suddenly hugged her tightly, saying, "Dajeng, Dajeng," sob.
Dajeng?
Gu Dajeng? Gu Yundong was surprised that her mother had dreamed of Gu Dajeng and was crying so sadly. She had thought her mother's understanding was limited to that of a 4 or 5-year-old and that she wouldn't grasp romantic feelings, but it seemed she had assumed too much. Gu Yundong let her mother hold her and gently patted her back, softly comforting her. "It's okay, it's okay. You had a nightmare, but you're awake now." Yang was crying hard, but it wasn't the loud kind of crying. Instead, it felt like she was trying to hold back her tears, which made it even more heartbreaking to hear. Beside her, Gu Yunshu quickly felt the emotion and wiped her eyes. "Big sister, did Mother dream of Father? Is it because something happened to him that Mother is crying? I don't want anything to happen to Father. I miss him. Will we be able to see him again?" Gu Yundong pressed her lips together and after a moment, said firmly, "We will see him. Tomorrow I will ask someone to find out. If we still have no news, once the house is built, I will go to Qing'an Prefecture myself to look for him. Life or death, one must see the person or their remains." Although the journey was uncertain, Gu Yundong was not willing to give up without trying. The next day, Gu Yundong planned to go to the county town. However, as soon as she stepped outside, she saw Feng Danning looking at her with a guilty expression.
Yundong, I'm sorry.
Gu Yundong looked past Feng Danning to see workers standing on their land. Normally, they would be busy at this time, but now they were all stopped, looking worried. What happened? Gu Yundong's expression turned serious. Feng Danning lowered his head and wiped his rough face, his hands trembling slightly. "Yesterday, my senior brother came to see me and saw the drawings you gave me. Unexpectedly, he secretly took them and gave them to the Peng family in the county. You know the Peng family, right?" Gu Yundong shook her head. She had just arrived and she didn't know many people, not even half of those in the village. Feng Danning explained the situation of the Peng family. They were powerful in Fengkai County and had been in the fabric business for generations. Every well-known fabric shop in the county was connected to them in some way, even the smaller stores. Most importantly, the Peng family had a relative in the capital who held a government position, which made their status in Fengkai County even higher. The young members of the Peng family often acted arrogantly. The senior brother Feng Danning mentioned was the one who secretly gave the drawings to the second young master of the main branch of the Peng family, Peng Zhongfei. In reality, calling him a senior brother was just a connection from the 2 years Feng Danning spent in the capital, where they had been under the same foreman. It wasn't a formal relationship. Moreover, his senior brother Changfu often boasts about being from the county town and looks down on Feng Dajing. After moving to the capital city, he's been less in touch, only showing enthusiasm when he needs help. Yesterday, he came early to borrow money from Feng Dajing, but Feng Dajing was very motivated after taking on the Gu family's work. He would go to the land early every day to check things out and think about how to make everything perfect. As for his wife, Lu Hohot, she was at the Feng family's door watching Gu Yundong deal with those 4 little thieves while munching on seeds. So when Changfu arrived, only his 8-year-old son was at home to greet him. His son knew Changfu and let him in for some water before running to call Feng Dajing back. In the countryside, this is how uncles and relatives are treated. Little did he know that as soon as he went to call his father, Changfu started looking around. He noticed that the main house's door was slightly ajar and pushed it open. Inside, he saw a small wooden box covered with a cloth on the bedside table. The box was very clean, indicating it held something valuable. At first, Changfu didn't plan to steal anything, but when he saw the blueprints inside, his eyes lit up. Without hesitation, He folded them and hid them in his clothes. To avoid raising Feng Dajing's suspicion, he calmly sat in the living room drinking water and waited for him to return, chatting for a while before leaving. Feng Dajing was already impatient for him to leave, so he could check on the progress of the house. By the time he realized the blueprints were missing, it was already evening. His face turned pale, and he rushed to the county town, but the city gate was closed. As soon as it opened in the morning, he hurried to Changfu's house, but it was too late. Changfu had already given the blueprints to Peng Zhongfei. Feng Dajing felt hopeless, but that wasn't all. Peng Zhongfei had a message for him through Changfu. What did they say? Gu Yundong asked, frowning deeply. Feng Dajing felt very guilty towards her and couldn't even lift his head. The Peng family said that the blueprints are theirs, that we stole them. So, no one is allowed to build the houses shown in the blueprints. If anyone dares to build, they will send someone to destroy it. Gu Yundong let out a laugh, incredulous. How unreasonable. The blueprints she drew for her own house were claimed by someone else, and they wouldn't even let her build. What a bold claim. Why don't they just reach for the sky? Feng Dajing felt very guilty, but he knew he couldn't go against them. The Peng family is quite powerful, and this isn't the first time they've done something like this. For wealthy families like them, taking credit for others' hard work is not surprising. Ordinary people without connections or support are often overlooked. It's not just a few small drawings. Even inherited skills and secrets have been stolen, sometimes with dire consequences. Even if one were to file a complaint, it's uncertain whether the authorities would help, and there could be retaliation. Yundong, I'm sorry for not locking the box. Feng Deneng regretted deeply, realizing that if he had, it wouldn't have been stolen by Changfu. But the Peng family is not easy to deal with. You have your mother and younger siblings to think about. If you provoke them, they won't have a good life either. How about we build a tiled house similar to the village chief's? I promise to help you without asking for a penny. This is my debt to you, and I won't refuse to help you in the future. Gu Yundong felt that Feng Deneng was too careless, but the real culprits were Changfu and Peng Zhongfei. Her drawings weren't particularly valuable, but were unique. Even if the Peng family wanted to build a similar house, she wouldn't stop them or care if it looked the same. But how could they steal her drawings and then tell her she couldn't build? Who do they think they are? Gu Yundong scoffed. I'm definitely going to build it. Uncle Feng, let everyone continue working according to the original drawings. Feng Deneng was surprised. Yundong, it's my property, and I will get it back myself. Her belongings were stolen. She couldn't just stay silent about it. That wouldn't make sense. Feng Deneng was worried. Yundong, the Peng family might not even be touched by the county magistrate. When he returned home yesterday, he heard Lu Hohot talking about the four little thieves and wondered if Yundong knew the magistrate. He thought she was being so bold because she had the magistrate's backing. I know, Gu Yundong replied, but she remained firm in her decision. County magistrates come and go, but local bullies stay. Once the magistrate's term is over, they leave without a care, while local powers are not to be offended. I'm going to the county town now. Gu Yundong turned back into the house and came out with a small bundle, the contents unknown. Seeing Feng Deneng still standing there, she urged him, go tell everyone to keep working. Feng Deneng pressed his lips together, his expression growing more determined. This is my oversight. I will go with you. Gu Yundong looked at him in surprise, thought for a moment and nodded. Let's go. She started walking ahead, and Feng Deneng hurried to catch up. However, they had not gone far when someone sneaked out from behind the pile of firewood at the back of the house. The person who emerged was Jin Yuexiang, Liangzi's mother. Yesterday morning, they had to pay 5 taels of silver, and Hu Liang had been beaten badly. Just thinking about it made her feel frustrated and unwilling. Especially Jin Yuexiang, who had always favored her younger son, treating him like a treasure. Even when he got into trouble for stealing, she would fiercely defend him, ensuring that others not only received no compensation but also faced her wrath. Because of this, Jin Yuexiang felt increasingly proud and emboldened. But little did she know, She had suffered a huge setback at the hands of a young girl yesterday. She couldn't scold anyone, couldn't fight back, and ended up losing so much money. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the less she could sleep. But she didn't dare to confront Gu Yundong. After pondering for a while, she thought of Yangshi. She was a fool. Even if bullied, she probably wouldn't complain. Jin Yuexiang could make Yangshi pay her the 5 taels. Her plan was just like Feng Shi's from before. So, she came early this morning, hiding behind a haystack, waiting for Yangshi to come out alone. Who would have thought that instead of Yangshi, she would see Feng Danning and hear such exciting news? The Peng family, that was the Peng family. Gu Yundong had offended the Peng family and was still looking for trouble. She was surely doomed. Jin Yuexiang's face flushed with excitement. Forgetting about Yangshi, she started walking back, telling everyone that the Gu family was in big trouble. You don't know, Gu Yundong is so bold. She actually said the Peng family stole her things and is going to confront them. Is she crazy? What kind of family is the Peng family? They are wealthy and powerful. Do they even care about her little things? Just wait, the Gu family is finished. Even if she knows the county magistrate, so what? I bet they aren't close. Otherwise, how would the Gu family end up in Yongfu village? The county magistrate has a good relationship with their family, so they should settle in the city or in the wealthy village nearby. Jin Yuexiang, being inexperienced, doesn't realize that settling down is not that easy. With the new emperor in power, he pays great attention to the issue of displaced people. Not to mention the county magistrate, even the relatives of the governor must follow the rules at this critical time. However, Jin Yuexiang's words stirred up excitement in the village. People gathered to whisper, astonished that Gu Yundong dared to cause trouble at the Peng family's home. The Gu family is probably finished this time. They won't be able to build that house now. What a pity. I heard it was going to be beautiful. I wanted to see it after the roof was put on. Some even made sarcastic remarks. Serves her right. Just look at how arrogant she was yesterday. At such a young age, she's already so fierce and ruthless. It was hard for her to find a husband before, and now she's offended the Peng family. Who would dare associate with them? Jin Yuexiang felt pleased hearing this. She went around the village before heading home, excited to share the news with her son. Hu Liang was still nursing his injuries when he heard this news. His eyes lit up. He had been feeling sluggish lying in bed, but now he jumped up, put on his clothes, and rushed out the door. Jin Yuexiang called after him. Where are you going? I'm going to get my revenge. Hu Liang went to find his friends, but instead of heading to Zhuangzi's house in the same village, he went to Dogsheng's house in the neighboring village. Dogsheng was also at home recovering. Although his face wasn't swollen, he had taken quite a beating from Xiao Qingyuan the day before and was in pain. When Hu Liang arrived, Dogsheng was sitting in the yard, staring blankly at the sky. Dogsheng, come with me? I didn't expect our chance for revenge to come so quickly. What revenge? That Gu girl offended the Peng family, and they won't let her family build their house. We should go smash it up and then go to the Peng family to take credit and earn some rewards. He repeated what Jin Yuexiang had heard, and Dogsheng was momentarily stunned as Hu Liang pulled him up from the bench. Hurry up. Let's go find Dakian, and the 3 of us will go together. Dakian isn't home. He went to find work, Dogsheng replied. Dakian only had his grandmother at home, and since she was old, he had to figure out how to repay the 5 taels of silver owed to Gu Yundong himself. Hu Liang frowned. Then it's just the 2 of us. Dogsheng looked puzzled. Why don't you look for Zhuangzi? Ugh, don't mention that guy to me. Not only did he not help me yesterday, but he even told me not to cause trouble for that girl. What's the difference between him and his cowardly parents? I won't take him along anymore. Let's go, hurry up. As Hu Liang pulled him to leave, Dogsheng's father, Zhao Zhu, returned. He was very tall and strong, and Hu Liang felt a bit intimidated by him. Zhao Zhu looked at Dogsheng and asked, Where are you going? You should be resting at home. Hu Liang scoffed, thinking it was pointless for Zhao Zhu to act like a father since Dogsheng never listened to him. But to his surprise, Dogsheng lowered his head and replied, I understand, Dad. I'm not going out. Hu Liang widened his eyes in disbelief. Had Dog Sheng lost his mind? Their relationship was usually very strained. After Dog Sheng's mother passed away, his father remarried, and the stepmother made it easy for a young child to feel abandoned. Zhao Zhu was not good with words and believed in strict discipline, so they never communicated well. The stepmother even sowed discord, making Dog Sheng think his father was responsible for his mother's death. By the time Zhao Zhu learned about this, their relationship was already broken. Even after the stepmother was gone, Dog Sheng still saw his father as an enemy and rarely returned home. Today, when Zhao Zhu ordered him with a stern face, Dog Sheng surprisingly did not argue back. Instead, he advised Hu Liang, "These are just rumors. It's best not to get involved. That girl from the Gu family is tough." Hu Liang angrily shook off Dog Sheng's hand, fuming, "You're such a coward." "Fine, if you won't go, I will." He turned and left, heading back to the village and then to Gu Yundong's property. However, when he saw so many workers there, he suddenly felt scared and alone. He walked around the property, but couldn't find a chance to act. Suddenly, he had a bright idea. Yes, he could go find young Master Peng. He knew a servant from the Peng family and could tell him that Gu Yundong not only continued building her house but also threatened the Peng family, claiming to have the county magistrate backing her. He was great at exaggerating stories and was sure he could make young Master Peng furious enough to deal with Gu Yundong. He couldn't act directly, but he could use someone else to do it for him. Maybe young Master Peng would even reward him with some silver, killing two birds with one stone. Excited by this thought, Hu Liang turned around and headed toward the village entrance. However, as he reached the entrance, he suddenly saw someone else hurrying toward the county town. Upon closer inspection, wasn't that Wolf Cub? Hu Liang was a bit afraid of Xiao Qingyuan. In fact, all the boys in Yongfu village around their age were scared of him. So, he quickly stopped and hid behind a big tree at the village entrance, feeling anxious, but waiting for Xiao Qingyuan to pass. Luckily, Xiao Qingyuan walked fast and soon disappeared from sight. Hu Liang sighed in relief and hurried towards the county town. However, with Xiao Qingyuan ahead, he didn't walk as quickly as before. Xiao Qingyuan didn't notice him and was also anxious. This morning, he went straight into the mountains to prove what he said last night. He specifically caught 2 wild chickens, giving one to the Gu family and keeping the other for Gu Yundong to cook a nice meal. However, when he came down from the mountain, he heard everyone in the village talking about that girl and the Peng family. He didn't catch all the details, so he rushed home. When he got to the neighbor's house, he saw Gu Yunshu comforting Mrs. Dong, who was confused and unsure of what to do. Gu Yunshu had great confidence in Gu Yundong. When his sister said everything would be fine, he believed her and stayed close to his mother and sister. But Mrs. Dong, when Feng Dan came looking for Gu Yundong, had been standing not far behind, knowing exactly what was going on. When she saw Xiao Qingyuan coming, she instinctively asked for his opinion, even though he and Gu Yundong were not familiar. Xiao Qingyuan then learned what had happened. He handed the 2 chickens to Mrs. Dong and hurried out the door. His mind was racing, thinking about how to reclaim what belonged to Gu Yundong with the least trouble and teach Peng Zhongfei a lesson. He never considered letting Gu Yundong endure this situation. That wasn't his style. Thus, he didn't notice Hu Liang hiding behind the tree just behind him. Xiao Qingyuan walked faster and soon started running. But after running a short distance, a horse-drawn carriage came towards him. Xiao Qingyuan kept his eyes straight ahead and walked past it. However, the carriage curtain was lifted and a lazy head popped out. As soon as that head saw Xiao Qingyuan, it perked up and quickly told the driver, "Stop, stop, stop."
Whoa.
The carriage barely came to a stop and a person inside leaned out, calling, Hey, wait. It's me, do you remember me?" Xiao Qingyuan ignored him, and the person inside hurriedly instructed the driver, "Quick, turn around and catch up." The carriage turned a corner and quickly ran alongside Xiao Qingyuan. Xiao Qingyuan frowned and glanced at him, finding him somewhat familiar. Oh, it was the young master from the Lu family, Lu Wei. This person had argued with Gu Yundong at the Fong family's door yesterday, saying that the county magistrate couldn't possibly know her. Just someone not worth paying attention to. Xiao Qingyuan turned back and was about to leave. But just as he lifted his foot, his eyes narrowed suddenly, his carriage. Lu Wei leaned out further. If it weren't for the servant inside the carriage holding on to him, he might have fallen out. "You're Xiao Qingyuan, right? Do you remember me? I came all the way to Yongfu village to find you." Xiao Qingyuan abruptly turned around, propped himself on the carriage, and lightly jumped inside. Lu Wei was taken aback, then laughed. "Right, it's better to talk inside the carriage. I was exhausted standing out there." Xiao Qingyuan directly told the driver, "Go to the county town." "Why are we going to the county town?" "I came to find you, because I want you to take me into the mountains to hunt. I'll give you 100 taels of silver if you take me to hunt a roe deer."
How about that?
Lu Wei said eagerly, wanting the driver to turn around. Xiao Qingyuan stared at him and repeated, "Go to the county town." If Lu Wei wanted something from him, he had to listen, otherwise he would kick him out and take the carriage for himself. Lu Wei shivered under his gaze and chuckled awkwardly. All right. I see you have urgent business in the county town. I'm happy to help you get there. But remember, once you finish your business, you have to take me to hunt the roe deer. I came to your village yesterday to find you, but I had to leave before I could." Lu Wei knew Xiao Qingyuan because he had bought a wild boar from him last time, paying 50 taels of silver. The boar was quite a large one, and Lu Wei admired Xiao Qingyuan for his generosity. After receiving the silver, Xiao Qingyuan had left before Lu Wei could ask for his address or name. This time, he wanted to hunt a roe deer as a gift, which would be very useful. He immediately thought of Xiao Qingyuan but had no way to contact him. Just as he was considering whether to find another hunter to take him into the mountains, he ran into Qin Yulan. Fong and Qin Yulan were attending her nephew's wedding. The bride was a second maid who had served Lu Wei's mother, and now that she was older, she had been released and ended up with Lu Wei's nephew. The day after the maid got married, she came to the Lu family to bow and greet his mother as a way to acknowledge their relationship. Perhaps it was also to inform the Fong family that she had been favored in her previous household and was not an easy target for bullying as a daughter-in-law. At that time, Qin Yulan wanted to come along, saying she wanted to see the world. She kept praising her cousin, the maid, and with the encouragement of the elders nearby, the maid had no choice but to bring Qin Yulan to the Lu family. Lu Wei was talking to his mother about the wild boar he had bought a few days ago. When Qin Yulan heard about the wild boar, she remembered that before she and her mother went to her grandmother's house, they had heard that a boy from the village had caught a wild boar and was planning to sell it in the county town. Unfortunately, she and her mother were in a hurry and didn't have time to check it out. Now, hearing Lu Wei mention it, the timing and description matched perfectly. Could it be Xiao Qingyuan? Qin Yulan felt a rush of excitement and found a chance to shyly tell Lu Wei that the hunter was from their village. Lu Wei immediately asked her to lead the way to find Xiao Qingyuan. That's why Gu Yundong saw Lu Wei and the Fong mother and daughter standing together. However, Lu Wei had just arrived in Yongfu village to watch a show and hadn't found Xiao Qingyuan yet when a servant came to say there was an urgent matter at home, asking him to return quickly. Lu Wei could only regretfully say he would come back another day, but unexpectedly, he ran into Xiao Qingyuan on the way that day.
Great.
This way, he could find a place for his roe deer. Lu Wei felt deep down that Xiao Qingyuan was capable. He knew that Xiao Qingyuan had sold more than just one wild boar. Thinking about this made Lu Wei quite happy, feeling as if fate was on his side. He confirmed once more, "Once you finish your business in the county, you can take me into the mountains, right? I want to go personally. You will take me, won't you?" Xiao Qingyuan frowned, finding him annoying. But suddenly, as if he thought of something, he turned around and asked, "Do you know Peng Zhongfei?" Lu Wei was taken aback. Of course, he knew Peng Zhongfei. He patted Xiao Qingyuan on the shoulder and laughed, "I know him. We even had drinks together a few days ago. He also visited a brothel, but he couldn't say that." "Good, then take me to the Peng family." Lu Wei's smile instantly froze, and he took his hand off Xiao Qingyuan's shoulder, asking dryly, "You went to the county just to go to the Peng family? Do you have a grudge against Peng Zhongfei?"
No grudge.
Lu Wei sighed in relief. "Then what do you want to do at the Peng family?" If you take me in, I won't just bring you to the mountains to hunt deer, but I'll also add a big catch, Xiao Qingyuan said, pausing for a moment before adding, don't worry, I won't harm anyone or cause trouble for you. Lu Wei's eyes lit up at the mention of the big catch, and he was very tempted. His relationship with Peng Zhongfei was just average. Everyone has a few friends like that. Besides, he was only bringing someone in, and if something went wrong, he could just deny it. The Peng family wouldn't dare do anything to him. The Lu family kept a low profile, but they had connections. The common people might not know, but he certainly did. The official from the Peng family in the capital was only a fifth-rank official and had to be careful in the city. Moreover, with the deer and the big catch, if he helped someone, he might gain another ally. Lu Wei thought it over for a while and finally nodded, all right. His servant quickly pulled at him. Young master, if something goes wrong, do you want to be punished by the master? He said not to cause any trouble during this time. Lu Wei shot him a glare, but then smiled at Xiao Qingyuan, but you have to take me along for the big catch. The servant turned pale, thinking, young master, you're getting a bit carried away lately. Xiao Qingyuan just nodded and didn't say anything more. He planned to let Lu Wei stay up in the trees when they entered the mountains to avoid getting in the way. Lu Wei happily instructed the driver to speed up, noticing that Xiao Qingyuan seemed anxious. Throughout the journey, Xiao Qingyuan remained silent, ignoring Lu Wei's desire to chat, and pulled back the curtain to look at the road ahead. He had thought that Gu Yundong and Feng Daning would be slower on foot, and he would catch up in the carriage. To his surprise, they reached the county gate without seeing either of them. Xiao Qingyuan's brow furrowed tightly. Had they already gone to the Peng family? He quickly urged Lu Wei to take him inside. Gu Yundong hadn't gone to the Peng family. Since Xiao Qingyuan could find a carriage for himself, she certainly wouldn't put herself at a disadvantage. On the way, they encountered a mule cart, exchanged a few words, and got a ride all the way to the county.
To the Chong family.
Feng Daning knocked on the door, and it was opened by Wang, Chong Fu's wife. Upon seeing them, she immediately tried to close the door, but Gu Yundong pushed it open. Wang was about to shout, but Gu Yundong sneered and raised her voice. Where's that thief Chong Fu? Wang, feeling guilty, instinctively stepped outside to look. Sure enough, she saw someone peeking from next door. Without a second thought, she quickly closed the door and then realized, who are you? Why are you making a fuss at my house? Gu Yundong ignored him and walked straight in. She saw Chong Fu happily drinking and snacking, as he had received 20 taels of silver from young Master Peng the day before. Gu Yundong grabbed him and said, what are you doing? Chong Fu frowned and stared at her. Before he could finish his sentence, she threw something into his mouth and quickly closed it, saying, swallow it. Chong Fu swallowed and widened his eyes, asking, what did you make me eat? Malicious candy.
What?
What is malicious candy? Chong Fu had a very bad feeling. It's just a snack, Gu Yundong smiled slightly. Oh, it's a type of poison. If you don't get the antidote within 2 hours, you'll have spasms, your face will twitch, your eyes will droop, you will lose all your hair, and then you will die laughing. Wang's face turned pale upon hearing this, and she rushed to hit Gu Yundong, but was stopped by Feng Daning. You wicked girl. At such a young age, you have such a cruel heart. I will beat you to death and sell you too. Gu Yundong coldly snorted, keep cursing. If you want Chong Fu to die from the poison, I will help you. You're lying. In broad daylight, if you dare to kill someone, you won't escape. Chong Fu didn't believe her, having never heard of such a thing. But he instinctively began to gag, desperately trying to throw up the malicious candy. He couldn't, and then turned to Wang, shouting, you foolish woman, why aren't you getting me some water? Wang, forgetting everything else, rushed to the kitchen and brought a large bowl of water to pour down Chong Fu's throat. Gu Yundong stood by, watching coldly as they struggled. Once they were exhausted, she looked at the two of them with tear-filled eyes and said, if you don't believe me, just wait 2 hours.
I don't mind.
Oh, by the way, if you want to check with the doctor to see if you really don't have much time left, we will head back to the village first. After saying this, she turned to leave, and Feng Daning, confused about her intentions, hurried to follow her. Chong Fu called out, wait a minute. He covered his throat and stumbled in front of her, wide-eyed, asking, "What do you want from me?" She mentioned seeing a doctor, and if it were true, he would have to spend 2 hours going to Yongfu village to find her for the antidote. By then, he would be dead. Gu Yundong knew he was scared and suspicious, so she raised an eyebrow and said, "It's simple. I want you to take me to the Prung residence to find Peng Zhongfei." Chang Fu shook his head vigorously. "No way. I can't take you there. Young Master Peng will be furious with me. Then there's nothing to discuss."
Goodbye.
Wait. Chang Fu said fiercely, "Let me think about it." "Sure, take your time. You know I'm going to the Prung residence to get my things back. I won't give you the antidote until I have what I need, so figure out the timing yourself." Chang Fu's expression changed drastically, and he forgot everything else. "Let's go now. I'll take you there right away." Gu Yundong smiled and told Feng Danning to wait for her there. Feng Danning wanted to follow but was stopped in his tracks by Gu Yundong's words, "You'll slow me down." Gu Yundong wanted him to come to the county town mainly to take her to Chang Fu's house. Only Chang Fu and Gu Yundong were left to go to the Prung residence. Chang Fu didn't dare waste any time and took the quickest route to the Prung residence. He had just been there yesterday, and Peng Zhongfei had been quite friendly with him. So today, when he said he urgently needed to see young Master Peng, the doorman didn't stop him. However, just as they reached Jinglan Courtyard, where Peng Zhongfei lived, a servant at the entrance blocked them. "The young master is in a meeting with young Master Lu. Please wait here." Chang Fu was anxious, but didn't dare to act out, hoping Lu Wei would come out soon. Gu Yundong, however, was calm and even took the time to observe the grand Peng residence. After a while, she made an excuse to go to the restroom. The doorman glanced at her and found a passing maid to accompany her. Gu Yundong followed behind her slowly, but unexpectedly, she took a turn and suddenly a hand reached out from the side, pulling her into a room. Gu Yundong's expression changed, and she elbowed backward. "It's me." A familiar voice came from behind, blocking her elbow. Gu Yundong paused in surprise and turned to see Xiao Qingyuan's expressionless face. She asked in astonishment, "What are you doing here?" Seeing that she didn't realize she was still in his arms, Xiao Qingyuan pretended not to know and lowered his voice. "I came with young Master Lu." "Young Master Lu? The one talking with Peng Zhongfei? You know him?"
Not very well.
"He's the rich young master who bought our wild boars last time, and he mentioned yesterday that he and the county magistrate's son Lu Wei are classmates. He wants me to take him into the mountains for 100 taels of silver." After a pause, Xiao Qingyuan continued, "I heard you were coming to the Peng residence to find Peng Zhongfei, and since young Master Lu was also here, I came to see." Gu Yundong blinked and asked, "Are you here to help me?" Xiao Qingyuan was silent for a moment. "I caught 2 wild chickens this morning and want to eat salt-baked chicken tonight." Gu Yundong replied, "Wow, you're really going all out for some food." Xiao Qingyuan nodded. "I've never had it before. I heard it's delicious."
Poor child.
Although Gu Yundong was also an orphan, she had enjoyed good food from kind-hearted people when she was in the orphanage. "What's your plan to get your things back?" Xiao Qingyuan asked, noticing her sympathetic gaze. He felt a pang of discomfort and wanted to change the subject, worried that continuing this way would backfire. Gu Yundong suddenly realized she still had important matters to attend to. She noticed how close they were and stepped back before saying, "What do you think?" "Of course, I'll beat up Peng Zhongfei and make him give my things back." Xiao Qingyuan was speechless. Seeing his hesitation, Gu Yundong laughed. "Haha, you really believe that? I'm not that foolish. Besides, getting the drawings back wasn't her main goal. If she lost these 2, she could just draw better ones. But once the house was built, Peng Zhongfei could still find someone to destroy it. Fighting was a last resort. Seriously, can you help me? Tonight, I'll not only make you salt-baked chicken but also spicy chicken. What do you say?" Gu Yundong had a tempting expression. Xiao Qingyuan found her words familiar and remembered he had used the same tactic to entice Lu Wei before. "So, will you help or not?" "Don't worry, it's just a small favor." Gu Yundong made a small gesture with her fingers. Xiao Qingyuan's voice became very low. "Okay, he would help with anything." Gu Yundong smiled and then lowered her head to share her plan. Later, when I go out and see Peng Zhongfei, you just do this and that, got it? Okay. Gu Yundong patted his shoulder. Be careful. If there's any danger, retreat immediately. See you later. Gu Yundong carefully left the room. After walking a while, she spotted the maid who had led her earlier, searching for her. Gu Yundong cleared her throat, and the maid quickly turned around and scolded her. What are you doing? Who told you to wander around? Do you know where you are? If you disturb the lady, can you take responsibility? You walked too fast and left me behind, and now you have a complaint? Gu Yundong glanced at her sideways. The maid seemed to feel very superior. Seeing her dressed plainly, she showed her disdain and kept a distance of at least 10 meters. You, the maid angrily pointed at her, you really are from a poor place and don't understand the rules. Gu Yundong turned and walked away. The maid, even more furious, hurried after her. Where are you going? Jinglan Courtyard. She had only come out to understand the layout of the Peng residence and do a little planning, but that was no longer needed. This time, she walked quickly, leaving the flustered maid far behind. When Gu Yundong reached the outside of Jinglan Courtyard, Chang Fu was anxiously waiting for her return. You finally made it. Young Master Peng wants us to go in. Hurry, come with me. He was eager for Gu Yundong to retrieve the drawings and give him the antidote. Has that young Master Lu left? Chang Fu shook his head. No, he hasn't. Gu Yundong nodded and followed the servant inside. Jinglan Courtyard was quite large, and it seemed that this young master had a good standing in the Peng family. When Gu Yundong entered, Peng Zhongfei and Lu Wei were discussing a painting, seemingly without any important matters at hand. Are all these young masters so idle? Especially since the painting was of a beautiful woman, albeit quite abstract. The servant approached Peng Zhongfei and whispered, Young master, Chang Fu is here. Peng Zhongfei finally looked up, appearing somewhat displeased. He waved his hand at Chang Fu and said, What is it? Why are you in such a rush? Don't you know I'm busy talking with young Master Lu? Chang Fu felt helpless. He didn't want to be in this situation, but that girl named Gu was too relentless. He could only force a smile and flatter, Young Master Peng, it's my fault. I apologize, Enough, just say what you need to say and leave. Peng Zhongfei waved his hand impatiently, though his gaze at Chang Fu carried a warning. Better not to speak carelessly in front of Lu Wei. Earlier, it was Lu Wei who insisted on letting Chang Fu in. Otherwise, Peng Zhongfei wouldn't have bothered with him. Chang Fu nodded quickly, stepping back a bit, and said, Young Master Peng, this is Miss Gu. She is the one looking for you. You. Peng Zhongfei glared at him, surprised that this guy dared to bring an outsider to see him. Gu Yundong stepped forward, slightly cupping her hands and bowing her head. Young Master Peng, it's urgent. That's why I asked Chang Fu to bring me here. Where are you from? Hurry up and leave. Who do you think you are, coming close to me? I wouldn't even look at a woman without curves. Peng Zhongfei often faced such situations and didn't even feel the need to ask. He just wanted to send her away. Gu Yundong's lips twitched. Could he not be so full of himself?
Who would want him?
I'm here to save your life, young Master Peng. Gu Yundong lifted her head and looked at him seriously. Peng Zhongfei was taken aback and looked at her closely. Although this woman was plain and dressed poorly, her face was still pretty, just a bit young. Well, Peng Zhongfei preferred women with curves. But since she was somewhat attractive, he decided to listen to her for a bit. Here to save my life? Peng Zhongfei scoffed. You? How would I know if I was in danger? Gu Yundong took a step forward. Young Master Peng, you don't know me yet, so let me introduce myself. My name is Gu Yundong, and I am the owner of the 3 blueprints you received yesterday. Peng Zhongfei's expression changed dramatically, and he sat up straight. Get out. What blueprints? Those blueprints belong to the Peng family. You stole them, and now you want to accuse me? Do you really think I'm a good person? Someone, drag her out and break her hands. A servant rushed in immediately and tried to grab her. Chang Fu was anxious, fearing Peng Zhongfei's anger and worried that Gu Yundong might get hurt, leaving him without a remedy. Gu Yundong, however, was not worried at all. As the servant approached, She dodged and shouted anxiously, "Young Master Peng, you can break my hands, but I still need to tell you that those blueprints are strange. If you end up in danger, it won't be my responsibility." Strange? Peng Zhongfei paused, and Lu Wei added, "Peng brother, she seems quite serious. Shouldn't we hear what she has to say? What if she's telling the truth?" Peng Zhongfei clenched his fists tightly, waved his hand for the servant to stop, and glared at Gu Yundong with a dark expression. "Fine, I'll give you a chance. If you can't explain yourself, not only will I break your hands, but I'll also sew your mouth shut." Gu Yundong took a couple of breaths and calmly poured herself a glass of water. "You'll understand once you hear me out, young Master Peng." She looked around mysteriously. Peng Zhongfei understood and instructed Chong Fu and the servant to leave, finally turning to Lu Wei. The latter said seriously, "I will be a witness. If this girl is talking nonsense, I will definitely stand by her side." Peng Zhongfei twitched his mouth, knowing he couldn't drive him away. Even if he knew about the blueprints, it didn't matter much. Would he really defend a country girl? The Lu family wasn't the type to intervene in every injustice they saw. Seeing that he was silent, Lu Wei kindly went over to close the door, then sat down and said, "Miss, what is so strange?" "Young Master Peng, do you know my background?"
Gu Yundong asked.
Peng Zhongfei nodded. He knew she had no background, which is why he felt justified in taking the blueprints. Gu Yundong continued, "Aren't you curious, young Master Peng? I am a refugee, fleeing from famine with my mother and younger siblings. Yet, we not only arrived safely in Yongfu village, but also managed to build such a large house with 100 taels of silver. Think about it, among all the refugees, who can achieve that?" Her words surprised not only Peng Zhongfei, but also Lu Wei. However, recalling what he saw and heard yesterday, he couldn't help but say, "Isn't it because you are ruthless?" "Oh, that's just to fool the ignorant villagers. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't believe that a 13-year-old girl could achieve this just by being ruthless. There are so many thieves and refugees on the road. Can one person really deal with a dozen others?" Lu Wei. He believed her. Was he foolish? Feeling somewhat unwilling, he snorted coldly, "Then tell me, how did you do it?" "Because." Gu Yundong suddenly lowered her voice, looking mysterious. "Of those 3 blueprints." Peng Zhongfei and Lu Wei inexplicably felt a chill down their spines. What does that have to do with the 3 blueprints? Of course it matters. Let me tell you, while I was on the road, I met a very strange old man. Gu Yundong said, giving her a starting point to weave an entire story. Before he died, he gave me those 3 blueprints, saying they were the culmination of his life's work. At that time, I thought, with just these 3 blueprints, do you really need to draw for a lifetime? How useless. You have quite a few thoughts. Gu Yundong excelled at creating a storytelling atmosphere, her voice rising and falling. After he handed me the blueprints, he told me to wait until I settled down and choose a spot at the foot of a mountain, build a house with blue bricks and big tiles according to the blueprints, and leave a room for him there, offering him incense 3 times a day. I said at the time that I had no money, no ability, and I wasn't even sure how many days I had left to live, so I was afraid I couldn't help him. To my surprise, the old man took out 100 silver notes and told me it was money for building a house. He said it would ensure I had a safe journey to a secure place. But I had to meet his demands, or I would face bad luck, and in serious cases, it could cost me my life. Isn't that a scam? Even a con artist wouldn't dare to make such claims. If he really had such power, why would he still face aging and illness? I didn't believe he had that kind of ability. But considering the 100 silver notes, I helped with his funeral after he passed away. As for the 3 blueprints, I thought they were a burden, so I tore them up. Then something terrifying happened. Gu Yundong said, gulping hard and staring wide-eyed, looking frightened, causing the other 2 to hold their breath. Gu Yundong continued, "After I tore up the blueprints, I didn't think much of it. But that night, when we took out our blankets from the backpack to rest, we found those 3 blueprints had reappeared, completely intact."
Wow.
Lu Wei gasped. "Is that true?" "Of course it's true. I was so scared. It felt like I had seen a ghost. In my panic, I tore them up again, but in the blink of an eye, they were whole again. That night, I tripped while walking, choked on my food, struggled with water, and even encountered a thief who nearly took my life. It felt like all the bad luck happened that day. Gu Yundong spoke about this with lingering fear. I started to think that what the old man said might be true, so I dared not disrespect it and kept the blueprint safe. In the end, I really managed to keep my mother and siblings safe, so when I arrived in Yongfu village, I immediately chose a piece of land by the mountain to build a house. But I didn't expect that this morning I heard that Master Peng took the blueprints. I was so anxious. Master Peng is the precious young master of the Peng family in our county. If something happens because of me, I would be in big trouble. I hurried over, hoping to clarify things with Master Peng before it got worse. Peng Zhongfei and Lu Wei listened in disbelief, as if they were hearing a strange tale. However, people today still hold a deep respect for spirits and gods, especially with Gu Yundong's frightening story, which made it seem like there was some truth to it. But just because she said it, doesn't mean it was true. Peng Zhongfei scoffed. Are you just making up a story? Who knows what's true? That's easy, the other replied. If young Master Peng doesn't believe me, he can take out that blueprint and tear one piece. Let's see if a perfect one reappears. Peng Zhongfei frowned, gritted his teeth, and actually took out the blueprint. Then, in front of Lu Wei and Gu Yundong, he tore it to shreds, making it impossible to piece back together. Seeing this, Gu Yundong lowered her head and smiled slightly. The colorful pieces fell to the ground, and both Peng Zhongfei and Lu Wei squinted at the floor, their expressions serious, as if they were waiting for the pieces to magically reassemble into a blueprint before their eyes. However, there was no movement for a long time. Peng Zhongfei sneered, so it was just nonsense. Have you decided whether to break your hand first, or sew your mouth shut? Gu Yundong frowned. That can't be. Let me take a look. As she spoke, she walked toward them. When she reached behind Peng Zhongfei, she gently tapped him on the back. In that instant, neither Lu Wei nor Peng Zhongfei noticed. Gu Yundong glanced at the pieces on the ground. When she met Peng Zhongfei's gloomy expression, she shivered and suddenly seemed to remember something. She clapped her hands. Oh, right. I remember now. When I tore the blueprint before, it reappeared somewhere else. Why don't we search the room? Peng Zhongfei turned around abruptly, almost poking her in the eye with his hand. You think you can stall for time with tricks? Bang. Before he could finish, Lu Wei stumbled back, knocking over two stools beside him, making a loud noise. Peng Zhongfei frowned and turned to look at him, only to see Lu Wei staring at his back in shock. The blueprint, it really appeared. Where? Peng Zhongfei felt a rush of panic, but tried to stay calm. Lu Wei pointed at him. On your back. This was too strange. Lu Wei rubbed his eyes, looking disbelieving. Impossible. Peng Zhongfei shook his head, instinctively reaching behind him, but stopped halfway, swallowing hard. Really? On my back? Lu Wei nodded vigorously, and Peng Zhongfei felt cold sweat break out on his body. After a moment, he closed his eyes and suddenly yanked the blueprint off his back. As soon as Peng Zhongfei saw the contents of the drawing, he gasped in shock and threw the paper away. Gu Yundong was quick and caught the drawing before it hit the ground, letting out a small sigh. Then she looked up at Peng Zhongfei and said softly, Young Master Peng, I wasn't lying to you, was I? Peng Zhongfei stepped back from the drawing, trying to smile but failing miserably. He muttered, Impossible, this must be some trick you're playing. It can't be true. Gu Yundong kindly suggested. Well, how about you tear up another one? What a ridiculous idea. Gu Yundong carefully placed the drawing on the table, smoothed it out, and then clasped her hands together, closing her eyes as she murmured, If there are any strange happenings, let them be. Old man, young Master Peng didn't mean it. Please don't blame him. After all, this situation is too bizarre. Not just young Master Peng, but anyone would find it hard to believe. Peng Zhongfei felt a chill, as if something truly was in the room. Thankfully, there were two others with him. He chuckled nervously, right? Who would believe something like this? Bang. Crack. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden crashing sound echoed in his ears. Except for Gu Yundong, Both Peng Zhongfei and Lu Wei were startled, nearly jumping up, their expressions changing instantly. The two of them slowly turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. There was a shelf where a half-meter-tall vase had been placed, and it had suddenly fallen to the ground and shattered, just like the drawing Peng Zhongfei had torn. Peng Zhongfei swallowed hard, hesitant to approach. However, Gu Yundong quickly walked over to the broken vase, glanced at the shards and the fallen flowers and water, then looked up at the two and said, "Actually, maybe the wind was a bit strong earlier, and it knocked the vase over. It might not be related to the drawing at all." Their gazes immediately shifted to her, their expressions saying, "Even if you're making excuses, can't you come up with something better?" Not to mention that the door was closed, so there was hardly any wind. Even if there was, could it really knock over such a heavy vase? It was filled with water, after all. Gu Yundong chuckled awkwardly, "So, what do we do now?" Lu Wei looked at Peng Zhongfei, whose face had turned pale. If the drawing suddenly appeared behind him, he might think that this annoying girl was just pretending with some trick. But the vase breaking so completely was too strange. The three of them stood far away, with no wind and no tremors on the ground. Unless there was a ghost. Lu Wei couldn't help but shiver. He regretted staying to gossip. Would that old man think he was in cahoots with Peng Zhongfei? He was a good person, truly. Thinking this, Lu Wei took a small step back. Peng Zhongfei was flustered and didn't notice Lu Wei's movement. He slowly and nervously moved toward the vase. Gu Yundong slightly turned to give him space and, out of his sight, pulled out a crossbow arrow that she had hidden by the cabinet. She had aimed and shot it at the vase when the two weren't paying attention, and it had lodged into the cabinet's leg after piercing the vase. As soon as the vase shattered, she came over to block their view. Perfect, just perfect, this would scare them. Peng Zhongfei stopped 2 steps away from the broken vase. He swallowed hard and looked at Gu Yundong, saying, "The drawing, take it back quickly and don't show up in front of me again." Gu Yundong stood up. "Don't worry, young master Peng I." Before she could finish, a deep, echoing voice suddenly filled the room. "You're very bold. If I don't punish you, do you think I'm easy to bully?"
Ah.
Lu Wei jumped in surprise and turned to look where the voice came from. No one was there, just a mysterious voice. Peng Zhongfei's lips turned pale as he looked at Gu Yundong, who also appeared confused but pretended to be angry, rushing to the source of the voice. "Who's playing tricks here? Show yourself." She pulled aside the curtain and quickly tucked the recording pen she had hidden there into her space. That line was from a TV show, and she had secretly recorded it after parting ways with Xiao Qingyuan. What? There's no one here. Gu Yundong turned her head, her voice trembling, looking at Peng Zhongfei as if she might cry. "I've never experienced anything like this before. I'm just a bit unlucky. It shouldn't be this scary. I'm really scared." Lu Wei expressed his fear and wondered if he could leave now. Just as he thought this, hurried footsteps were heard outside, followed by the voice of Peng Zhongfei's servant young master. "It's bad news. Aunt Chui has fallen into the water."
"What?"
Peng Zhongfei quickly opened the door. "How is she?" "She was rescued, but she is quite shaken." "That's good." Peng Zhongfei sighed in relief, but his mind was still echoing with the strange voice he had just heard. Punishment, yes, it must be punishment. He quickly turned his head to look at the drawing that Gu Yundong had placed on the table and nervously apologized. "Great master, it's my fault. I was wrong and I apologize. I deserve to be punished. I was foolish and did bad things without a good outcome." As he spoke, he slapped his own face twice. "Great master, I promise I won't be greedy for drawings anymore and I won't cause any damage. Also, this really isn't my fault. It was all Qin Changfu's doing. I'll deal with him later." He then looked at Gu Yundong. "Is this okay?" "I don't know. I used to tear up drawings and faced bad luck for a while. You plan to wait until the house is built and then have someone destroy it? This seems worse than my situation. I don't know if you will accept your apology," Gu Yundong said with difficulty. Just then, the servant outside shouted in panic, "Young master!" Black Wolf suddenly collapsed and is frothing at the mouth. Black Wolf was a fierce dog that Peng Zhongfei had raised, known for eating raw meat and drinking fresh blood. It was very aggressive, having bitten many servants in the house. Peng Zhongfei liked the dog for its wolf-like nature and had often trained it to attack living things, including people. Now, this dog was acting strangely. No, it couldn't be just strange. Peng Zhongfei knelt down in fear, his voice trembling. "Great master, please spare me. I was blind to your greatness. I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I will offer incense to you 3 times a day and buy you the best offerings. How about this? I will pay for the house. Please spare me this time." Gu Yundong's eyes flickered. Finally, he was getting to the point. "Young Master Peng, don't be like this. Actually, the old master is not a bad person. As long as you sincerely repent, he will surely forgive you." Gu Yundong said, "Actually, there's no need to spend money on building a house. The old man has already given me the money." That won't do. You must take it. Here, the 100 taels that the master gave you can be kept for buying other things for him. You still need to burn incense 3 times a day, right? Buy the best incense. The master's house is very important and must be built well. 100 taels is not enough. I will give you 200 taels. Gu Yundong felt troubled. Is that really okay? I don't want to take advantage of you, young Master Peng. What do you mean taking advantage? You are also working hard for the master. I provide the money. You provide the effort. My sincerity is genuine. Lu Wei quickly added, I also have sincerity. I will contribute 50 taels. He hoped that the master would see his sincerity and not think of him and Peng Zhongfei as a team, so he wouldn't face misfortune. Gu Yundong twitched her lips. These rich young masters were truly wasteful. After Peng Zhongfei mentioned the money, he waited for another 15 minutes. When no bad news came from outside, he finally relaxed a bit. It seems the master has agreed, right? He looked at Gu Yundong, quietly seeking confirmation. Gu Yundong thought for a moment and nodded uncertainly. I suppose. As soon as she finished speaking, another voice echoed in the room. This time, it was different from before. It was a voice that was hard to distinguish as male or female. You know what's good for you. From now on, do not trouble the Gu family again. Today's matter must not be leaked, not a word. Yes. Both Peng Zhongfei and Lu Wei nodded repeatedly. Taking advantage of their distraction, Gu Yundong quietly retrieved her recording pen. She had recorded this herself using a voice changer app on her phone, as she couldn't capture this line from a drama since it mentioned the Gu family. However, the completely different voice only deepened the fear in Peng Zhongfei and Lu Wei's hearts. He turned and went into the inner room, and after a while, he came out with 2 silver notes, each worth 100 taels. Here you go. Gu Yundong guiltily accepted the money. Young Master Peng, don't worry too much. It's just a bit of bad luck. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine. I'll be leaving now. Take care of yourselves. Gu Yundong packed the drawings from the table and turned to leave Jinglan courtyard. The drawing was made by her earlier and placed in the space. After giving the first drawing to Feng Danning, she sometimes thought about the parts that needed changes or additions, so she redrew it and planned to give it to Feng Danning in a couple of days. Actually, the differences were just small details, not much changed. But Peng Zhongfei hadn't studied it closely, so how could he tell the torn drawing from the new one? Anyway, he was scared out of his wits. Gu Yundong smiled. Just as she stepped out, Chang Fu approached her. Gu Yundong glanced at him and said, Let's go. She got the drawing back, didn't have to worry about Peng Zhongfei's revenge, and even earned 200 taels of silver. Perfect. Wait, there was one last thing to take care of, and then everything would be fine. Seeing her in a good mood with the drawing in hand, Chang Fu wondered what she had done to actually bring it back. As the two of them stepped out, Lu Wei also decided to leave. Peng Zhongfei had no mood to entertain him anymore and waved him off. Once Lu Wei left the Peng residence, he didn't leave right away, but found a small alley to wait in the carriage for Xiao Qingyuan. Peng Zhongfei was pacing restlessly in Jinglan Garden, thinking about what had just happened. He felt as if something was in the room, so he decided to go out and check on his beloved dog. A servant hurried to follow him but was sent to clean up the broken vase instead. He walked quickly, but just after leaving Jinglan Garden, A sack was suddenly thrown over his head, and he was met with a flurry of punches and kicks. Peng Zhongfei screamed in pain, unable to fight back, and it wasn't until his attackers were tired that they stopped. Xiao Qingyuan looked at the person lying on the ground, motionless, with a cold gaze. In the distance, some servants heard the commotion and rushed over, so he quietly slipped out the back door while the Peng residence was in chaos. However, just as he stepped out, he saw two people struggling nearby. Xiao Qingyuan frowned. Why were these two here? Two ruffians. What trouble were they trying to cause? He didn't rush to leave, but stood still, listening closely. The ones arguing were Hu Liang and Zhuangzi from Yongfu village. They were lowering their voices but were getting heated and even started to fight. Hu Liang arrived in the county a bit late, as both Gu Yundong and Xiao Qingyuan had come by carriage. When he reached the Peng residence, he looked for a servant he knew. But that person was not there, and the doorman, seeing him looking careless and not good-natured, ignored him. Hu Liang was thus kept outside the gate. He was extremely angry. Even though he was anxious, he could only wait outside. In the village, he could act tough, but in the county, he was just a coward, having to keep a low profile. Before long, Zhuangzi came over, wanting to drag him away. Hu Liang refused to give in and even kicked him angrily, saying, "You coward, just like your parents. They get beaten and insulted, but don't dare to fight back. You're the same, afraid of a 13-year-old girl. Don't ever call me your brother again, just leave." Zhuangzi was furious. He had been resting at home, but when his parents returned and mentioned the Peng family, he didn't think much of it. However, he felt that the Gu girl would not let things go easily. She had a temper. Not long after, Goshen came to his house and told him that Hu Liang planned to smash the Gu family's new house. Zhuangzi got anxious. Although they had a disagreement the day before, they were still longtime brothers, and he couldn't just stand by and watch Hu Liang get into trouble. Gu Yundong might not be able to handle the Peng family, but dealing with Hu Liang was easy for her. Hadn't he suffered enough in the past few days? So, he hurried to the Gu family's land but didn't find anyone. Later, he heard someone say she had gone towards the county. Zhuangzi was furious and rushed to the county, where he found Hu Liang loitering near the back door of the Peng family. Seeing he hadn't gone in yet, Zhuangzi felt relieved and wanted to take him away. But to his surprise, Hu Liang was stubborn and kept provoking him. Zhuangzi got angry, saying, "Hu Liang, I used to call you brother because you were loyal, decisive, and smart. But look at you now, fixated on a little girl. You've already lost to her, paid her money, and know you can't win, yet you still want to charge at her. You're simply... You mean I'm not loyal, not decisive, and not smart anymore, right?" Hu Liang interrupted impatiently. "Let me tell you, it's because I've suffered that I must seek revenge. That's what a man should do. Unlike your parents, who stay silent when their house is attacked and cry when their land is taken. I bet if one day your sister is mistreated, your family would just hand her over without a word, maybe even thank the person for taking an interest." Hu Liang. Zhuangzi's eyes widened in anger. "How dare you say that? Why wouldn't I? Your family is so useless. If it weren't for my pity, you wouldn't even be my little brother. Ugh, I don't even want you as my little brother anymore. You might have to rely on your sister to make money in the future." Zhuangzi punched him hard in the face, his eyes bloodshot and filled with hatred. "Hu Liang, if you want to seek death, go ahead. From now on, we are not brothers. Just consider my kindness wasted on a dog." He ignored him and turned to leave. Hu Liang scoffed, "Do I care? If I didn't need 4 people, I wouldn't want you around, coward." He touched his face and sneered. Darn it, he should have fought back earlier. This guy had gotten bold enough to hit him. When he returned to the village, he would make him pay. Although Xiao Qingyuan didn't hear everything, he knew Hu Liang was causing trouble for Gu Yundong. This guy didn't learn his lesson and kept pestering like a stubborn gum. He couldn't blame Xiao Qingyuan for what happened next. Xiao Qingyuan stepped out from behind him and knocked him out with a swift strike. Then he returned to the back door of the Peng residence, waiting quietly. When the doorman was called away for a moment, he carried Hu Liang inside. He tossed him behind a large tree outside Jinglan courtyard and then quietly left the Prung residence. Lu Wei was still waiting for him in the alley. When he saw him, he quickly lifted the curtain for him to enter. Before Xiao Qingyuan could sit down, Lu Wei eagerly said, "I need to tell you, just now He suddenly realized he shouldn't reveal anything about the Prung residence, so he quickly changed the subject. "Let's go up the mountain now. We agreed to hunt deer and big bugs." Xiao Qingyuan replied, "It's getting late. Let's go another day." "Another day? But I need to go now." However, it wasn't the right time, so Lu Wei sighed in resignation. "Fine, let's go tomorrow. We agreed on tomorrow." "Okay." Xiao Qingyuan nodded, then got off the carriage and walked away without looking back. Lu Wei pouted. "You didn't even finish your words. Why are you in such a hurry?" But what did he actually do at the Prung residence? He only asked to find Peng Zhongfei to chat and have some tea, saying he had something to discuss with the servants, but it took a bit longer than expected. Xiao Qingyuan quickly walked along the road to Yongfu village. Although he didn't delay for long, he still didn't encounter Gu Yundong, who had left earlier. At that moment, Gu Yundong had already returned to the Chong family with Chongfu. Chongfu looked at her with hopeful eyes and said, "Now that you have the blueprint back, can you give me the antidote?" Gu Yundong handed him a white pill, and without hesitation, Chongfu swallowed it. She didn't bother to check on him. He didn't need her to teach him a lesson. After all, Peng Zhongfei had been so scared, he might come looking for trouble to calm his nerves. So, she turned to Feng Danning and said, "The issue is resolved. Since I'm here in the county town, I want to buy some things. Would you like to head back first?" With the 250 taels of silver notes from Peng Zhongfei and Lu Wei, she felt quite wealthy now and could buy many items that weren't originally planned.
"Take your time."
"What do you want to buy?" "I can help you carry it," Feng Danning said, genuinely impressed with Gu Yundong. At such a young age, she managed to retrieve her belongings from the bully Peng family in less than 2 hours without any trouble. He felt he had wasted his years in comparison. Gu Yundong thought for a moment. Since Feng Danning was more familiar with the county town, she nodded. "All right, let's go." Gu Yundong first took Feng Danning to have lunch at the best restaurant in the county town, the Yuexiang restaurant. Feng Danning knew the food was good, but had never been able to afford a meal there. Now, he unexpectedly got to enjoy a meal thanks to Gu Yundong. The food was delicious but very expensive, and the portions were small. A plate of food was only the size of a palm and cost 31, which made Feng Danning feel sorry for Gu Yundong's money. However, she was quite generous. After finishing, she asked Feng Danning to take her to the market because she wanted to buy a cart. "You want to buy a cart?" Feng Danning was surprised. This girl, who had come here to escape hardship, was even more capable than he thought. He had thought it was impressive that she could take out 100 taels of silver to build a house, but now she was also able to afford a cart. Gu Yundong nodded. Having a cart would be convenient. "If we hadn't taken someone else's mule cart to come into town today, we would have wasted so much time. Plus, my younger siblings are still small, and having a cart would allow us to bring them to the city for fun." Gu Yunshu and Gu Yunke rarely had the chance to go out and play. Back when they were at the old Gu family home, Gu Yunshu had only been to the town once. Later, they were on the road fleeing from disaster. They traveled far, but didn't have the leisure to stop and take a good look around. Now that things have settled down, she has some money and can send Yunshu to school. For any upcoming festivals or lantern fairs, she plans to take them out to have fun. "If we want to buy a horse, we need to go to the market on East Street, where they specialize in livestock. But since it's already past noon, I wonder if there are still good horses available." Gu Yundong nodded. "Then let's go check the market on East Street first. If we can't find a good one today, we can come back another day." Feng Danning smiled and led her to East Street. After noon, the market wasn't as lively. Feng Danning knew someone there, a clever young man who took them to the back of the market. "Uncle Feng, you're in luck today. The Wan family trading company just brought over 3 or 4 horses, and I checked them out. They are better than the ones sold this morning." Feng Danning was excited. "Really? Let's go take a look." The horses were indeed good, but they weren't cheap. Gu Yundong wasn't very good at judging horses, but Feng Danning had some experience. With the help of the young man negotiating, they finally bought a strong brown horse for 15 taels of silver. The horse was quite friendly to Gu Yundong, and she liked it. Since it was still young, she decided to choose it. The trader asked if she wanted a cart. She definitely needed one, but it didn't have to be fancy, since she would often be traveling back and forth in the village, which had muddy roads. In the end, Gu Yundong picked a sturdy, but plain-looking cart. After attaching the horse, they were ready to go. The cart cost 3 taels, which was quite expensive. However, now that she had a cart and a house, Gu Yundong felt very satisfied. After buying the cart, Gu Yundong wanted to go to South Street to buy some things since it was bustling and close to the city gate. Feng Danning drove the cart, feeling a bit excited. Men, whether in modern or ancient times, love carts, even if it's not their own. As they rode towards East Street, just as they passed the back road of the Prung residence, the gate suddenly opened, and someone was thrown out roughly. If it weren't for Feng Danning's quick reflexes, the horse would have been startled. Gu Yundong quickly held onto the cart door to steady herself and looked at the person who had been thrown out. The person looked disheveled, with a bloodied lower half and a swollen face. Why does this person look a bit familiar? Where have I seen them before? She didn't recognize him, but Feng Danning did, and was startled. Isn't that Hu Liang? How did he end up here, looking like this after being beaten by the people from the Prung family? Yundong, should we? Feng Danning wanted to ask if they could help. Although this guy was quite annoying, he was still from the same village, and it felt wrong to just stand by and do nothing when he looked like that. Before he could finish his sentence, Hu Liang, who was badly beaten, started crying out to the Prung family, "I'm not lying. I really came to find young Master Prung. Ouch, ouch. That Gu Yundong wants to harm young Master Prung. She's been saying in our village that young Master Prung stole her things and that she has powerful connections to get him in trouble." Hu Liang didn't understand how things had turned out this way. He woke up in the Prung family's house and was about to look for young Master Prung when he was caught and accused of breaking in. They assumed he was involved in whatever trouble young Master Prung was in, and without a word, they beat him up and threw him out. Gu Yundong sneered, matching Feng Danning's serious expression, and said, "Let him be." It seemed he wasn't hurt too badly if he still had the energy to blame her. Feng Danning ignored Hu Liang and drove his cart past him. Hu Liang wanted to try harder, but unexpectedly, another person came out of the Prung house, a servant who had been taking care of the injured Peng Zhongfei. This servant had just heard about Hu Liang's situation and reported it to young Master Prung, who was furious. He declared that the Gu family was under his protection, and anyone who tried to harm them would be going against the Prung family. He sent the servant out to warn Hu Liang. The servant didn't even look at Hu Liang. He just spoke a few words to the nearby enforcers before going back inside. As soon as he left, the enforcers began to approach Hu Liang step by step. Meanwhile, Gu Yundong and Feng Danning were unaware of what was happening behind them. Once they reached South Street, she began to shop wildly. With money in hand, she felt secure, especially since she was staying with his young family and didn't need to worry about anyone. She bought several rolls of fabric at the cloth store and then went to the general store for daily necessities. However, the general store in the county was much smaller and had fewer items compared to the city. When she saw a jewelry shop, she went in and bought 2 small gold locks for Gu Yunshu and Gu Yunko. She remembered that the younger son of the second branch used to have a small gold lock, and Gu Yunshu had envied it. He would surely be happy to receive one now. She also bought a silver hairpin for her mother. Her mother was beautiful, and when she was dressed up, she looked stunning. With a little jewelry, she would be even more delightful to see. Finally, I bought myself a pair of earrings. Well, now that I have some money, I want to treat myself a little. After buying the jewelry, I also got a lot of food. Thinking of Xiao Qingyuan, I paused and went to the blacksmith to have a barbecue grill made. It will be ready in 5 or 6 days, and I plan to make him a barbecue then. After buying all these things, it was almost evening. Gu Yundong happily sat in the cart on her way back to the village. Even though it was getting late, the cart attracted everyone's attention as it entered the village. The driver was Feng Danning. Many people in the village knew that he had gone to the Prung residence with Gu Yundong that morning, thanks to Jin Yuexiang spreading the news all over the village. So when they saw him, they couldn't help but gather around, even asking where the cart came from and if it was from the Prung family. Before Feng Daneng could answer, Jin Yuexiang, who had rushed over to see the commotion, interrupted him, saying, "What do you mean it's from the Prung family? Are you all out of your minds?" Gu Yundong went to confront young Master Prung. "Do you really think the Prung family would give them a cart?" She laughed mockingly and added, "I bet she got beaten up by the Prung family, and Feng Danning hired a cart to bring her back." The crowd gasped and took a couple of steps back, their eyes wide with fear as they looked at the cart, as if blood could spill out at any moment. Feng Danning felt helpless. Jin Yuexiang was talking nonsense. Even if the Prung family was tough, they wouldn't be so brazen as to harm someone and let him bring her back. Yet, the villagers believed her, and even Chen Liang, who arrived shortly after, looked shocked and heartbroken, saying, "Really? Something happened? Hey, Danning, why didn't you stop her?"
You.
Before he could finish, Gu Yundong slowly lifted the curtain of the cart, smiling at everyone and saying, "This cart is not from the Prung family. I bought it myself." The crowd took another small step back in surprise. Jin Yuexiang's smug smile froze, and she stared at Gu Yundong with wide eyes, asking, "Are you okay?" "What do you mean? Why would I not be okay? Weren't you going to confront the Peng family?" Gu Yundong looked innocent and asked, "Who told you that?" Jin Yuexiang shouted, "I heard it with my own ears." It was clearly Feng Danning who said something about young Master Prung taking your plans and not allowing you to build your house, and you went to ask the Prung family for an explanation. "Oh, so she was eavesdropping." Gu Yundong raised her eyebrow. "Oh, young Master Prung just said my drawing is nice and wanted to borrow it to take a look. Since I'm going to the county today to buy some things, I thought I would bring the drawing back." How did it turn into me going to the Prung residence to demand an explanation? Would you dare say that in front of young Master Prung? Feng Danning spoke up seriously. "That's right. Yundong wants to buy a cart, and since I'm familiar with it, she asked me to help her choose one. I was also going to the Peng residence to get the drawing." Jin Yuexiang, how can you twist the facts and spread rumors, causing everyone to panic? Jin Yuexiang was confused. Did she hear wrong? No, she didn't. Others suddenly understood, realizing that if what Jin Yuexiang said were true, could Feng Danning and Gu Yundong really return safely? Indeed, one shouldn't trust big mouths too much. Chen Liang also sighed in relief and shifted his attention to the cart. "Did you buy this?" Gu Yundong got off the cart. "I thought having a cart would be more convenient. Next time I go to the county, I won't have to rely on my legs." Chen Liang nodded, acknowledging that the Gu family had some wealth. "Hey, Gu family's girl," someone suddenly called out from the side, looking enviously, "your cart looks really nice. The horse seems strong, and the cart is sturdy and spacious. This will make our trips to the county much easier, right?" Gu Yundong looked at the man, a middle-aged stranger she didn't like, especially for trying to embarrass her in front of everyone. So she smiled at him and said, "It's convenient for my family, and it doesn't concern you much." The man was taken aback. This girl really didn't know how to play nice. He raised his eyebrow. "What? We're from the same village. If someone needs help, you won't even lend a cart?" "Sure, it's 20 coins for a trip to the county." She set a clear price to avoid everyone trying to take advantage of her kindness. Did she look like someone easy to deal with? "That's too harsh. We're from the same village, and you're charging money?" The man exclaimed. "Isn't that right, everyone? We can take a bull cart to the county for just 3 coins each." Gu Yundong replied, "Oh, so you do know that riding in someone else's cart costs money. I thought you didn't understand the saying that even brothers should settle accounts clearly. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to ride. I bought the cart for myself, not for you." The man was momentarily speechless, and Chen Liang couldn't watch any longer. "All right, that cart is clearly not cheap. The whole village is so crowded. Everyone wants to ride, and it's hard to find peace. The cart isn't for everyone. I think charging for rides is a good idea. Those who can pay can ride, and those who can't can take the ox cart. We've managed this way for years. Just because someone in the village bought a cart, it doesn't mean everyone else is at a loss." Gu Yundong silently gave him a thumbs up. Although her words sounded a bit disrespectful, the village chief was spot on. Sure enough, those who were trying to take advantage of the situation started to feel uneasy, especially the middle-aged man who had just spoken. He could only lower his head and mumble a few words. At that moment, Gu Yunshu ran over with his young siblings. Big sister, you're finally back. Gu Yundong looked down at his flushed face and gently ruffled his hair. Were you good at home? I was good. He then glanced at the cart behind her. Did you rent a cart, big sister? Gu Yundong picked him up and placed him on the cart. No, this is our family's cart. I bought it today. From now on, you can ride it wherever you want. Gu Yunshu's eyes lit up, his face even redder, and he trembled with excitement. Really? Our family's cart? Yes, big sister is taking you home.
Sit tight.
Gu Yundong wanted to invite the young siblings to join, but they had already run ahead. Feeling helpless, she waved goodbye to the village chief. It's getting late. My mother is waiting for me at home, so I'll head back now.
Go on.
You've had a long day. Chen Liang waved his hand with a smile. No matter what, their village finally had its first cart, and as the village chief, he felt proud. Feng Danding led the cart inside, followed by many villagers. Even if they couldn't ride, they could at least see it. That was good enough. Gu Yundong didn't mind. When she arrived at the Zeng family, she first set Gu Yunshu down. The little guy immediately ran to the horse, but Feng Danning stopped him to prevent him from getting too close and startling it. Gu Yundong also gave a few reminders before stepping inside. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered, she was met by the small figure of Gu Yunk, who came rushing towards her, her eyes red as if she had just been crying. Gu Yundong was taken aback. Why are you crying? Who bullied you? It was my brother. The little girl began to complain. He's mean. I wanted to go pick up big sister too, but he didn't wait for me and ran off. It made me so mad. Gu Yunka was young and had poor nutrition, so she stumbled even when walking quickly, let alone running. Gu Yunshu didn't notice and hurried to the village entrance to meet his older sister. The little girl stomped her feet in frustration and said, I won't talk to my brother anymore. Just as she finished speaking, Gu Yunshu rushed in, excitedly telling her, little sister, big sister bought a cart, and it's outside. Come see. The girl's eyes lit up immediately. I want to see. She naturally took Gu Yunshu's hand, and they happily went out of the courtyard together. Gu Yundong thought, as long as you two are happy. She shook her head and then looked at Yang and Dong, who were standing nearby. Yang's eyes were also sparkling. Gu Yundong chuckled, if you want to see, go ahead, but don't get too close to the horse's back. Yang ran off, and Dong Shilon walked over to her, letting out a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're okay. Qing Yuan came back earlier and said everything on your side is settled, so the Peng family won't bother you. But I was worried since you didn't come back. Aunt Dong, don't worry. If I wasn't sure I could solve the problem, I wouldn't have rushed in, Gu Yundong said, liking Dong Shilon. You mentioned Xiao Qingyuan is back. Is he next door? He should be. Did you see him in the county? Yes, I did. He even helped me with something. Dong Shilon smiled brightly. I knew I was right. Qingyuan is a good kid.
Yeah.
While they were talking, Gu Yunshu came back in, holding a string of candied hawthorns. Big sister, did you buy this for us? Earlier, Uncle Feng mentioned there were many things to unload from the cart, so he went to help. He didn't expect to find several bright red strings of candied hawthorns inside. He was fine, but Gu Yunka had already licked half of the candy off. There should be several more in the cart. Give one to Zeng Yu and the others, and save 2 for Uncle Feng to take home. Gu Yunshu dashed off again. When Gu Yundong went outside, Uncle Feng had already unloaded half of the things from the cart. Nearby, everyone was holding a string of candied hawthorns in one hand while picking up small items from the ground with the other to move into the house. Gu Yundong rubbed her forehead and sent them aside to eat, while she and Dong Shilon brought the items back. The Zeng family's yard wasn't big, but they used to have a pig pen. Although they no longer raised pigs, it could still be tidied up to accommodate the horse. Feng Danning originally wanted Gu Yundong to leave the cart at their home, but seeing the children gathered around it and unwilling to leave, he decided against it. After Feng Danning left, Gu Yundong began to organize the items she had bought. She had purchased a lot of fabric, and when she saw a piece of dark blue cloth, she instinctively thought it would be perfect for Xiao Qingyuan and bought it on a whim. Now, looking at the cloth, she felt a bit confused. It wouldn't be appropriate to give this away, would it? She decided to think about it later. Just as she was about to put it away, Dong Shilon came in. Yundong, Qingyuan brought 2 wild chickens earlier. Are you going to cook them tonight? She noticed the fabric in Gu Yundong's hands. Oh, this fabric looks nice. Is it for Yunshu? Isn't the color a bit too dark? Gu Yundong felt a moment of guilt but quickly composed herself and replied, It's not for Yunshu. It's for my father. I considered everyone when buying the fabric, but I just remembered that my father isn't here. Dong Shilon, worried about her feelings, quickly said, You'll be reunited soon. You bought so much fabric. If you trust my skills, I can help you make outfits for everyone. That would be great, Gu Yundong smiled. Auntie, you're good at sewing, so making clothes should be easy. But we need to agree on payment. I don't want to take advantage of you. Why would that be taking advantage? Since you came, our family has enjoyed so many good things from you. You even brought back candied hawthorns for Yuer and the others from the county. I'm very grateful, so making a few outfits is no trouble at all.
It's settled then.
Without waiting for her to refuse, Dong Shilon left the room. Gu Yundong chuckled and shook her head, not insisting further. After tidying up a bit, she went to the kitchen to prepare the 2 wild chickens. She had promised to make 1 salt-baked chicken and 1 spicy chicken for Xiao Qingyuan. Both chickens had been cleaned by Dong Shilon, so Gu Yundong worked much faster. In addition to the 2 chickens, she had bought other vegetables in the county. Once everything was cooked, she asked Gu Yunshu to take some to the neighbors. After dinner, Gu Yundong sat in a chair, pondering her situation. Now that she had the blueprints, the Prung family wouldn't be bothering her. Aside from the money for building a house and buying a cart, she still had about 230 taels of silver left. To others, it seemed like a lot, but for Gu Yundong, it wasn't enough. Not to mention that she doesn't have any fixed assets like good farmland. She still has to send Gu Yunshu to school, look for Gu Dajiang, and take care of Yang's illness. All of these require money, and there's no way to save on them. She needs to buy a few acres of farmland, and even if she can't farm it herself, she can rent it out. It's not urgent for Yunshu to go to school yet. The village head said that the school in town only accepts students over 6 years old. Yunshu will turn 6 after the new year, so she can look into that later. As for Gu Dajiang, once the house is built, she plans to personally visit Qing'an Prefecture. They had agreed to meet there, and if Gu Dajiang is still alive, he will definitely come. However, there were some disturbances in Qing'an Prefecture, so it's uncertain what will happen next. In this era, without mobile phones or the internet, finding someone is very difficult. And then there's Yang's illness. This is what Gu Yundong is most worried about right now. She fears that the blood clot in her brain will worsen her condition, and she hopes Dr. Song can return soon. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the window. Gu Yundong jumped up from the bed and quickly walked to the window. Who is it? It's me. Xiao Qingyuan? Gu Yundong's lips twitched slightly. Wait a moment. She stepped outside and saw the tall, handsome figure of the man under the moonlight. Why do they always seem to meet in the middle of the night? It feels like a secret rendezvous. The salt-baked chicken and spicy chicken were delicious. Thank you, Xiao Qingyuan said. We agreed that if you helped me, I would cook something nice for you. Besides, we enjoyed the game you caught, she replied. That's why I came. I wanted to ask you for a favor. Gu Yundong was taken aback. What favor? Xiao Qingyuan bent down and picked up a cloth bag from beside his feet, handing it to her. Gu Yundong then noticed there was something at his feet. What's this? Flour, Xiao Qingyuan said. I need to take that young Master Lu into the mountains tomorrow. I promised him we would hunt a big beast, so we need to go deep into the mountains and might not be back for 2 or 3 days. I need to bring some food. The steamed buns and pancakes in town are terrible, so I was hoping you could help make some. Gu Yundong's eyes widened. A big beast? A tiger? You want to hunt a tiger? Have you done it before? I have. Once, when he went into the deep mountains, he encountered an old hunter who was injured by a tiger and was nearly trapped. He managed to take down the tiger himself. The old hunter dealt with the tiger afterward, and the money from selling it went to him. But this time you're bringing that useless young Master Lu along. Isn't that a liability? Gu Yundong frowned, feeling that his decision was unwise. If he wanted to hunt the big creature, it would be safer to go alone into the mountains. But bringing along a wealthy young master made her feel like they were heading for trouble. Xiao Qinjiwen insisted. He wants to come with me. What a reckless person who wants to drag others down with him. Gu Yundong regretted only taking 50 taels of silver from him earlier. I think it would be better to knock him out and leave him in a tree. That's my plan. Gu Yundong couldn't help but laugh at that. Seeing he had made up his mind, she took the flour bag and said, "Wait, I'll make you some pancakes now. They'll be fine for a couple of days in this weather. Just start a fire later, and you can eat them. By the way, can you handle spicy food? I'll make you some spicy sauce. It will keep you warm." Xiao Qinjiwen smiled slightly as he watched her hurry back to the kitchen. Gu Yundong moved quietly, and since the Dong family was sleeping soundly and the kitchen was a bit away, closing the door muffled most of the noise. Although Xiao Qinjiwen wasn't a great cook, he could manage to start a fire. One stood by the stove while the other sat nearby, creating a surprisingly harmonious scene. After kneading the dough, Gu Yundong asked about what happened earlier. About that Aunt Chui falling into the water and the wolf dog foaming at the mouth. Was that your doing? She had told him to create some chaos in the house after a short while, ideally related to Peng Zhongfei, and to make it look like bad deeds were being punished. The two incidents that followed made Peng Zhongfei completely believe her words. The incident with Aunt Chui had nothing to do with me, but the wolf dog was my idea, Xiao Qinjiwen explained. He had initially planned to set fire to Peng Zhongfei's study, but before he could act, he noticed that Peng Zhongfei's wife was dealing with a favored Aunt Chui. Watching the conflict unfold, he waited until a servant reported to Peng Zhongfei before he found the fierce wolf dog. When the dog saw him, it bared its teeth and tried to attack, but he kicked it away, and then the dog started foaming at the mouth. Gu Yundong couldn't help but laugh at his story. She worked quickly, and when Xiao Qinjiwen asked how she got the blueprints back, she shared what she needed to. They were working together, so there was no need for secrets. Once all the pancakes were made, Gu Yundong gathered them all and handed them to Xiao Qinjiwen. Time was limited, so she could only make do with this. Xiao Qinjiwen picked up the bag containing the warm flatbread and spicy sauce, ready to leave, when Gu Yundong suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly called out to him, "Wait a minute." Gu Yundong ran into her room and quickly came out holding a crossbow. "You can borrow this," she said, "but you have to give me 1/10 of the silver you get from killing the tiger. I'm not being harsh. This is a good weapon, powerful and life-saving." Xiao Qinjiwen looked down at the crossbow, and a glimmer seemed to pass through his slightly lowered eyes. His fingers tightened slightly, and after a moment, he raised his head and said, "I'll give you 2/10." Gu Yundong's eyes lit up. He was quite reasonable. Only then did Xiao Qinjiwen leave, but his figure somehow seemed even taller. Gu Yundong tidied up the kitchen before going to sleep. The next morning, the whole Yongfu village became lively again. It was the farming off-season, and most people were outside chatting idly. Then, a luxurious carriage quickly drove in. People at the village entrance stood up, surprised. "What's going on?" "The Gu family bought a carriage yesterday." "Who bought one today?" Just then, the coachman asked, "Brother, how do I get to Xiao Qinjiwen's house?" "Xiao Qinjiwen?
Who is that?"
"We don't have anyone by that name in our village." "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" The coachman looked confused. "Isn't this Yongfu village?" "Yes, it is, but there's really no one named Xiao Qinjiwen here." "Can you describe what he looks like?" "He might be from the neighboring village. I can help you ask." "Ask? What for?" Zhou sure couldn't hold back any longer. She squeezed in with her laundry basket, rolling her eyes at the group, and then asked the coachman, "What do you need Xiao Qinjiwen for? You're not looking for trouble, are you?" The carriage curtain was lifted, revealing Lu Wei's face. He smiled at Zhou Shi and said, "I'm looking for his help. He lives in this village, right?" Someone nearby recognized him. "Isn't he the young man who was with the Fong family the other day?" The murmurs around Zhou sure made her realize they weren't looking for trouble. She sighed in relief and pointed to the left, saying, Sheo Kinjiwen's house is down by the foot of that mountain. If you go past the house that's being built, you'll find it just a bit further. One villager exclaimed, Isn't that the wolf cub's house? Wolf cub. Right, the wolf cub seemed to be named something like Xiaoqing. They had gotten so used to calling him that they almost forgot his real name. Lu Wei thanked them and had the servant drive the cart to the Xiao family. The others, curious, followed behind him for a while. Lu Wei soon entered the Xiao family home, but the villagers who came with him stayed a bit farther away, only daring to discuss things at the entrance. Xiaoqing Yuan had been waiting for him since early morning and had everything ready. As soon as Lu Wei arrived, he was called to head into the mountains without even having a drink of water. Did you bring everything? We need to stay in the mountains for at least 2 days. The servant, Lu Wen, immediately protested when he heard they would be gone for several days. Young master, weren't you coming back the same day?
Don't be silly.
We need to go deep into the mountains to hunt big game. There's no way we can return in just 1 day. Just stay here at the Xiao family and help keep an eye on things. Be smart and lend a hand to Brother Zeng when he needs it. Don't act up. Luan was almost in tears, but couldn't stop his young master. No wonder the young master left in the morning without taking the coachman, only bringing him along. Feeling helpless, Luan could only watch as the two of them walked further away. By the time the Fong mother and daughter arrived with news, there was no sign of the Lu family's young master. The Fong mother and daughter were quite disappointed. Why didn't Lu Xiao find them first? Instead, he went straight to the Xiao family. They sighed and looked toward the foot of the mountain, and other villagers gathered around them. Previously hesitant to approach the Xiao family, now that Xiaoqing Yuan was gone, they were eager to learn how Lu Xiao knew the wolf cub and why he took him into the mountains. Speaking of this, the Fong mother and daughter felt a bit proud. Fong sure smiled and said, If that wolf cub knows Lu Xiao, it's thanks to our Yulan. As everyone knows, my nephew just got married, and his new wife is a favored maid of Lady Lu, Lu Xiao's mother. Since the new bride is close to Yulan, she took her along when visiting Lady Lu. Yulan heard that Lu Xiao was looking for hunters who recently caught wild boars, so, of course, he wanted to find someone familiar to guide him into the mountains. Everyone understood now. He was looking for a guide. Didn't you tell Lu Xiao about the wolf cub? Of course we did. But the Lu family is not just anyone, and Lu Xiao is not someone to be scared of a wolf cub. Fong sure proudly added, My niece said Lu Xiao knows martial arts. Otherwise, how could he dare to go into the mountains with just a wolf cub? Don't underestimate him. How much silver will that wolf cub bring him into the mountains? Someone asked. The Fong family didn't really know, but that didn't stop them from guessing. After a pause, Fong held up 2 fingers and shook them. It must be this amount. 2 taels of silver? Of course, young Master Lu is always generous. When talking about the Lu family, Fong and her daughter couldn't stop chatting. Meanwhile, Zhou had a dark expression, holding a wooden basin, and snorted coldly before turning to go home. Her second daughter-in-law, Song, was in the crowd and quickly followed, taking the basin from her mother-in-law's hands. Zhou walked quickly, saying, I don't know what she's so happy about. Her nephew marrying a servant girl is worth her being so proud? What is she thinking? She goes around bragging. Doesn't she know she's a widow? Just look at all those men around her. It's embarrassing for our family. Mom, don't be upset. Second aunt said that once Yulan gets married to the Wu family, she will move to town too, so we won't see each other much in the future. Zhou scoffed. Move to town? How much money does she have? Everything in town costs money. She'll probably come to borrow from us again and won't pay it back. Besides, did you see how petty she was just now? Young Master Lu giving her 2 taels is generous? Gu family's Yundong gave your father. She suddenly stopped, realizing that was not something to say outside. Just thinking about Fong's expression made Zhou feel uneasy. The two of them walked into the house, and as soon as they entered, they saw Niodon rushing out quickly. Zhou called after him, Hey, where are you going so early? Niodon was lucky. He had just started school a few days ago and had a day off. Where else would I go? Neodon was already far away. Song couldn't help but laugh. He's definitely going to the Gu family. After eating there once, he complained that my cooking was terrible, saying it was like eating grass. He rushed to the Gu family after school yesterday, and Yunshu even gave him a candied hawthorn stick. Now he wishes he could live there. Zhou paused, about to say something when a sudden, sharp wailing came from outside. The sound was so piercing that it startled the mother and daughter, who were talking. Zhou hurried outside. What happened? Is there a problem? Chun Liang also came out from the back room, and the group made their way to the front yard, where they saw Jin Yuexiang crying loudly on the ground. Village chief, our Liangzi is in big trouble. Both his legs have been broken. Chun Liang and the others were shocked and didn't react in time when they saw Hu Liang being carried into the yard, looking very bad and covered in blood, unconscious with his eyes closed. Chun Liang quickly stepped forward, asking what happened. Who did this? Jin Yuexiang immediately pointed to a man being held by the Hu family brothers, saying, "It's him." Liangzi came back with him. The man struggled angrily but couldn't break free, his face pale as he said, "You really can't tell right from wrong. I kindly brought your son back, and now you blame me. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered with your son at all." Jin Yuexiang got up and rushed towards the man, saying, "What did you say? Say it again." Chun Liang quickly called for his wife and daughter-in-law to stop her, saying, "What are you doing? The situation isn't clear yet, so don't get physical." Then he turned to the man and asked, "What really happened?" The man huffed, "Uncle Chun Liang, I'm a Quan from the neighboring village. My father is Jiang Fong, whom you should know. I've been working in the county recently. This morning, I found Hu Liang thrown in an alley, covered in blood. I thought I would help since we know each other. Who knew that when I brought him to the Hu family, they pretended to treat me nicely while calling for a doctor. When the doctor said his legs couldn't be saved, they wouldn't let me leave and accused me of hurting him, demanding money. I've never seen such shameless people. If I had known, I wouldn't have cared about Hu Liang's life at all." Jin Yuexiang shouted, "How could you be so kind to bring him back? My Liangzi is pitiful. How did he end up with someone so heartless? You deserve to be punished." A Quan gritted his teeth. "The one who deserves punishment is your Hu family for raising a son who only knows how to steal. He got what he deserved." The village chief, did you hear that? He admits he did it. Zhou and Song couldn't help but roll their eyes. What part of that was an admission? Chun Liang ignored her and asked a Quan, "Do you know who hurt him?" A Quan fell silent. Chun Liang frowned, noticing Jin Yuexiang was about to cause trouble again, and shot her a glare. "A Quan, you can speak freely." I asked around. A Quan hesitated for a moment before continuing. They said Hu Liang was beaten by someone from the Prung family. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Even Jin Yuexiang seemed to choke on her words. Just a moment ago, a Quan hadn't said anything like that. He only mentioned that Hu Liang would know once he woke up. But how could it be the Pung family? They had no grievances with them, so why would they break her son's legs? Jin Yuexiang was someone who was afraid of the strong and bullied the weak. Although she was heartbroken over Liangzi's injury, she was still persuaded by her two sons to demand compensation from a Quan. But facing the Pung family, how could Jin Yuexiang dare to confront them? It was at this moment that Gu Yundong entered the village chief's house. Gu Yundong came to find the village chief to buy good farmland. Earlier, because of Lu Wei's arrival, many people had gathered at the Fong family's door. She waited until the Fong family left, and when Nyodan came over to play with Yinshu, she knew Qin Liang was resting at home, so she asked around to find out where good farmland was for sale. But now, looking at the situation in the courtyard, it seemed like she had come at the wrong time. "Village chief, should I come back later?" Chun Liang nodded at her, and Gu Yundong turned to leave. Suddenly, Jin Yuexiang seemed to snap back to reality, jumping up and pointing at Gu Yundong, saying it's her. She must have done it. When she thought about how her son might have offended the Prung family, she could only connect it to Gu Yundong, who had also gone to the Prung family yesterday. Her son's accident must be related to that girl. Gu Yundong was confused. She was just passing through. What did this have to do with her? Chen Liang felt that Jin Yuexiang was being unreasonable. Why would Yundong harm your son? Your family already compensated her 5 taels of silver, and Yundong said that matter was settled. Jin Yuexiang, just because you don't like the girl, doesn't mean you can throw dirt on her. Can you not act like this? Jin Yuexiang was furious. It's definitely her. Village chief, it's really her. Our Liangzi heard that this girl went to the Peng family to settle scores, so he followed her to the county to find young Master Peng. But he hasn't come back since, and this morning he was brought back without his legs. If it wasn't her, then who else could it be? Chen Liang's face darkened. So you're saying that Hu Liang tried to harm Yundong first? Jin Yuexiang hesitated but quickly argued back, but he didn't succeed, did he? Instead, my Liangzi ended up like this. You are the village chief of Yongfu village. You have to stand up for my Liangzi. Right, the Hu brothers exchanged glances and added, Liangzi's future is ruined. He won't be able to take care of himself. Gu Yundong should at least compensate him 100 taels of silver. Gu Yundong twitched her lips and said, You think that's a nice idea? Do you want to experience what it's like to be hit with my shoe? The Hu brothers quickly closed their mouths, not daring to speak. Although they hadn't seen Gu Yundong's actions firsthand, they had heard enough, especially about the incident where their parents were kicked out. At that moment, a Quan couldn't take it anymore. I already told you it was the Peng family who did it. They said Hu Liang sneaked into their house and was caught stealing by their servants, which is why he ended up like this. Gu Yundong replied, Did you hear that? If you still think I did this, fine, let's go to the Peng family and sort this out. My family has a carriage, so it's easy to get to the county. But remember, if you accuse me wrongly, this won't be solved with just 5 taels of silver. Think carefully. She looked at the Hu brothers, who quickly turned their heads away. They realized it was better to extort a Quan than to mess with Gu Yundong. At that moment, Hu Liang finally opened his eyes. In a daze, he seemed to hear his mother's voice. Tilting his head, Jin Yuexiang immediately reacted and rushed over, calling Liangzi, How are you? Tell me what happened. As Hu Liang regained consciousness, he broke into a sweat from the pain and cried, Mother, my leg is gone. The Peng family broke my leg. Now, they couldn't even think about extorting Gu Yundong, and a Quan was out of the question too. As soon as Hu Liang spoke, the Hu brothers felt a sense of dread. But what could they do? The village chief was watching. Zhou and Song exchanged glances, secretly disapproving of the Hu family's drama. Although they were from the same village, Hu Liang was seen as a troublemaker. With his leg broken, it might even be a blessing in disguise. Jin Yuexiang, unaware of their thoughts, was anxious to hear her son confirm that it was indeed the Peng family responsible. She quickly asked what happened. Why would the Peng family break your leg? Did you really try to steal from them? Are you out of your mind? How could you dare go into their house?
What will I do now?
As she spoke, she began to cry. Hu Liang, in pain, became even more agitated. I'm not dead yet, so stop crying. Jin Yuexiang was instantly silenced, as if someone was choking her. Gu Yundong quickly held back her laughter to avoid provoking the family further. Chen Liang felt a headache and stepped forward to stand in front of Hu Liang, asking, Can you explain why the Peng family wants to break your legs? What did you do? Hu Liang gasped in pain and shouted. Even though he was facing the village chief, he couldn't hold back his temper.
Why?
How should I know? I just walked around the back door of the Peng family and got knocked out. When I woke up, I was inside the Peng family, and their servants grabbed me and beat me, accusing me of stealing. After they finished, they threw me out. And then they broke my legs.
I didn't do anything.
If you don't believe me, go ask the people from the Peng family. Chen Liang was almost furious. Meanwhile, Jin Yuexiang said, Chief, did you hear that? I have to stand up for my son. Chen Liang sneered. Stand up for him? Listen to what he's saying. Not a single word is true. How can you be knocked out and wake up in the Peng family? It's broad daylight. And standing up for him? When he was stealing before, did he think about asking me for help? I'll tell you, he got caught stealing and deserved what he got. If you're brave enough, take your 2 sons to the Peng family and talk to them yourself. Seeing the village chief point at them, The Hu brothers instinctively took 2 steps back and said to Jin Yuexiang, "Mom, if Liang is like this, it's up to us to take care of you and Dad in the future. If we also offend the Prung family and end up like this, how will we live? Besides, Liang is in the wrong." "What do you mean I'm in the wrong?" Hu Liang got so worked up that he pulled at his wound, lost his breath, and fainted again. Chun Liang was impatient, especially seeing the blood seeping from Hu Liang's body. He waved his hand. "All right, hurry up and carry him back. Find a doctor to treat him properly. You all know what kind of person Liang is. His brothers are right. He is in the wrong. Why are you still making a fuss?" Jin Yuexiang was frightened by her son's words. Although she cared for her eldest son, her own future was more important. With her eldest son in this state, how could they ensure their future? Deep down, she also felt that Hu Liang was lying. He must have gone into the Prung family to steal and got caught. Since the village chief said so, it was clear he wasn't going to help, so she had no choice but to let her 2 sons carry Hu Liang home. Chun Liang finally let out a breath and turned to Mrs. Zhou, saying, "Hu Liang has become like this because his parents spoil him. Whenever he does something wrong, they never scold or discipline him, treating him like a precious gem. Now, others are helping to teach his son how to behave. Remember, don't raise your child to be like him." Both Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Song nodded in agreement. Quan, seeing that the matter was settled, decided to take his leave. Chun Liang expressed his apologies for taking up his time. Quan didn't mind. It was the Hu family that was unreasonable, and it had nothing to do with Chun Liang. Once he left, Chun Liang turned to the quietly waiting Gu Yundong, his face instantly brightening with a smile. "Yundong, what brings you here?" "I came to ask Uncle Chun about buying some land," Yundong replied as she followed him to the main room. Chun Liang was taken aback. "You want to buy land? How much do you need, and what kind?" "I'd like to buy about 10 acres, preferably good quality farmland." She had inquired and found out that 1 acre of good land costs around 10 taels of silver, so 10 acres would be about the same. Chun Liang thought for a moment and said, "That won't be easy. You're a bit late. There were a few acres of good land available before, but the Wang and He families bought them." Both the Wang and He families had come from fleeing disasters. Although their houses weren't built yet, and they didn't plan to build anything fancy, they were quick to secure land. Gu Yundong hadn't thought of this at first. This was the difference between experience and inexperience. Chun Liang considered warning her, but first, those 2 families acted quickly, and Gu Yundong hadn't arrived in time. Secondly, the Gu family situation was different. They didn't have strong laborers and had several children to care for, so they likely couldn't manage. "I see." Gu Yundong realized that buying 10 acres of good land was indeed difficult. "Then, Uncle Chin, please keep an eye out for me. If you find any, let me know. I'll prepare the money." "Sure, I'll keep an eye out for you." Gu Yundong thanked him and then left to go home. However, just as she reached the front yard, Mrs. Zhou pulled her aside. Gu Yundong blinked in confusion as Mrs. Zhou handed her a paper bag. "This is the dried longan your Uncle Chin bought in town yesterday. Take it home. You can cook it or eat it as a snack." "Auntie, what is this for?" "I can't accept this. Please take it back," Gu Yundong said, a bit puzzled about why she was being given food. But Mrs. Zhou insisted, pushing it into her hands. "Just take it. I didn't know that little brat Neo Dan has been coming to your house these days to eat and drink. I heard he even went just for the meat. How could she only tell me today? Take this longan back, or else Aunt will be upset." Gu Yundong was stunned for a moment and finally understood. Song was slightly lowering her head and smiling. She had actually mentioned it to Zhou on purpose today. As a daughter-in-law, she didn't have much say in the family, and good things weren't in her hands. Even if they were, she couldn't just give them away openly. Fortunately, her mother-in-law was sensible and knew not to take advantage of others. So, she brought out the longan. Song had a good impression of Gu Yundong, especially after hearing how happy Neodan was when talking about the Gu family. If it weren't for Gu Yunshu playing with Neodan, that stubborn boy wouldn't even want to go to school. He was praised by the teacher because of Gu Yunshu. Gu Yundong felt she couldn't refuse the kind offer and took the longan home. As soon as she arrived at the Zhang family, she saw Fong and her daughter wandering at the foot of the hill from a distance. Gu Yundong thought about how enthusiastic the mother and daughter were towards Lu Wei and felt a bit uncomfortable. Could they have some bad intentions? She shook her head and turned to enter the house. As soon as she walked in, she heard a loud commotion in the courtyard. Following the noise, she saw Yunshu, Yunk, the three siblings from the Zhang family, and Nyodon all standing in front of the stable, holding a small handful of hay to
Feed.
Lu Wei's servant Luan stood nearby, exclaiming, "Don't feed too much. It can't eat that much." "Hey, Kiki, how many handfuls have you taken?" Gu Yunk widened her round eyes and made a gesture with her hand. "I only took the second handful. It's really hungry. Don't say nonsense. If I don't eat all night, my stomach will rumble the next day." Luan was exasperated. "You're a person. It's a horse. So, you just bully it?" Gu Yunk was very angry. Luan leaned against a post of the stable, wondering why this was happening. Why was he here explaining how to care for a horse to a group of children? He was a servant, not a stableman or a nanny. Gu Yundong watched with amusement, especially when Gu Yunk said that, and the other children looked at Lu and with disapproval. Nyodon even said something shocking. "I heard that those from wealthy families don't treat horses like people." "You just said it's a horse, so of course, you can't treat it like a person. In our village, it's different. We treat our cows very well and give them all the good food. Nyodan's family has a cow that his father and grandfather cherish a lot." The children nodded in agreement, finding it very reasonable. Luan felt speechless. How could he prove his love for his horse? Gu Yundong cleared her throat and stepped forward with a smile. Gu Yunke came running with some hay, waving it around. "Sister, Luan is bullying our horse." Luan thought, "Has she stopped calling me brother? I guess I'm not as important as the horse." Gu Yundong took the hay from her and quietly said, "Luan is right. The horse's stomach is small, so it can't eat too much." She wanted to say stomach, but worried the children wouldn't understand. "When we feed the horse, it's best to cut the hay short, soak it, or crush it so the horse can eat happily. Just like Kiki, it can't eat hard or big cakes, right?" Gu Yunke nodded, somewhat understanding. "Sister is right. When we have time, we can take the horse out for a walk." "We should go now," Gu Yunshu said, throwing away the hay. Sister said not to feed it too much, and she was right. Gu Yundong turned to Luan. "Then it's up to you." Luan widened his eyes. "I'm really not a babysitter." But remembering what his young master said before leaving, he reluctantly took the group of kids outside. Soon, other village children joined them. That night, Xiao Qingyuan and Lu Wei did not come back. Fong and her daughter waited at the foot of the mountain for a long time, but eventually had to go home disappointed. The next day, the two stubbornly returned to the foot of the mountain, this time pretending to gather wild vegetables with a basket. Gu Yundong was unaware of their actions. When she woke up the next day, it was already late, and Dong and the others had left. She slowly walked into the yard and was surprised to see Gu Yunshu sitting alone in front of the horse barn, resting his chin on his hand and mumbling to himself. Gu Yundong was a bit surprised and walked slowly to him. She heard the little guy sigh, "Chasing wind, I can't take you out today." Luan brother said he has to go to the county for something, and the Zheng siblings are all in the fields. Nyo Dan went to school, and Mom went to the river to wash clothes. "I can't handle you alone, so I can only talk to you here." Chasing Wind is the name they gave the horse yesterday. Luan suggested a bunch of names, but some were too complicated for the kids to understand. In the end, they chose Chasing Wind because it sounded like it could run fast. "You have to be good, and then I will bring you grass to eat every day. Later, I will help you find a mate and have little foals. My sister said that when our house is built, you can live in a big stable. It will be very comfortable. By the way, yesterday Nyodan taught me 2 characters I didn't know. Do you want to know? You must want to know since my sister has taken a liking to you. You must be a very eager learner. I'll write them for you." As Gu Yunshu spoke, he squatted down and began to draw in the dirt with a stick. After finishing, he tilted his head and carefully read what he had written, then erased it and wrote it again. Gu Yundong watched him for a while from behind, seeing his small figure alone on the ground, and sighed quietly to herself. Yunshu had only been in Yongfu village for a short time, and his only good friends were still Niu Dan and Zheng Le. Niu Dan had to go to school, and although Zheng Le was young, he had to work every day. This morning, he went to the fields with his older siblings. Actually, Yunshu used to work at the old Gu family too. Seeing Zheng Le busy made him want to help. But Dong sure wouldn't let him do any chores at home, insisting he rest. Even the chickens in the backyard were already fed, and the yard was cleaned up. Gu Yundong thought, should she let Yunshu go to school? The child loved to read, and was quite bright. Even though the school in town only accepted children over 6, Yunshu had a foundation and talent, and he was only a few months younger. Perhaps the teacher would make an exception. Their house wasn't built yet, and they had no livestock, no fields, and no garden, so there wasn't much work to do. Trying out the school in town could be a good idea. Thinking this, Gu Yundong approached and patted his small shoulder. What are you mumbling about all alone? Gu Yunshu turned around quickly, saw his sister, and hurriedly dropped the stick and stood up. Sister, I was talking to Chasing Wind. What were you saying? I said that since Brother Luan is not here, I can't take it out for a walk. Gu Yundong smiled. So what? We can go to town later, and it will be a nice walk, right? Gu Yunshu's eyes lit up. Go to town?
Us.
Yes, when Mother comes back, we will go. What about Kiki? She's in the kitchen eating. Gu Yunshu sighed. Sister, you really need to talk to her. If she keeps eating like this, she will become quite chubby. She had a big bowl of meat first thing in the morning. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yunke rushed out of the kitchen and playfully pushed him twice, saying, Stinky brother, bad guy, I'll bite you. Gu Yundong picked her up and gave her a little shake. Yes, the little girl was a bit heavier than before, but it wasn't too serious. Compared to those children who are well-fed and clothed, she still had a long way to go. All right, let's go back and change clothes. When the 2 children came out after changing, Yang Shi had also returned. After visiting the riverside with Dong Shi a few times, Yang Shi could now go there on her own. This area was at the foot of the mountain, and the washing spot was a bit distant from the other women in the village, so she didn't often run into anyone, which made her feel comfortable. Once the clothes were dried, Yang Shi happily changed into a new outfit. The family got the horse cart ready, and Gu Yundong asked Yunshu to go next door and inform Zheng Hu so that Dong Shi wouldn't worry if she returned and couldn't find them. Then they got into the cart and set off for the town. Although they had all ridden in a cart before, this one was their own, which felt different from the rented one. On the way, apart from Gu Yundong, who was driving, the other 3 were all excited. Walking to the town took an hour, but the cart made the journey much quicker, and they arrived in less than half an hour. Although Gu Yundong had been to the county a few times, this was her first visit to the town. It wasn't as bustling as the county, but it was lively. Gu Yundong first inquired about where to store the cart and, while getting out, also asked about the schools in the town. There were 2 schools in total. One was where Niu Dan was, taught by a scholar in his 40s and his young son. The son usually taught the new students, while the scholar taught older students. The other school was larger and had 2 scholars teaching. However, they charged based on money. Not only were the tuition fees high, but the school also required students to buy their own supplies, like ink and paper, from a designated supplier. Anyone with a bit of understanding knew that there would be a significant kickback involved. Because of this, ordinary families couldn't afford to send their children there. It was mostly attended by families with better financial standing in the town. From the beginning, Gu Yundong had no intention of considering the second school, as the teaching staff there had such a poor reputation. Therefore, after learning the address of the first school, she took the 3 of them there. At first, Yunshu didn't know what was happening. He just followed his sister and looked around the town. When they reached the entrance of a place called Manhwa Academy, he turned to Gu Yundong in surprise and asked, Sister, why are we here? He remembered that Niu Dan studied here. Gu Yundong squeezed his little hand and said, I brought you here to take a look. Don't you want to come? Yunshu was stunned, but his bright eyes seemed to shine. He wanted to come, of course. Neo Dan had told him many things about the academy. He didn't know how much he longed for it, but his family was poor. He had heard that all their money was spent on building a house and buying a cart. Studying costs a lot of money, and he didn't want to add to his sister's burden. Yun Shu pressed his lips together, determined to say he didn't want to come. But when he looked up, he saw that his sister had already gone to speak with the gatekeeper. Before long, she returned and led them inside. The place wasn't very big. According to Neo Dan, there were two classes, one for beginners, filled with children his age, and another for students over 10 years old, preparing for exams. Gu Yundong guided them through, and they could hear the lively reading from the beginner class, faintly catching Neo Dan's voice among them. As they approached the main hall, they suddenly heard a stern voice coming from around the corner. "What did I tell you? Look at what you've done. Are you even listening to the teacher?" Gu Yundong paused, and Gu Yunke grabbed her hand tightly, looking a bit nervous. The voice continued, now joined by a softer, younger voice. "Teacher, I just wanted to help my family. We're struggling right now. My father hurt his hand, and we can't work the fields as fast. I want to." You want. What do you want?" The teacher interrupted harshly. "I've told you before, you're students. A student's hands should hold a pen, not be rough like yours. With hands like that, you could tear the pages of a book." Gu Yundong frowned. What kind of talk was that? The teacher seemed to grow angrier. "Your family is struggling, but our other families not? If you need money, you can borrow from me. What are you doing in the fields? If you want to help your family, you can copy books. Would I stop you?" The student spoke in a lower voice. "There are too many students copying books in town, and my handwriting isn't that great." The bookstore owner offered a very low price. "Why is your handwriting not good?" "It's because you are using your hands to hold a hoe instead of a pen. You are a scholar, and scholars should focus on their studies. Have you completed the assignments I gave you? If you still have time to work in the fields, it seems you haven't studied enough." "Teacher, enough. I don't want to hear any excuses. This is the last time. It won't happen again. Focus on your studies and ignore everything else. You have a talent for learning, and I believe you can pass the exam next year. Now go back." The student said nothing more, lowered his head, and walked out, looking quite downcast. The teacher followed him out and was slightly surprised to see the Gu family, but his expression quickly turned sour. After the student left, he looked at the doorman and asked, "What's going on? Who are they and why are they here?" "Sir, this family is the Gu family. They want to send their child to school." The teacher glanced at them and quickly looked away, frowning. "Where are the men in the family? Didn't I tell you that when female guests come, they should be taken to the lady for hospitality? Are my words just falling on deaf ears? Having a man and women together in one room will ruin my reputation." Gu Yundong thought to herself. She had a retort but wasn't sure if she should say it. The doorman hurriedly explained, "The only one in charge of the Gu family is this young lady. Her father is not here. The lady left early, so I brought them in. The Gu children can read, and the sir can teach them. When did it become your place to tell me how to do my job? So what if they can read? They shouldn't be brought in front of me. Since the lady is not here today, let them come back another time." After saying this, the teacher angrily waved his sleeve and turned to leave, not even speaking to Gu Yundong and the others. Gu Yundong's lips twitched in frustration, and the doorman felt upset too. He had only brought them in for a small fee, not expecting to be scolded by the teacher. His smile faded, and he said to them, "You heard him. Let's go. Come back another day. I told you that female guests should be attended to by the lady." Gu Yundong sighed slowly, took Gu Young's hand, and turned to leave. Yang and Gu Yunshu quickly followed. Unexpectedly, just as a few people walked out the door, two women approached, one of whom looked somewhat familiar. Gu Yundong glanced at the woman and remembered that she had seen her at the Fong family's home. It seemed her last name was Wu. She recalled that the family who was engaged to Qin Yulan was indeed from the town. Gu Yundong didn't like the Fong family and had a neutral impression of Aunt Wu, so even though she recognized her, she decided to act like she didn't know them and walked past the two women. Suddenly, the doorman spoke up, "Miss Gu, this is Our Lady." He pointed to the other woman beside Aunt Wu and said, You can discuss your brother's schooling with her. Gu Yundong smiled politely. No need. We have things to do, so we'll be leaving now. After nodding to the lady, she led her family away from the Wenma Academy. The lady looked puzzled and asked the doorman, "What's going on?" The doorman explained their purpose, and the lady frowned but didn't say anything. As she turned to leave, she noticed that Wu was staring thoughtfully at Gu Yundong's back and asked curiously, "Do you know her?" Wu came back to her senses and smiled. "I've seen her once. She came here during a recent disaster and settled in Yongfu village. That family isn't good. I've heard they like to take advantage of others and are quite ungrateful. You should be careful. If such a family enters your school, to put it bluntly, your teacher might be taken advantage of by them." The lady's expression changed slightly. She knew her husband's character, stubborn and inflexible. If he encountered someone cunning, they would surely suffer. After thinking for a moment, she instructed the doorman, "If that family comes again, don't let them in. Our school shouldn't accept just anyone. Character is very important." Understood. From a distance, Gu Yundong could still feel Wu's intense gaze. It was strange. She had only seen her once, so why was she being scrutinized? She shook her head quietly and noticed that Gu Yinshu was looking down, looking quite dejected. She couldn't help but reach out and ruffle his hair, asking what's wrong. "Elder sister." Gu Yinshu bit his lip, looked up at her several times, and after a long pause, seemed to make up his mind and said, I don't want to go to school anymore." Gu Yundong raised her eyebrows. "Why not?" "I heard what the teacher said. He said he wouldn't let the students work in the fields, but I'm the only boy in our family. I have a big responsibility, and I want to help out. I will take care of the chores at home in the future." Gu Yinshu raised his small face and spoke very firmly. Gu Yundong was taken aback, looking at his tense little face, feeling her heart soften. She squatted down to his level and smiled, saying, "Okay, then let's not worry about that right now." Gu Yinshu nodded, feeling a bit guilty. "Sister, I know I have been too willful. You have worked so hard for me to go to school. You not only asked about the school from Myodan, but also bought a carriage for convenience. You even traveled a long way to find the teacher, and in the end, you were scolded by him. I feel like I have let you down, and I'm sorry." Gu Yundong thought, "My dear, while I know you can come up with many reasons to justify your actions, isn't this a bit too much this time? Asking about the school was indeed for you, but buying the carriage was just for my own convenience, and it's not really that far from Yongfu village to the town." Gu Yundong couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Yinshu, I agree you shouldn't study at this school, not because you are too willful, but because I think the teacher is too old-fashioned and completely disagrees with my views." Gu Yinshu tilted his head, confused.
Huh?
Father used to say that to become a scholar, one must pass many exams, and each exam requires staying in a cramped testing room for a day or even several days. In such an environment, not only weak students but even strong men might struggle to endure. Look at that teacher. He seems so thin and fragile, as if he would fall over with a gust of wind. His ideas are misleading. The government even encourages students to return home in May to help with the harvest. How can he think that students shouldn't do such work? She even suspected that the teacher was still just a scholar because he couldn't handle the testing environment. Moreover, the way he acted around women made it seem like he thought being with them would tarnish his reputation. Did he think he was something special? She didn't think the teacher was a bad person. From what he said, he would help students from poor families. It was just that she disagreed with his ideas. They should find a more suitable teacher. Gu Yinshu thought his sister made a lot of sense, so that teacher was wrong. Gu Yundong pinched his cheek. "Let's not consider the Wenma Academy anymore. Let's check out another school." Gu Yinshu was about to leave, but upon hearing this, he stopped immediately. "But wasn't it said that their fees are very high?" "That's just hearsay. I think to judge if a school is good, we need to see it for ourselves," she said. For example, the Wenma Academy, which the village had praised so highly, turned out to be quite disappointing after meeting that teacher. Gu Yinshu nodded and obediently followed her. However, the outcome was not satisfactory. Gu Yundong had just spoken a few words with the gatekeeper when he asked for 1 or 2 silver coins up front. Later, They happened to see a teacher coming out, and his dismissive expression made Gu Yundong want to confront him. The teacher, seeing their ordinary clothes, even ordered the gatekeeper to chase them away. Such a terrible school wasn't worth her time. Gu Yundong managed to hold herself back from confronting him and led the three of them away. Gu Yunshu sighed deeply and slowly shook his head. I am so disappointed in them. Gu Yundong was holding in her frustration, but his words made her laugh. You're worrying too much at such a young age. There are many teachers in the world. If there aren't any in town, we can go to the county. What's there to be disappointed about? Go to the county? Yes. Gu Yundong initially considered the town because it was close and convenient. Gu Yunshu was still young, so starting his education in town was fine, and they could go to the county when he was a bit older. Now, it seemed she should learn more about the schools in the county. Gu Yunshu was very troubled. The fees in the county would surely be high. Both were lost in thought and took a few steps before realizing that two people seemed to be missing behind them. Where are Mom and little sister? Gu Yundong's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly turned to look, then sighed in relief. Fortunately, they were just 3 meters away and hadn't gotten lost. She turned back with Gu Yunshu and saw a big person and a little one both staring at a vendor selling pears. Yang Shi swallowed and said softly, I'm not hungry. Gu Yun, the little girl, sniffed hard. I'm just smelling. I don't want to eat. As they spoke, they carefully tried to move away from the fruit stand, but they hadn't succeeded, having only moved 1/2 meter after a long struggle. The old man selling pears was trying hard to keep customers, saying, These pears are very crisp, juicy, and sweet. Buy a couple for your kids to try. They are not expensive, just 1 coin each. All homegrown. Gu Yundong had already walked up and couldn't help but rub her forehead. She had fruit at home, but aside from taking a few apples last time, she hadn't taken any more out. One reason was that it was inconvenient to stay at someone else's house, and the other was that there were fewer fruits here. With the season changing, ripe fruits were even scarcer. For example, apples weren't even available in the county. The pears looked good, so she checked the stall and gave the vendor 30 coins, picking out 30 pears. The old man's eyes lit up, and he even gave her 2 extra. Gu Yundong wiped them with a cloth and handed one to each of them. Yang was delighted and took a bite. However, little Gu Yunke frowned, looked up at Gu Yundong, and said seriously, I just want to smell.
Huh. I don't want to buy.
She was quite sensible. Gu Yundong nodded seriously, yes, it's your big sister who wants to buy. But remember, next time don't just stop walking. Even if you want to smell, you should tell your big sister first, okay? Otherwise, if I don't notice, you and your mother might get lost. Next time, she would hold the little girl's hand and let Gu Yunshu hold Yang's hand instead. Gu Yunke nodded, okay, I'll be good. Go ahead and eat. Only then did the little girl take a big bite, her eyes squinting with delight. Seeing that it was getting late, Gu Yundong had finished her inquiries about the school and had a bowl of noodles at the stall before taking the family back to Yongfu village. Once on the cart, Gu Yunshu suddenly remembered something. Big sister, Nyo Dan is still at Wanemo school. What if the teacher's lessons aren't good for him? I should talk to Nyo Dan.
Gu Yundong paused about that.
She thought for a moment, just don't mention it. I'll talk to the village chief later. However, she felt that it wouldn't make much difference. She didn't agree with the teacher's views, but most people in this era probably thought he was right. They believed that if you were studying, you should focus entirely on it, without distractions. Especially in the countryside, where experiences were limited, they felt students should devote all their energy to learning. Working in the fields, they had parents and grandparents at home who could handle that. Gu Yundong shook her head and quickly drove the cart back to Yongfu village. At home, Dong was making clothes with the fabric Gu Yundong had brought. Upon seeing them enter, she quickly stood up to help guide the cart into the yard. Once the reins were secured, she quietly said to Gu Yundong, You won't believe it, but the Hu family is causing trouble again. Because Hu Liang always troubled Gu Yundong, Dong Shirlan paid more attention to the Hu family. Fortunately, this time they weren't bothering her. Gu Yundong took out a pear and asked while walking to the kitchen, what happened with the Hu family this time? This morning, Hu Liang woke up shouting. Then, Out of nowhere, he claimed that Zhuangzi had been to the county town and that he had argued with Zhuangzi before getting knocked out, Dong Shilan said with a hint of regret. Then Jin Yuexiang went to Zhuangzi's house, insisting that Zhuangzi harmed Hu Liang and demanded compensation. Gu Yundong twitched her mouth. It seemed the Hu family was desperate to extort money from anyone. Where was the evidence that someone knocked Hu Liang out? They were just making wild accusations. Zhuangzi's family refused. Zhuangzi even rushed to confront the Hu brothers. If it weren't for Zhuangzi's clever sister, manhwa, going to find the village chief, who knows how it would have ended. Gu Yindong felt a bit sorry for the village chief. So how was it resolved? The village chief got angry too. He told the Hu family to stop causing trouble. The one who broke Hu Liang's leg was from the Pring family, so they should go after them. If they kept making baseless accusations, the whole Hu family would be kicked out of the village. The Hu family was finally scared and returned home in defeat. However, this meant that the relationship between the Hu family and Zhuangzi's family was completely ruined. Others might think differently, but Dong Shilan felt this was a good outcome. With Hu Liang's leg broken, she hoped he would think twice before causing trouble again. Without him leading the way, Zhuangzi and his friends would also behave. Gu Yundong found the situation with the Hu family amusing. She entered the kitchen, washed and sliced a few pears, and asked Dong Shilan to take them out for everyone to eat. Then she carried the remaining pears into her room. She requested that no one disturb her and sat on the edge of her bed, calming herself as she began to search her space. Gu Yundong vaguely remembered that there were a few books about fruit tree planting in her space. During the apocalypse, everyone focused on gathering food and clothing, while books were often neglected. Gu Yundong had been the same. As long as she had food and supplies, she didn't think about anything else. Later, while hiding from zombies in a small bookstore, a teammate sighed, "If one day the apocalypse really ends, but these books are destroyed, won't a lot of knowledge be lost?" After he said this, zombies broke in. In a panic, Gu Yundong quickly grabbed a pile of books and stored them away. Because of her teammates' words, she began to collect not just food and clothing, but also some less common items. Afterward, while struggling to survive, Gu Yundong didn't have time to look through the books carefully. Today, when she saw the old man selling pears, she suddenly thought about planting fruit trees. The variety of fruits here is limited, and prices vary widely, like the apples she saw in the capital city. Fruits are also hard to preserve. The pears she bought today had already been picked for a while, and some of their skins were wrinkled. But she has her space where time stands still, so even if she keeps them for a year or two, they will still be fresh. If they don't sell well in the county, she can take them to the capital or even farther away. Even if she can't sell them, she can make jam, fruit paste, or dried fruit, which are easier to store. Luckily, she knows how to make those. For her, the hardest part is getting started, planting the fruit trees. I found it. Information about fruit tree cultivation, soil quality, and protection issues. These two thick books will take a long time to finish. Relying solely on them won't be enough. She needs to consult with people who have experience in fruit planting to discuss and brainstorm together. However, fruit trees don't mature quickly. Even the ones that bear fruit in a year are considered fast. Before that, she can only buy seasonal fruits from other places. Gu Yundong put the books back in her space, this time making sure to place them in a corner for easy access next time. Then she picked up the bag of pears and went outside to test something and see if there was a market for it. However, as soon as she stepped out, she realized it was already late, and Dong Shilan was in the kitchen making dinner. She paused, realizing she would have to wait until tomorrow. Gu Yundong decided to prepare some things first. She found 2 pieces of bamboo in the yard and started to carve them with a knife. Before long, she had carved more than 10 thin sticks. When Gu Yushuan saw this, he hurried over and asked, "Sister, what are you making the sticks for?" "You'll find out tomorrow." Gu Yundong not only carved wooden sticks but also made many molds in various shapes. Now, even Gu Yunka and the Zeng siblings were very curious, gathering around her to watch closely. When Gu Yundong finished her work, she noticed a circle of children around her, including Yang. She chuckled and put her things away, saying, "What are you all doing?" Your aunt is busy in the kitchen. Shouldn't you help her? The children quickly scattered. After dinner, it was dark outside. Sheo Kinjiwin and Lu Wei still hadn't returned, but Luan came back from the county, looking tired and unwell. Gu Yandong guessed he might have been scolded. Fong and her daughter had spent the day gathering wild vegetables, but returned empty-handed. Gu Yandong wanted to laugh, but she clearly underestimated their determination. The next morning, when she went to check on the house being built, she saw them again at the foot of the mountain. Gu Yundong thought, "Did you two pick all the wild vegetables from that area?" Fong Danning was beside her, full of energy. "At this rate, we'll be able to raise the beam soon. Whenever you have time, go to Lu Te and have him pick a good date for you." The start date was chosen by Lu Te, who was the oldest elder in Yongfu village. As Gu Yundong walked into the house, she nodded. "Can I dig a well for this house? I checked after you mentioned it the other day. The front yard won't work, but there is a spring in the backyard that can be dug. Want me to show you?" "Sure." Fong Danning took her to the backyard, where a spot was marked off with wooden boards. "This is it." Gu Yundong looked at the location. It wasn't ideal, but having a spring was better than nothing. With a well, she wouldn't need to fetch water specially, making cooking and laundry much easier. After checking the house, Gu Yundong returned to the Zeng family. The yard was empty. The children had gone out to walk the horse, with Luan Dong was in the kitchen making medicine. When she saw Gu Yundong return, she took a pot of medicine next door to check on Zheng Hu. Remembering what she had prepared yesterday, Gu Yundong quickly ran to her room, took out the pears and wooden sticks, and went straight to the kitchen. She washed several pears, peeled them, and chopped them into small pieces, then used a cloth to squeeze out the juice. Unfortunately, there was no juicer, or it wouldn't have been so tiring. After squeezing all the pears and filtering the juice until there were no residues left, she set it aside. Then she started a fire and took out rock candy and malt sugar. Boil pear juice and rock sugar together, then add some maltose. The temperature needs to be very high, and Gu Yundong was already sweating from her forehead. After cooking for a while, she slowly poured the mixture into the molds she prepared last night. To prevent sticking, she placed a thin layer of oil paper at the bottom of the molds. Then she took out a small wooden stick, which she had whittled down to be very thin, similar to a lollipop stick. Once everything was ready, she heard chattering sounds at the door. Soon after, Gu Young's sweet voice called out, "It smells so good. Big sister is making food." She rushed into the kitchen and quickly spotted the candies on the table. The little girl's eyes lit up. "Big sister, what is this?" "Fruit candy," Gu Yundong replied with a smile, blocking her small figure. "You can't eat it yet. It needs to cool and set first. It's best to refrigerate it for a few hours, but the conditions here don't allow for that. However, since the temperature is low now, it won't take too long." Gu Yunk smacked her lips, looking eagerly at the candies. "Then I'll help watch it." "Okay, you can watch," Gu Yundong said, though the little girl insisted on being involved. Gu Yundong felt reassured that she wouldn't eat it if told not to. Before long, a few other children came in, including Luan, who was sniffing as he walked into the kitchen. "What's that smell?" "It's sweet," Candy Gu Yunk said. When she saw Luan reach for it, she glared at him, puffing up her cheeks. "Big sister said we can't eat it yet." "I'm just looking," Luan defended himself. The little girl put her hands on her hips. "You're clumsy. You can't touch it." Luan felt discriminated against by the little girl and wanted to argue, but Gu Yushu and the Zeng siblings had already joined her side, ready to guard against him. Luan thought. He was the young master servant. Why did it feel like he had never seen anything before? Gu Yundong had already left the kitchen. She took off her apron and went to the home of the sixth master. Since she had some free time today, she decided to pick a date, as she needed to go to the county tomorrow. The sixth master lived not far from the village chief's house. He was now 78 years old, which was quite rare for that time. Everyone said the sixth master was blessed with obedient children, and he was well respected in the village. Knowing that they were currently living in someone else's home and wanted to move into their new house, the sixth master tried to choose the nearest date possible. Gu Yundong thanked the sixth master and left a pack of soft pastries before happily stepping outside. To her surprise, as soon as she walked out, she saw the Fong mother and daughter heading home, accompanied by the visibly upset Zhou. Gu Yundong, with her keen hearing, caught Zhou's dissatisfied voice. "We have plenty of food at home. If you want wild vegetables, one of you can go alone. Why do you keep hanging around the foot of the mountain all day? Your chickens have escaped, and the pigs are starving. What's going on? Don't you want to live well?" Suppressing a laugh, Gu Yundong walked back quickly. Just as she reached the door of the Zheng family, she heard Lu Wei's exaggerated voice.
Oh,
The Fong mother and daughter are so lucky. They just left, and Xiao Qingyuan and Lu Wei are back already? Gu Yundong quickened her pace. As the door of the Zheng family opened, she saw Dong's anxious expression. "Yundong, you're back? What happened?" Dong sighed. "Qingyuan is injured. I'm taking him some medicine." "Injured?" Gu Yundong turned on her heel and followed Dong into Xiao Qingyuan's home. Upon entering, Gu Yundong's eyes widened in surprise.
wow.
It seemed they had quite a haul from the mountains these past few days. In the yard, there were not only wild chickens and rabbits but also 2 silly roe deer, and even a tiger. They had truly caught something big. With such a large tiger, Xiao Qingyuan couldn't have sustained serious injuries, could he? Gu Yundong shifted her gaze and hurried into the inner room. "Aunt, if he's injured, we should find a doctor," she began, but suddenly stopped when she met Xiao Qingyuan's clear eyes. He looked thinner than before, and his clothes were torn and tattered, making him appear somewhat disheveled. Yet his eyes still shone with a light, though now they seemed more intense. Intense? Gu Yundong blinked, and when she looked again, Xiao Qingyuan's eyes had turned cold and indifferent. Did she misread him? Before she could think further, Lu Wei's chattering voice broke in. "I also think we should see a doctor. I know Dr. Zhong from Honored Hall in the county. He's very skilled and can surely help you. Don't push yourself. I know this is my fault. If it weren't for saving me, you wouldn't be hurt. I promise. Next time I'll stay up in the tree and won't come down again." "There won't be a next time," Xiao Qingyuan replied with a glance at him. Lu Wei choked for a moment and waved his hand, saying, "Let's talk about this later. We should go see the doctor first. It's just a small injury, no need." Gu Yundong then noticed where Xiao Qingyuan was hurt. There were bloodstains on his shoulder, but thankfully, it didn't look too deep. Seeing him standing there looking fine, it was clear he was not in any life-threatening danger. Gu Yundong inexplicably sighed in relief. Xiao Qingyuan glanced at her subtly, a hint of a smile on his lips as he said to Lu Wei, "You go boil some water. I'll head back to my room to treat my wound." This wasn't Xiao Qingyuan's first injury. They had first aid supplies at home. The medicine brought by Dong Shi was used by Zheng Hu and wasn't much use to him. Lu Wei, feeling frustrated and guilty that he couldn't persuade him, sighed loudly and called out, "Luin, is the hot water ready? Our young master here is in need." Gu Yundong originally wanted to walk over and ask about their situation in the mountains, but upon hearing this, she immediately took a step back. Lu Wei thought, "You're being too obvious. How can you complain when our young master is so charming?" He snorted a couple of times and deliberately walked closer to Gu Yundong. Gu Yundong picked up a stick nearby and pointed it at him, saying, "Stop right there. Let's keep this distance while talking." Lu Wei was annoyed, but luckily, Luin came over just then to tell him to take a bath. Seeing this, Gu Yundong decided to return to the Zheng family with Dong Xiulan first. Once they were done tidying up, Gu Yundong came back. Xiao Qingyuan was still wearing that tattered outer garment, and Gu Yundong frowned. Both he and Lu Wei were having porridge, while Luin was preparing the horses, looking like they would leave soon. Gu Yundong immediately sat down beside them and asked Lu Wei, "I want to ask you something." "Ask about something?" Lu Wei glanced at her, then turned around with his bowl of porridge, facing away from her. "Humph. You used to look down on me, and now you just ask questions as if we're close?" Gu Yundong's mouth twitched in annoyance, but she decided to ignore it and turned to Xiao Qingyuan, saying, "With so many animals, how do you plan to handle them?" Xiao Qingyuan put down his bowl and replied, "We'll keep the wild chickens and ducks at home to eat. The big one was bought by young Master Lu, and as for the 2 roe deer, one will go back with young Master Lu, and the other can stay at home.
Great.
I've never had roe deer meat. Gu Yundong's eyes lit up. Since Xiao Qingyuan's food was brought from the Zeng family, when he said to keep it at home, he meant it would be shared with everyone at the Zeng family. But I haven't finished talking yet. Lu Wei suddenly turned around, almost spilling the porridge in his hand. No way, I need both deer. I specifically came into the mountains to hunt for them. They are meant for Brother Qin. Gu Yundong continued talking to Xiao Qingyuan. How much silver did you get for the big beast? Let me tell you, every part of it is valuable. Tiger skin, bones, and tendons can all be sold separately for a good price. Don't let young Master Lu take advantage of you. Xiao Qingyuan smiled and nodded. This tiger skin isn't complete. It has several wounds, and the fur isn't very pure, so the price is lower. The bones and tendons are priced according to what the pharmacies pay, and there's also tiger meat. Did you two even hear what I said? Lu Wei slammed his bowl down on the table. We're talking about the deer. I said I want both of them.
And Gu Yundong, what do you think of me?
Would I really take advantage of Xiao Qingyuan? He saved me. Am I that ungrateful? Who is Brother Qin? Gu Yundong suddenly asked. Lu Wei instinctively replied, Brother Qin is an impressive person. He could read at 3 and fight at 5, knows everything about literature and geography. He is the youngest top scholar in our dynasty, appointed by the late emperor at 18. Lu Wei suddenly stopped, grunting twice. Why are you asking all this? Gu Yundong said, I'm just curious. You seem to value Brother Qin a lot, wanting to keep both dear for him. He must be quite remarkable. I didn't expect you to know someone like that. Of course, we're close. Although Brother Qin might not remember him, Lu Wei was determined to call him that. Since he is a top scholar, shouldn't he be an official in the capital? Are you sending the deer to the capital, young Master Lu? Lu Wei shook his head. He isn't an official in the capital. He's currently in Fengkai County. In Fengkai County? What is he doing there? Lu Wei paused halfway, grunting again. Why are you asking so much? It has nothing to do with you. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to ask me something? Go ahead, I'll tell you what I know. Gu Yundong suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Is he a pig? He keeps grunting endlessly. But seeing that it was getting late and Lu Wei and the others would be leaving soon, he decided to continue the conversation since Lu Wei was finally opening up. I want to ask about the school in the county. Lu Wei suddenly stood up, knocking over the stool behind him. Gu Yundong was startled and looked up to see his angry expression. I asked why you kept asking about Brother Qin, and it turns out you were waiting for this. You want your brother to join Brother Qin's school, right? At first, Gu Yundong was confused, but then her eyes brightened. So, this Brother Qin has opened a school in Fengkai County. Wait, Lu Wei just said he was a top scholar, right? He doesn't seem very old. Gu Yundong smiled at Lu Wei. Calm down, calm down. Sit down and tell me more about Brother Qin's school. Lu Wei paused, looked at her for a moment, and suddenly realized he had revealed too much. He felt frustrated and looked at Gu Yundong with a blaming gaze. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, here we go again. Xiao Qingyuan had finished his porridge and had heard their conversation clearly. He wiped his mouth and said to Gu Yundong, Let's keep both deer at home for now. The weather is nice, so see if you can think of more ways to cook deer meat. Lu Wei almost fainted from anger and turned to glare at Xiao Qingyuan. The latter shifted slightly, showing his injured shoulder to Lu Wei. Lu Wei immediately calmed down, taking deep breaths and reminding himself that this was a life-saving benefactor. He couldn't be ungrateful. After a while, he finally said, Forget it, it's not a secret anyway. Everyone in the county knows, but you two in this remote place seem to be out of the loop. Gu Yundong raised an eyebrow. Go on. Brother Qin's real name is Qin Wenzheng. After becoming the top scholar at 18, he served in the Hanlin Academy in the capital. He was ambitious and wanted to make a contribution to the country and the people. But the late emperor... Lu Wei paused. Everyone knew what that meant. The late emperor was incompetent, making it hard to achieve anything. Many loyal officials were forced into despair or worse, and Qin Wenzheng faced a lot of suppression at first. Fortunately, He held a low position and had no powerful connections, so he wasn't seen as a threat by those in high places. Though he could easily be used as a pawn, Qin Wenjing was clever and managed to escape several dangerous situations. Because of this, he learned not to act recklessly. Later on, it was unclear what happened, but Qin Wenjing suddenly resigned from his official position and traveled with his wife to many places. Eventually, they settled in Fengkai County. Others did not know the reason for his sudden resignation, but the Liu family had their sources. It was said that before resigning, Qin Wenjing met with the crown prince, who is now the new emperor, but no one knew what they discussed. Liu Wei lowered his voice. Let me tell you, now that the new emperor has ascended the throne, someone as capable as Brother Qin will likely be called back to the capital soon. So, if you want to send your brother to his school, it's not possible. At this critical moment, how could he still take in students? Oh, Gu Yundong realized, looking as if she understood, but then she quickly changed her tone and asked with a smile, then why did you send him a deer? Wasn't it to get your brother into his school? Liu Wei realized this woman was not easy to fool. She was quite sharp. He angrily sat back down. Isn't it because we have a friendship? Seeing that he might return to the capital, I wanted to send him some good food. Besides, I'm already grown up. How could I possibly attend his school? Gu Yundong nodded. Isn't that perfect? You have a friendship with him, and I have a friendship with you. So, can you do me a favor and speak well of me to him, asking him to take my brother as a student? I didn't say he. I know, but you said he might return to the capital, which is just a possibility and not certain. Of course, even if he really is going back, he was once the top scholar, so his knowledge must be excellent. Whether my brother studies with him for a day or a month, it would be very beneficial, right? Liu Wei's eyes widened. Could this woman read minds? How did she know exactly what he was thinking? Gu Yundong smiled at him, while Xiao Qingyuan shifted slightly beside them. Liu Wei clutched his chest. Why was he being so kind? If he were as heartless as Peng Zhongfei, he wouldn't have to deal with this troublesome pair. After a moment of silence, he finally ground his teeth and muttered with his head down. What friendship? I don't have much of a friendship with Brother Qin. Otherwise, why would I send deer meat just to help my brother get into his school? Cough, cough. Gu Yundong choked on her own saliva. Liu Wei, embarrassed and angry, said, What are you doing? Do you think his school is so easy to get into? The county magistrate's son wanted to ask for guidance, but was turned away without any courtesy. It seems he has no chance at all. Brother Qin has his own way of accepting students. It's not just about wealth or power, and it's not based on looks or talent. It's quite difficult to get in, you know? Could it be because of the deer meat? Gu Yundong guessed quietly. You're clever. Gu Yundong thought. Why does this reason sound even less believable? Liu Wei lowered his voice mysteriously and said, This is a secret I've figured out myself. I've been watching the Qin family for a long time. I noticed their servants often buy wild game. Last time, Brother Qin accepted a student because that student's father gave him a big piece of deer leg. I promised my dad I would get my brother into a school, so I bravely went into the mountains. It wasn't easy for me.
So, you can't compete with me.
Gu Yundong found this even less credible, especially since Liu Wei claimed it was his own deduction, which seemed completely untrustworthy. When are you sending deer to his house? I'll go soon, while it's fresh. Gu Yundong smiled. Take me with you. Absolutely not. Gu Yundong analyzed. Look, you need to bring 2 deer and a big bug to the county town, plus a few of you. 1 cart won't be enough. I can lend you mine. Besides, if I go, I won't say a word. I'm just there to see the world, not to compete for a spot, and I might even be able to help you. Liu Wei frowned. Why did she always sound so reasonable?
Okay, fine.
His stance was clearly very weak. Xiao Qingyuan saw they had finished talking. Let's go. Just then, Dong Xiulan suddenly came over from next door. She looked at Liu Wei and said, Aunt Fong is here and wants to see young Master Liu. Liu Wei looked confused. Aunt Fong?
Who is that?
She's the woman who brought you to Yongfu village with her daughter, Gu Yundong said, noting his poor memory. Liu Wei suddenly realized, Oh, it's them. Let them come in. Dong Xiulan hesitated for a moment and then said, "They said they were afraid. That's why they went to the Zheng family, waiting for young Master Lu there." Lu Wei frowned. Afraid? Afraid of what? Afraid to see me? Afraid to see me, Xiao Qingyuan said. Lu Wei blinked and said, "Why?" Then he remembered, "Oh, I know. They said you were a little wolf, very scary." Gu Yundong shot him a fierce glare, thinking, if you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. You're the little wolf. Xiao Qingyuan noticed her small gesture and couldn't help but smile, feeling pleased. Lu Wei was confused by the glare and said, "I didn't say anything. But speaking of which, why do they all call you a little wolf? I don't find you scary at all." "Well, if they don't dare to come, then let them stay away. I'm busy and won't see them." Since they weren't close, it probably wasn't anything important. Gu Yundong wanted to laugh. How many times had the Fong mother and daughter come back and forth at the foot of the mountain? After being taken home by the Zhou family, as soon as they heard Xiao Qingyuan was back, they rushed over again. Their energy was truly impressive. Dong Xiulan left. She was just there to pass a message and didn't know Lu Xiao well, so she wouldn't say much. Lu Wei quickly pushed the Fong mother and daughter out of his mind and urged Gu Yundong, "It's getting late. Let's set off now. Hurry back and get the carriage. We need to leave soon." "Okay, but just so you know, my carriage is for people." Before Lu Wei could argue, she continued, "I just bought that carriage. If you put a big deer in it, my horse isn't trained and might get scared." Lu Wei realized she had a point and nodded. Only then did Gu Yundong leave the Xiao family and return to the Zheng family. To her surprise, the Fong mother and daughter had not left. When Qin Yulan saw Gu Yundong come in, she immediately stood up and walked over to ask, "Why won't Lu Xiao see us?" "How would I know?" Gu Yundong replied, looking puzzled. "Did you say something to Lu Xiao? Did you speak badly about us? You were at the Xiao family just now, right? I didn't expect you, Gu Yundong, to not even be afraid of the little wolf just to get close to Lu Xiao." Gu Yundong looked at her coldly. "Say that again. You act like you don't care, but you just want to climb the social ladder, right? Seeing Lu Xiao is rich, you're just waiting around, not even caring about being cautious. As soon as he comes back, you're right there." Smack. Gu Yundong raised her hand and slapped her. Fong Shi, who had been watching coldly, suddenly rushed over and pulled Qin Yulan back, looking shocked at Gu Yundong. "You actually dared to hit someone? What's wrong with hitting you? With a mouth like that, you need to clean it up." Gu Yundong stepped closer. "Do you think everyone thinks like you? Who do you think has been waiting at the foot of the mountain for 2 days? Do you think everyone is blind and can't see what's happening? The whole village is watching the joke of you two, mother and daughter. If it weren't for the village chief, you wouldn't even be able to leave your house. You would have been ridiculed long ago." Fong was stunned, struggling to understand her words. "What do you mean? Don't understand?" Gu Yundong sneered, pointing towards the door. "Go outside, turn left, and listen to what others are saying about you by the river." Dong Xiulan stood beside Gu Yundong with an angry expression. "Sister Fong, Yundong is a good kid. What you said was too harsh. You should leave. My family doesn't welcome you." She regretted not being firmer and asking them to leave earlier. Unexpectedly, Qin Yulan, so young, had such a sharp tongue. Wasn't she trying to ruin someone else's reputation? How could a young lady speak so shamelessly? Fong's expression changed, and she suddenly turned and walked briskly towards the door. Qin Yulan was taken aback, quickly following her. At the door, she reluctantly turned back, glaring at Gu Yundong and said, "If you dare to hit me, I'll ask my uncle to stand up for me." With that, she left the Zheng family in a huff. Fong felt a bit unsettled. Gu Yundong's words struck her like lightning.
Could it be
that people were really talking behind her back? She wanted to go to the river and hear what the women were saying, but she was hesitant. So, she was dragged directly to Qin Liang's house by the furious Qin Yulan. "Uncle, uncle, you have to help me," Qin Yulan cried as soon as she entered, tears streaming down her face. Zhou was startled. "What happened to you?" "Aunt, I was hit," Qin Yulan said, turning her head to reveal her swollen left cheek. Zhou gasped at the sight of the clear handprint. The other party had really struck hard. Who was so bold as to hit someone from the Qin family? Although Zhou didn't usually like the mother and daughter, they were still part of the Qin family, the widow of her husband's brother. With them around, who would dare to bully them? It was a sign of disrespect to the Qin family. Zhou's eyes filled with anger. Who did this?
Who hit you so hard?
It was that Gu Yundong. Qin Yulan replied angrily. Zhou's expression stiffened. Who?
Gu Yundong.
Zhou looked at the mother and daughter, her face darkening as she sneered. Did you go to the Xing family? What? I asked you to come back and you chased the chickens home, fed the pigs, and then went back down the mountain. What did you say to make Yundong so angry that she even resorted to violence? Zhou had a good impression of Gu Yundong. She really liked the girl and knew she was usually easy to talk to. Unless truly provoked, she wouldn't act out. Last time, when Fong drove her out, she only took back her share of the rent. Now, she had slapped Yulan directly, which showed that Yulan must have said something inappropriate. Chen Yulan looked at Zhou in disbelief.
Aunt, what are you saying?
Why are you siding with an outsider? Siding with an outsider? You should reflect on what you've done these past few days. Zhou ignored Chen Yulan and turned to Fong. She's a young girl who doesn't understand. Don't you, as her mother, know better? No matter what you were doing at the foot of the mountain with the young master of the Liu family, you should consider your own status. Yulan is engaged, and you are a widow. Do I need to teach you that widows attract trouble? Fong's face turned pale. Sister-in-law, do you also think I'm being unreasonable? Yes. Zhou had tolerated her for long enough. Fong stepped back, raising her eyes to see Chen Liang coming out from inside. She immediately began to cry. Sister-in-law, your words pierce my heart. I've waited for Tiange for so many years, rarely leaving the house, and now I get this from you. I might as well be dead. Zhou sneered. Go home and cry. Chen Liang frowned as he stepped out from behind Zhou. Enough. What kind of talk is this coming from your sister-in-law?
Right, I don't know how to speak.
She did nothing wrong, I'm leaving. Zhou glared fiercely at Chen Liang and turned back to her room. Chen Liang's frown deepened, and he looked at Fong with a hint of impatience. Why hadn't he noticed before how unreasonable Fong was? Stop crying. Your sister-in-law has been in a bad mood these days, so don't take her words to heart.
Just go home for now.
Uncle, do you also think what I did was wrong? I truly meant no harm. The young master of the Liu family is influential and wealthy in the county. If Yulan marries into the Wu family, they will want to do some business in the county. If we build a relationship with the Liu family, it could help the Wu family, and Yulan would have a good position there. Chen Liang sighed and said, All right, I understand.
You two can go home now.
Fong sure noticed that he didn't believe her and felt a bit anxious. However, Chen Liang seemed unwilling to say more, so she bit her lip and took Chen Yulan home. At that moment, Gu Yundong had already forgotten about the mother and daughter, having finished preparing the horse cart. On the other side, the big deer had also been loaded onto Lu Wei's cart. However, Luan was scared, even of the deer's body, so Xiao Qingyuan had to drive that cart. Luan hurried over to Gu Yundong and jumped onto the cart. This left only Gu Yundong and Lu Wei facing each other in the cart. Gu Yundong. Lu Wei. Once the cart left the village, Gu Yundong suddenly shouted, Luan, come inside.
I'll drive.
Luan was startled and instinctively entered the cabin. Gu Yundong took the reins and sat on the front, swaying a bit. Lu Wei looked very upset. He felt rejected once again. Gu Yundong followed behind Xiao Qingyuan, her driving skills still not very good, so Xiao Qingyuan slowed down a bit, thinking there was still time. When they reached the county town, it immediately became lively. Chasing Wind was a good horse and was used to following Xiao Qingyuan's cart, so Gu Yundong didn't have to exert much effort. Qin Wenjing's school was in the east of the town, and Lu Wei had to return to Lu Mansion first to pick up his brother before heading over. Unexpectedly, just as they were nearing Lu Mansion, Gu Yundong suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure flash by. She froze, quickly straightened up, and turned to look. In the next moment, she grabbed the reins, jumped down from the front, and said, Luan, you drive. I have something to do, I'll be back soon. With that, She ran off. Lu Wei lifted the curtain of the cart just in time to see her disappearing figure. Xiao Qingyuan, ahead, also heard and instinctively stopped the cart, jumping down to chase after her. But Lu Wei stopped him, saying, "She said she'll be back soon. Besides, I already told her the address of Qin Gija's school. She will find it." Lu Wei thought her urgency must mean she needed to use the restroom. Gu Yundong had already chased after that familiar figure, turning into another street. The person ahead was walking quickly, in a hurry. Gu Yundong could only call out, "Gu Dajiang, Gu Dajiang." But the person didn't respond and quickly entered an alley. Gu Yundong hurried to speed up, fearing she would lose sight of him. The street was a bit crowded, and there were people setting up stalls ahead. Gu Yundong felt anxious and hurriedly crossed through the stalls. She thought she could jump over, but unexpectedly, a vendor suddenly stood up. Gu Yundong managed to avoid her, but didn't see the basket on the ground in time. The basket tipped over, and she sensed that something inside had fallen out. Without looking back, she quickly said to the vendor, "I'm sorry, I'll come back and pay you later." With that, she turned into a nearby alley. Seeing that the person ahead hadn't disappeared, Gu Yundong finally sighed in relief and rushed forward. "Gu Dajiang, Dad, you." The person turned around, and Gu Yundong's words got stuck in her throat. It wasn't him. She had mistaken someone for Gu Dajiang. It made sense. This was a small county under Shuana Prefecture, and the chances of running into Gu Dajiang were very slim. How could it possibly be him? But this person's profile looked so much like his. The stranger looked at Gu Yundong with confusion. "Miss, do you need something? If not, I have to go. I'm in a hurry." "I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else," Gu Yundong said with an apologetic smile. As she watched him walk away, she let out a breath and patted her face. It was okay. She would find him one day. Oh, right, the vendor. Gu Yundong hurried back to the basket she had knocked over. Only then did she see what was inside: oranges. Most of the oranges had fallen to the ground, and the couple selling them were crouched down picking them up. Gu Yundong quickly joined them, apologizing, "I'm sorry, I was in a rush and knocked over your basket. Please let me know how many are damaged, and I'll pay for them." No, it's fine. Nothing is damaged." The man immediately waved his hands, shaking his head. Gu Yundong looked up and recognized his face. "Surprised you are?" He looked familiar. The man suddenly lowered his head and slightly turned away to avoid her gaze. Gu Yundong frowned and looked at the woman beside him. Then it dawned on her, "Oh, it's you too." The couple selling the oranges, whom she had met once before, almost didn't recognize them. The man was named Sherdashan, and the woman was he. She had heard from Dong Xiulan that this couple was very timid and seemed to have gone through something in the past, so they didn't dare to fight or compete. They always tried to avoid conflict. It was puzzling how they raised their children, as their son had become a troublemaker, while their daughter was quite clever. No wonder when she asked the four families to pay, the Hu family was difficult, but they immediately agreed and even said they needed more money, obediently gathering funds. Their compliance made Gu Yundong feel like she was bullying honest people. Miss Gu, these oranges are fine. We just need to wipe them off. If you have something to do, you can go ahead," he said softly. In the eyes of this couple, Gu Yundong seemed a bit intimidating. After all, even someone like Hu Liang didn't fare well under her, getting beaten and having to pay money. For a moment, Gu Yundong felt like she might be a big villain. She couldn't help but twitch her lips and place the orange she was holding into the basket. Then she squinted her eyes. She hadn't looked closely before, but now she noticed that the oranges in the basket were all plump and round, with bright orange skin, neatly arranged and looking very appealing. "Did you grow these?" Gu Yundong asked. He was taken aback but nodded. "Yes, we grew them. Not many, but this year's fruit turned out well, so we thought we'd try selling some. Would you like to taste one? They're really good." Gu Yundong nodded, and he smiled, quickly peeling an orange and handing it to her. Gu Yundong looked at the orange in her hand. The skin was thin, and it was juicy. After tasting a segment, her eyes lit up. It was really delicious. Completely natural and unpolluted. It was even sweeter than the oranges in her storage. She looked at the couple in surprise, not expecting them to have such skills. Thinking it over, Gu Yundong considered whether to persuade them to help her with the orchard since she needed experienced hands. She planned to ask the village chief about their past, and if everything seemed suitable, she could get started. Gu Yundong quickly finished an entire orange and then picked a few more from the basket. He Yi and Shi Dashan exchanged worried glances, but didn't dare to say anything or ask questions. After Gu Yundong selected 4 or 5 oranges, she paused and said, "I'll take these for now. Can you save the remaining 20 or so for me to take back to Yongfu village? I don't have anything to carry them in. I'll settle the payment with you when I return to the village later, okay?" Shi Dashan blurted out, "You're going to pay?" Gu Yundong blinked. "Don't you pay for things when you buy them?" Were they thinking she was just taking them for free? Shi Daxian shook his head repeatedly. No, that's not what I meant." Gu Yundong rubbed her forehead, realizing his expression was quite obvious. Seeing that it was getting late, she said goodbye, then it's settled. "I have things to do, so I'll leave first." She arrived in a hurry and left just as quickly, taking a few oranges directly to Qin Wenjing's classroom. After running a bit, she was slightly out of breath. But before she reached her destination, she saw Xiao Qingyuan and Lu Wen walking toward her with a cart. Lu Wei was trailing behind, looking dejected. Was something wrong? And why were they back so soon? Where was his brother? Didn't they say they would go to Lu's house to pick him up first? Gu Yundong guessed that Lu Wei and the others would return to Lu's house to get his brother, then come to Qin Wenjing's classroom to deliver the roe deer meat. That should take at least half an hour, right? Especially since Lu Wei was known for his long-windedness. But it hadn't been long at all. Gu Yundong walked over and shared the oranges with Xiao Qingyuan and Lu Wen, quietly asking, did Qin Dage refuse to take his brother as a student? He accepted him, Xiao Qingyuan replied. Gu Yundong's eyes widened in surprise. Really?
But...
She pointed at Lu Wei, confused. Why does he look so upset? Look at him. He was banging his head against the cart, making Lu Wen almost drop the oranges in panic to save him. Before Xiao Qingyuan could respond, Lu Wei suddenly stood in front of Gu Yundong. His eyes were wide, lips pressed tightly together, and he was panting, clearly upset. Gu Yundong blinked, then blinked again. Isn't it what you wanted for him to be accepted? But what does that have to do with me? Gu Yundong raised an eyebrow. Lu Wei was getting more agitated. Qin Dage accepted my brother, but it has nothing to do with the 2 roe deer I risked my life to catch in the mountains. It's because he owes my family a favor. Gu Yundong suddenly understood. So, even if you hadn't given him the roe deer, he would still accept your brother, right?
Exactly.
His father had deceived him. This couldn't be his real father. Gu Yundong squinted at the cart behind him and asked, then, can I have the 2 roe deer? They've already been given to Qin Dage. Since those 2 roe deer are not needed, why did you give them away? Gu Yundong wanted to pry open his mind to see if it was really made of mush. Lu Wei also wanted to cry. Do you think I wanted this? I gave him 2 deer, and only then did he tell me he owed my family a favor. Gu Yundong clicked her tongue. No wonder he became a top scholar at such a young age. He's really cunning.
Exactly.
I already gave them away. Am I supposed to go back and ask for them? Lu Wei used to think Qin Wenjing was a noble man, wise enough to step back during troubled times. He was still quite naive. Gu Yundong looked at him. Why can't you ask for them back? He took your brother in to repay a favor. Since he took the deer, the favor isn't repaid. Come on, let's go ask for them back. Lu Wei was taken aback. This actually made a lot of sense. He followed Gu Yundong back to the school. Xiao Qingyuan also gave his carriage to Lu and hurried to catch up. The school was not far away. Gu Yundong stood at the entrance, looking up at the sign, unable to help but twitch her mouth. Indeed, talented people can be quite willful. They didn't even bother to name it, just calling it the school. The doorman recognized Lu Wei and was surprised to see him return. He quickly approached and asked, Young Master Lu, is there something else? Lu Wei glanced at Gu Yundong and hesitated. Yes, there's a little more to discuss. I'm here to see Brother Qin. Could you please let him know? The doorman nodded and hurried inside. Lu Wei thought for a moment and turned to Gu Yundong. You want those 2 deer back to send your brother to school, right? But do you think doing that will make them accept your brother? Getting them back only to give them again. What's the difference? It would leave a bad impression on Brother Qin. Gu Yundong shot him a glance. Did he really think she wanted the deer back? She just needed an excuse to enter the Qin family. When she saw Qin Wenjing, she would definitely not mention the deer. Gu Yundong remained silent, patiently waiting. The Qin family wasn't very large, and there weren't many servants. The doorman found Qin Wenjing's servant, who then went to the study. Sir, young Master Lu is here again. As he spoke, he glanced at the items on Qin Wenjing's desk. There was a wanted poster with a portrait that looked just like a real person. It was said that the master had brought it back from the city. Qin Wenjing was only 26 this year and was indeed quite charming. It is said that the former emperor hesitated for a long time when choosing him as the top scholar or the second place in the imperial examination. After all, throughout history, the second place has often been favored for their looks. At that time, the third place candidate was already over 30, and he was not as handsome. Eventually, an old official argued that the examination should focus on knowledge rather than appearance. Moreover, having an 18-year-old top scholar would bring glory to the country, especially during the emperor's reign, and such achievements would be recorded in history. It's unclear if that last statement touched the emperor's heart, but he waved his hand, and Qin Wenjing became the top scholar, known as the most handsome in history. Now, several years have passed, and while his overall presence has improved, his appearance has not changed much. Hearing the servant's words, he frowned slightly, displeased at being disturbed, and without looking up, he said, "Tell them I'm out with my wife and can't be seen." After saying that, he lowered his head again, looking at the wanted notice on the table. Next to the wanted notice was a half-finished drawing that closely resembled the person in the notice, and Qin Wenjing held a charcoal pencil in his right hand. The servant, having received the message, turned and ran out of the study, only to bump into Qin Wenjing's wife, Mrs. Ge. Mrs. Ge was holding a plate of pastries, smiling as she entered. "How come I didn't know I was out?" Qin Wenjing looked up, waved for the servant to leave quickly, and went over to take the pastries. "What brings you here? Aren't you, with Ninger practicing her writing?" "She went to see the 2 deer. She's so happy knowing there will be game for dinner tonight." Mrs. Ge walked to his desk, noticed the wanted notice, and glanced at the half-finished drawing. She laughed. "You're really impressive, my dear. You've already learned this style of drawing." Qin Wenjing shook his head. "Not quite. It still feels like something is missing. Isn't it good?" "It looks very much like the person." Mrs. Ge examined it closely and thought it was quite lifelike. But Qin Wenjing was not satisfied. Sitting beside her, he took a sip of tea and said, "Governor Dai is too secretive. No matter how I ask, he won't tell me who drew this wanted notice, claiming he promised not to reveal any information about that person." Mrs. Ge covered her mouth and laughed. "You taught me that one should keep their word. Are you now asking Governor Dai to go back on his promise? He's not saying anything to protect the identity of the artist, to keep them safe. I wouldn't tell anyone. I just want to exchange some drawing techniques." Qin Wenjing picked up the drawing he made, paused for a moment, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it away. Gusher couldn't stop him and looked at him helplessly. Qin Wenjing stood up and said, "I have to go to the capital. There are only so many painters there. I will surely find one." With that, he left the study to call for a servant. The servant had just finished speaking with the doorman and hurried back. At that moment, Gu Yundong and the others saw the doorman return. "The master and lady just left," he said. "That's nonsense. You're the doorman. How would you know they left?" Lu Wei complained. The doorman replied helplessly, "They went out the back door. I couldn't see them." "You." Gu Yundong pulled Lu Wei back, saying, "Forget it." It seemed they didn't want to meet, and arguing at the door would be too awkward and unpleasant. The 3 returned to the carriage, and Gu Yundong asked Lu Wei, "Where's your brother?"
Oh.
He was taken back by the steward. He said he needs to prepare to come to school tomorrow. Gu Yundong raised an eyebrow. "How about I pretend to be your family servant and take your brother to school tomorrow?" Could he say that was a bad idea? Gu Yundong smiled, and Xiao Qingyuan nodded in agreement.
Good idea.
Lu Wei turned sharply to look at him.
What do you mean by that?
You're a man. Can't you have your own opinion? Then it's settled. Thank you. Gu Yundong happily got into the carriage. Lu Wei sneered. Did you even ask for my opinion? He angrily walked over to Luan. Let's go back. They parted ways and would not see each other again. Xiao Qingyuan also got into Gu Yundong's carriage. He drove on the way back, and just before reaching the village, he let Gu Yundong take over. On the way, he talked about their trip into the mountains. Everything had gone smoothly, and Xiao Qingyuan's plan had worked well. Lu Wei did have some fighting skills. Although he wasn't very strong, he could handle himself as long as he didn't encounter anything too big. He had even caught a roe deer, but he got too excited and overestimated himself. When they encountered a big creature, he didn't listen to Xiao Qingyuan and stayed in the tree, which led to trouble. Xiao Qingyuan got hurt while trying to save him, but thankfully, he had the crossbow arrows Gu Yundong gave him. The crossbow was easy to use with one hand and was much faster than a regular bow. Because of this, they couldn't preserve the tiger skin completely. Although Gu Yundong felt it was a pity, safety was more important. She comforted him for a moment and quickly changed the subject. Soon, the carriage arrived at Yongfu village. After reaching the Zheng family, they found Dong Xiulan already in the yard preparing the game they had caught. Gu Yundong's eyes lit up. Even though there are no roe deer, wild chickens and rabbits are still good. Do you like eating roe deer meat? Xiao Qingyuan asked. Not really, I've just never tried it. Xiao Qingyuan nodded thoughtfully, then drove the carriage back home. Gu Yundong went to check her own land and was surprised to see Feng Danning and a few others gathering around. Yundong, I heard Xiao Qingyuan caught a big tiger. Is it true? Xiao Qingyuan and Lu Wei had brought the tiger back through the back door of the Xiao family and loaded it onto the carriage at the foot of the mountain, where hardly anyone saw them. Now, it was unclear who spread the rumor, but those who heard it were skeptical. A big tiger? Could it really be caught so easily? Gu Yundong nodded confidently. It's true. Where is the tiger now? It was taken by young Master Lu.
Ah.
Everyone was disappointed. They had been excited all afternoon, hoping to see it, but now they realized they had missed their chance. After checking her land, Gu Yundong returned home to help prepare dinner. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she noticed that the little girl, Gu Yunk, was sleeping with her head resting on the table. In front of her was a pear candy. Oh no, she had forgotten about it. Hearing the noise, the little girl opened her eyes and looked at her with a pitiful expression. Sister, can I eat it now? She had been waiting all afternoon. Gu Yundong cleared her throat and quickly nodded. Yes, yes. The little girl immediately cheered. I'll go call my brothers. She was a good child who always wanted to share food with her friends. Gu Yundong shook her head with a smile and took out the candies. A moment later, the little girl came back in. Sister, someone is looking for you outside. Gu Yundong put down the candies, wiped her hands, and went outside. In the yard stood He, holding a basket and looking quite nervous. When she saw Gu Yundong, Dong Xiulan quickly stepped forward and asked, Sister-in-law from the Shi family said she would send you oranges. I know, I met her in the city before and asked her to help me with a glass of water. Dong Xiulan nodded. Okay, I still have some ginger tea I made for the land. I'll bring it over. Gu Yundong thanked her and then led He toward the main room. Have all the oranges from Auntie's basket sold out? He nodded quickly, yes, they're all sold. A buyer from a tea house saw the fresh oranges and bought them all. These are specially picked by my family. Can you take a look? She placed the basket on the table and uncovered it, revealing more than 10 round, fresh oranges. Gu Yundong liked them at first glance. She invited He to sit, but he felt a bit uncomfortable and only sat halfway down. Auntie, how much do I owe you? I'll pay you. He paused for a moment and quietly said 1 coin each. Gu Yundong frowned. The pears she bought last time were also 1 coin each, but they were not very good and not fresh at all. These oranges were clearly worth more. Auntie, please charge me the market price. If you give them to me so cheaply, people might say I'm taking advantage of honest folks. At that moment, Dong Xiulan came over with ginger tea. She handed it to He and smiled. The oranges from the Sher family are really good. Last time, a traveling merchant passed through the village and bought them for 10 coins a pound. 10 coins a pound? In this era, a pound is 16 ounces, and the Sher family's oranges are large and juicy, so about 4 would make a pound. This was just the village price. They would likely sell for more at the market. Gu Yundong understood and took out 60 coins. Auntie, please take this. He quickly refused. I can't take that much. You must. 50 coins is for the 20 oranges, and the extra 10 is for the damage when I knocked over your basket. He was even more hesitant, but nothing was broken. Why should I accept compensation? Gu Yundong felt a bit frustrated. Being too polite wasn't good either. Dong Xiulan, having spent some time with her, pulled He aside to persuade her. Only then did Gu Yundong feel relieved. In the end, He accepted the 60 coins, thanking Gu Yundong repeatedly before leaving the Zeng family. Her son is a troublemaker, but I didn't expect the parents to be so honest. Gu Yundong shook her head and turned to the oranges on the table, saying to Dong Xiulan, the Sher family's oranges are indeed great, fragrant, sweet, and large. That's right. Sher Dashan and his wife are really skilled at farming, especially with those fruit trees, though they are a bit too timid, Dong Xiulan admitted. She didn't consider herself very brave, but compared to the Sher couple, she felt quite bold. Gu Yundong thought for a moment and decided to visit the village chief's house. Aunt, could you please help my mother with dinner? I have to step out for a bit. Really? You're going out this late? I'll be back soon, Gu Yundong said as she walked out of the Zeng family's gate. When Gu Yundong arrived at Chen Liang's house, she realized it was dinner time, which felt a bit rude. Fortunately, when she entered, Mrs. Zhou had just started cooking. Chen Liang was surprised to see her. What brings you here at this hour? Do you need something? I wanted to ask Uncle Chen about something. Chen Liang sat down in the living room and pointed to the chair across from him. Go ahead. It's about the Sher Dashan family. I saw them selling oranges in the city today, and they looked big and sweet. Aunt Dong said they are very skilled at growing fruit trees. To be honest, I want to plant some fruit trees, but I don't know much about it. Chen Liang was a bit surprised. You want to grow fruit trees? Yes. After all, when she buys land, the village chief will need to know. Chen Liang thought for a moment and said, everyone in the village knows about the Sher family situation. It's not a secret. Don't be fooled by their appearance. Their parents were good people. If you want to ask for their help, they are reliable. Gu Yundong was surprised. It seemed there was more to the story. People in the village say that the Sher Dashan couple lacks courage and lets others bully them. But they weren't always like this. When they first got married, they were full of energy. They even bought a piece of land to grow fruit trees, and they did better than anyone else in the village. They grew not just oranges, but also pears, jujubes, and persimmons. When those fruits ripened, they looked beautiful hanging on the trees. What a shame. Chen Liang shook his head. Back then, a landlord from the neighboring village wanted to buy that orchard for a low price. They worked hard to grow those fruits. Why would they sell? Gu Yundong was confused. How could the landlord from the neighboring village reach so far? At that time, I wasn't the village chief. The previous one was greedy and took some benefits from the landlord, helping him pressure the Sher family to give up their orchard. Sher Dashan was a bit hot-tempered back then and argued with the landlord, driving away his workers. There was quite a commotion, and in the end, Sher Dashan's parents both died. Gu Yundong's eyes widened in surprise. Are you saying? Chen Liang sighed and nodded. The landlord hired someone to do this. The Sher family was attacked, and Sher Dashan and he are still young. They will recover in time. But their parents were older and had already been sick frequently due to previous troubles. After this latest incident, they didn't survive. Both parents passed away, and the orchard was lost. The whole family fell apart, and Sher Dashan was completely devastated. It felt like all his energy had been drained away, especially since the child was just born not long ago. Before they died, his parents warned him not to resist too much. Their family had no connections or support, and their relatives were too afraid to offend the landlord or the village chief. For the sake of the family and the newborn, they advised him to endure and retreat whenever possible, trying to avoid conflict. Since then, Sherdashan and his wife changed drastically. They never confronted the landlord again and mostly stayed at home. The child, feeling frustrated with his parents' behavior, became increasingly rebellious. Especially after he started hanging out with Hu Liang, those who used to bully their family no longer dared to cause trouble, and it seemed he found a way to survive, becoming even more uncontrollable. Gu Yundong sighed after hearing this. With such drastic changes and the loss of his parents, it was understandable. What about the landlord? When Gu Yundong left the village chief's house, the sky was already getting dim. She wasn't in a hurry and walked slowly along the village path. Having been in Yongfu village for a while, she had never taken the time to appreciate its tranquility at this hour. From one house, she heard a child crying, and from another, a couple arguing. The lively sounds made it feel like the many aspects of life were unfolding before her. She felt fortunate to have arrived in Yongfu village at the right time and to have met Chen Liang as the village chief. She heard that the previous village chief had gotten drunk one night, lost his way, and froze to death in the snow. People said he had done too many bad things and got his comeuppance. The landlord also met a grim fate. A few years ago, when the county changed its magistrate, the landlord's misdeeds caught the magistrate's attention, leading to his downfall. He was executed, and his family was exiled. Unfortunately, Sherdashan and his wife had already made up their minds. Even with the two burdens lifted, they couldn't change. But Chen Liang was right. This didn't stop her from seeking their help. Feeling better, Gu Yundong smiled as she entered the Zeng family home, until she saw a few kids confronting each other in the yard. On the left were Gu Yunshu, Nyodan, the three siblings from the Zeng family, and Yang Shi, while on the right stood just Gu Yunka. But why did Gu Yundong feel that the lone Gu Yunka had a stronger presence? The kids didn't notice Gu Yundong entering. Each of them held a lollipop, while Gu Yunka had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, a whole bunch. In terms of the number of lollipops, her presence was definitely stronger than the combined total of the others. Cuckoo, that's not fair. We each get one, and you have so many. Gu Yunshu exclaimed angrily. Gu Yunka immediately hid her hands behind her back, trying to conceal the lollipops. But as she did, a few candies fell out of her pockets. The little girl froze, quickly stuffing the lollipops back into her pockets, pushing and pushing. Gu Yundong couldn't help but smile. The pockets were sewn by Yang Shi, and she sometimes kept small snacks like peanuts and chestnuts in them. The lollipops were wrapped in oil paper so they wouldn't stick. After filling her front pockets, she noticed that lollipops had fallen out of her side pockets, causing her to sweat nervously. In the end, she decided to take off her hat, put the lollipops inside, and hide them behind her back. Then, she lifted her little head proudly, her hair bouncing without the hat. See, I don't have any. Gu Yunshu was so mad he could explode. They're in the hat behind you. Did she think everyone was blind? The little girl shook her head vigorously. If I say I don't have any, then I don't. Cuckoo, if you give us each one, you can keep the rest, okay? Nyodan coaxed her. He had just tasted a lollipop, and it was so delicious he felt like he was floating. It was way better than sugar candy. He didn't want to stop eating it. Gu Yundong shook her head and walked behind Gu Yunka to take the hat from her hands. The little girl was startled and quickly turned around. Seeing her older sister, she puffed out her cheeks and looked at her pitifully. I don't have any. Her expression was so sad it seemed like she might cry any moment. Gu Yundong couldn't resist and quickly took a lollipop from the hat for her. You can't eat too many candies, or your teeth will rot. If that happens, you won't be able to enjoy braised meat, rabbit meat, or chicken anymore. The little girl swallowed hard, looking eagerly at the lollipop. Well, after a long pause, I couldn't find the words. Gu Yundong smiled and said, How about this? I'll keep the candy here, and you can have one piece each day. Does that sound good? She then looked at the other children. You all too, remember, you can't have too much candy. From now on, just one piece a day to get used to it. Otherwise, if I make different kinds of candy later, you won't be able to control yourselves and you'll get cavities. Gu Yunshu's eyes lit up. Are you going to make different kinds of candy, big sister? Neodon, and the others focused on another point. Can we eat candy every day? This was a big deal. Candy was expensive. Neodon's family rarely bought it, and when they did, it was only for special occasions. Usually, it was hidden away by their grandmother. Gu Yundong nodded. This candy is new. Try it and see if you like it. Tomorrow, I'll try making another flavor. The children began to enjoy the beautiful and cute lollipops in front of them. Gu Yundong had made several simple molds before, including square, round, heart-shaped, and star-shaped ones, all looking very appealing. If she really started making them, she could even create small animal shapes. Yum! It's sweet and fragrant, with a pear flavor. Gu Yunshu was the first to speak, his eyes shining. Neodon nodded vigorously. He had licked the first bite but hadn't savored it. Now, after finishing, he was so excited that he was trembling. Sister Yundong, did you really make this? It's better than anything I've had before. It's not too sweet and doesn't stick to my teeth. Xingyu added, Sister Yundong, if you sell this, it will definitely sell out quickly. That's exactly what Gu Yundong wanted. Do you all think so? It's pretty, tasty, and not too sweet, Zheng Jia, the oldest among the children, said. He usually took care of Zhang Hu next door and rarely spoke, so it was rare for him to share his opinion. As for the two youngest, Zheng Lur and Gu Yunke, they were too busy enjoying their candy to say anything. Gu Yundong was in a great mood and took out a few more lollipops, handing one to Gu Yunshu. Take this to your Uncle Zheng and Brother Xiao next door. Then she took one for herself and handed another to Dong Shi. Beside her, Gu Yunke watched with big, hopeful eyes, looking very pitiful. Gu Yundong laughed at her. Don't worry, you'll definitely get one each day. If you behave well, Big Sister might reward you with an extra one. After saying that, she went into the kitchen. Because the candy she made received unanimous approval from Xiao Qingyuan and others, Gu Yundong became very confident about the things she needed to do next. That night, while lying in bed and thinking about future developments, she realized that once she made money, it would be much easier to help Gu Dajiang or treat Yang's illness. Early the next morning, Gu Yundong took a horse-drawn carriage and went out. To her surprise, she saw Xiao Qingyuan already waiting at the gate. I haven't given you the money from yesterday, and I'm heading to the county town too. This is important, so come on up. They both went to the Lu residence, but unexpectedly, when they arrived at the entrance, Lu Wei was already waiting outside.